Chapter 566. Everyone left the technology city. Entered the retro market. It was as if the whole world view had changed, and the technology level plummeted, from the glorious and towering blue technology city to low wooden houses, wooden stalls, and wooden carts. It was incomprehensible that there was such a serious sense of separation in the same planet and the same civilization. Chung-Chi picked up a bamboo basket that rolled down and returned it to the vendor beside him. In the market with a strong smell of fireworks, the hawking sounds were much less than before. Because two things just happened here. Hunter Kerr set fire to the small temple in the mountains because of a shotgun accident. Uncle One, the owner of the tattoo shop at the end of the market, died in an accident. Chung-Chi walked along the market and saw the bearded Hunter Kerr sitting on the side of the road, feeling lost and annoyed. He kept knocking his head. Maybe it's the problem with the shotgun. My arms have been inflexible since I was injured when I was young. Maybe I touched the trigger by mistake. It's all my fault. Chung-Chi had some strange feelings in his mind, but he was still confused. The group came to Uncle Wen's shop. At this time, the shop was empty. Uncle Wen had no descendants and was alone. It was the vendors in the market who took his body away and held a funeral in the back mountain. Looking at the quaint tattoo shop, it was full of traces of time. In every corner of the shop, you can see the scattered and dried pigments. Uncle Wen didn't know how many guests he had received here, and how many amazing tattoo works he had created. But now, the person has left, and everything is gone. If you burn someone's shop like this, your conscience will be condemned. Chung-Chi pursed his lips. This is something he doesn't want to do. It feels worse than kicking someone when he's down. Mu-Chen said, I just inquired. This shop will be demolished soon. Uncle Wen has passed away. Another vendor wants to use this piece of land. Okay. Chung-Chi slowly closed his eyes. I actually want to investigate Uncle Wen's death scene, but I can't act according to my own wishes. As for the choice of arsonist, in fact, no one wants to do such a bad thing, including the eccentric robot group. At the critical moment, Yang Di stepped forward and said only one sentence. Mr. Chung-Chi's VIP has 352 days left. Yang Di's eyes were no longer bright, but his service purpose did not change. He must provide value for Chung-Chi. While no one was paying attention, a torch was thrown into Uncle Wen's shop. The shop was originally made of dry and old wood. It caught fire and became extremely fierce in the blink of an eye. There was no time to control it. The vendors exclaimed, why is there so many disasters today? The duo pretended to put out the fire, but they were actually slowing everyone down. Chung-Chi stood near the shop, his face illuminated by the blazing fire. He didn't know why he had come to this point. Is it really meaningful to do this? The wooden beams made a cracking sound, the house had begun to collapse, the shelves had already collapsed, and a thick smoke was billowing. Suddenly, Chung-Chi narrowed his eyes, and a sense of alertness suddenly appeared in his heart. In the fire and smoke, a palm-sized black shadow shot towards Chung-Chi's neck at a very fast speed, like some very sharp hidden weapon, with a faint matte glow. Chung-Chi was faster, slightly sideways, his arm left a residual shadow, and he held the palm-sized black shadow in his hand. Then Chung-Chi spread his palm, and found a piece of black leather in his hand, which was very soft. Be careful, that thing is life, it can't stand the high temperature of the fire, and it jumped out from under the floor. Mu-Chen reminded Chung-Chi, and rushed into the tattoo shop. He found that there was a metal box where the black leather flew out. It was some secret items of Uncle Wen, which had been hidden under the floor. Life? Chung-Chi looked at the black skin in his hand. It was indeed slightly squirming. It was flat in his palm and changed color. It was very close to the skin color of his palm. If you don't look carefully, you can even ignore its existence. It has life and can disguise, just like a chameleon. This random event is useful. Mu-Chen, like a chicken thief, held a black iron box in his arms, and gave Chung-Chi a look to retreat quickly. Several people immediately fled the scene, and came to a small alley in the distance. The black smoke from the tattoo shop reached the sky, and several people put their hands together. Uncle Wen, I'm sorry. We had no choice. Chung-Chi looked at the strange leather in his palm, and the iron box blackened by the flames. He actually got Uncle Wen's hidden items with a fire. Click. Mu-Chen spent some effort to open the iron box. The box was ordinary, just like a biscuit box made of metal. It turned out to be a diary, but half of it was scorched by the high temperature. There were a few big words written on the diary, some strange evidence. Chung-Chi's eyes lit up, and he slowly opened the diary. Everyone calls me Uncle Wen, but I don't take every job. A long time ago, a strange man brought a strange thing, and asked me to tattoo some very complicated patterns on it. I was a little angry at the time, and said to them, "This is a tattoo shop, not a gallery. What you asked for is actually a kind of painting, and the canvas is wrinkled and irregular." The man said, "Uncle One, look carefully, this is a human skin." I felt creepy at the time. And after careful observation, I found that the patterns they asked me to tattoo on the human skin also had a certain weird feeling. Many years of tattoo career have allowed me to see countless strange patterns, and these patterns actually gave me a feeling that they are like a key to open the door of hell. I rejected the guest. I secretly cut a piece of the human skin while he was not paying attention. I always felt that he was brewing some conspiracy. The residents here yearn for peace. If there are any bad signs, I will report these things to the sheriff. The guest's eyes were obviously very persistent, but after I rejected him, he said nothing and left directly. A long time after this incident, I suddenly realized a possibility. They may go to find my unpromising apprentice. My apprentice has the same eye disease as me. One eye is white, but he is a genius tattoo artist. Chung-Chi flipped the diary again. It was found that the subsequent papers were completely carbonized, and it was impossible to tell whether there was any subsequent content. Chung-Chi opened his eyes, and a feeling of distorted memory appeared in his mind. The mysterious guest that Uncle Wen rejected. Could it be me in the past? Mu Chen and others also gathered. It's very likely. Uncle Wen has an apprentice. Chung-Chi thought hard. Could it be that I in the past found Uncle Wen's apprentice, and then tattooed those patterns on my body through him? This matches the picture in my mind. But what is the so-called human skin? Who is his apprentice? Why do I do these things? Mu Chen said, "We have seen Uncle Wen's body before, and his right eye seems to have cataracts. We seem to have met such a young man in the science and technology city just now. His name is Kudwin." Lu Lian narrowed his eyes. The young man who is not good at wood carving, but has a certain talent for composition. Is this unconventional way of playing cards really useful? Mu Chen was a little surprised at first, and then his expression became much firmer. We seem to have found a thread. Chapter 567. That thing is called living skin. A series of buildings of astonishing height stand in a blue technological light. The dark basement forms a strong contrast with the city outside that looks like a sci-fi movie. The light here is dim, and the four walls are painted with black paint, full of distorted and meaningless patterns. Normal people will feel an inexplicable weirdness in their minds, and feel a chill on their backs after taking a look. There is a rumor that the so-called mentally ill patients just open up a different perspective, but they cannot fully understand what they see, so no matter how hard they try, they can't explain it to normal people, so the final outcome is that they will be regarded as aliens by normal people. The young man with 4 arms, and one eye that has become as white as a fossil due to a disease stands in the corner a little cramped. The wall behind him is 5 meters high. The pattern on the wall seems to form a pair of strange wings for him. He seems to prefer to get close to the weird patterns on the wall rather than the guests in front of him. He finally showed his true side, and seemed to have some mental problems. "Kejwin, we had a pleasant chat before, and you told me that you lived in this neighborhood. And we found you just to ask you something." Lu Lian had helped the young man complete the wood carving, so Lu Lian spoke first to express the purpose of the group's visit. "And I think your talent is much stronger than I thought." Lu Lian looked at the strange patterns on the wall. It's just that others don't know how to appreciate it. After hearing Lu Lian's words, Kaduin relaxed a lot, and his eyes were less vigilant. He was a little timid before, but now he seemed to have some courage, like an autistic genius who met a soulmate. Chung-Chi stretched out his right hand at this time, and the piece of skin with life was lying on his wrist, and the color was very similar to Chung-Chi's skin color. It was disguising itself to the greatest extent. Kaduin knew this thing, which meant that his previous guess was correct. "Friend, we won't embarrass you." Chung-Chi's tone was as gentle as possible. "I just have a few questions. Do you know me?" Kaduin stared at Chung-Chi for a moment, and finally shook his head firmly. "No." Chung-Chi was slightly stunned and looked at Mu Chen and others. Then, Chung-Chi asked again, "Why do you know it is called living skin? Where have you seen this thing?" "Once, a man came to me with a complete living skin. He wanted me to tattoo some strange patterns on the living skin." At this point, Duing glanced at Lu Lian. After all, tattoos are another form of painting, but the brushes and paper are different. Chung-Chi's eyes widened. "Do you agree?" "Yes. Because that person recognizes my creation." Duin leaned against the wall behind him. He said that he understands my work better than anyone else, and only I can understand the essence of those patterns and reproduce their meaning. Chung-Chi's eyes turned and fell on the strange and abstract patterns on the wall. "If it is the door structure of the correction gate, which is a code formulated by a higher civilization, then ordinary people may find it difficult to understand. Perhaps only a gifted person like Duan can truly grasp the logic. I completed the work according to his requirements. He was very satisfied, Kedwin said slowly. Unlike Uncle One, he did not mind sharing his work process with others. While I was working, I chatted with him and asked him what this skin was. He said that this was actually the skin of an alien creature. The interesting thing is that after this skin is peeled off, it will reselect an owner, just like a loyal pet. Once it sees its owner, it will pounce on it, and then attach itself to the owner, and will change its shape and color to be as close to the owner's characteristics as possible. Kedwin pointed to the skin on Chang-Chi's wrist. It has chosen you. But the living skin you have is incomplete. Wait. Mu-Chen turned his head inch by inch and looked at Chang-Chi's wrist. I seem to understand. Chang-Chi frowned tightly, his eyes flashing with some ambiguous light. He said in a low voice, the same person found Uncle Wen and Kedwin, and they brought the same living skin. And this living skin has identified the same owner, that is, me. Kedwin was persuaded without knowing it, and tattooed the door structure on this living skin. So, for some reason, I once appeared in front of the correction door. The mastermind hid somewhere nearby, and released the living skin. The characteristic of the living skin is that it will attach to the recognized owner at the first time and become difficult to detect. When all the above steps are completed. This thing looks like. I tattooed all the door structure on my body, and then the correction door appeared. Before, I opened the sealed door without thinking of the consequences, releasing countless dimensional monsters, causing great suffering to all living beings, and I became a so-called serious criminal. That's how they framed me. No wonder I can't remember the details. I was probably confused in the past, and I didn't know why I became like that. It's all this kind of calculation. They calculated everything and designed a trap. And I fell into their trap. Chang-Chi's eyes widened, and there was a slight tearing feeling in the corners of his eyes. Suddenly, Chang-Chi turned his head and looked at Duan. What does your client look like? Duan felt that Chang-Chi's eyes were a little scary, and subconsciously pursed his lips. That was a young man, who looked a bit like you, wearing a white robe and had a pair of blue eyes. Chapter 568. We have uncovered a corner of the truth. Chang-Chi, I had a sixth sense a long time ago, and I inexplicably believed that you were innocent. Now it seems that my sixth sense did not deceive me. Chang-Chi and his group walked in the Science and Technology City. Mu-Chen sighed. I am not wise after the event. My behavior over such a long time has fully proved my trust in you. If you are really a serious criminal, I may be listed as an accomplice, at least for harboring a criminal. Now it's good, the clouds have been cleared, and the sun has risen. Thank you. Chang-Chi was also walking slowly, but the current situation is obviously insufficient evidence. We only have this small piece of living skin on my wrist and Duan's unilateral confession. The reason why we can infer the truth is based on my innocence, but for the executioner, this is a story we made up. Words are not enough. If it is now, going to the executioner will not only fail to prove yourself, but may also cause trouble. We need to continue investigating. Restore that past 100%. Chang-Chi's brain was working at high speed. I have been recalling one thing, but I can't remember it, that is, why did I go to the correction gate in the past? If it weren't for this behavior, then the mastermind behind the scenes would have no chance to take advantage of it. Mu-Chen said, in other words, they also calculated your behavior, or induced your behavior through calculation. Yes, we need to figure out how this link was formed. Only in this way can my self-proving logic be completed. Chang-Chi frowned, scanning everything with sharp eyes. Strangely enough, I still have that feeling that all the evidence is on the planet under my feet. This feeling is so strange. I feel like I am in a desert. All the scenery is boring and unchanging, but as long as I pick up any grain of sand and observe carefully, I may find a world of heaven and earth in it. I understand. Then let's continue to execute random events. Lu Lian clenched his fists, and at the same time a colorful marquee shone on his face. Butler, please don't point your butt at my face. I know we can do it. Mr. Lu Lian. The butler robot lifted up his tuxedo and stuck out his butt and said, please look carefully at my butt crack. Butt crack? Lu Lian narrowed his eyes, and then he was a little speechless. There was a small ball of paper in the butt of the butt robot. Master. Just now, my other partner spread 1,000 paper balls on the ground. And I fell from a height with my buttocks facing down. At the moment of landing, my buttocks caught a paper ball, and this paper ball will become the next random event that the master has to complete. It turns out that it is not easy to catch a paper ball with my perky buttocks. So I jumped down in times in different postures, and I was completely stunned. Fortunately, I finally achieved results. The butler robot stood up and raised a metal finger and said, I fully believe that the guy who calculated the master behind the scenes will never figure out our brain circuits. Chung-Chi and his group all took a breath of cold air. Lu Lian's mouth twitched as he opened the crumpled paper ball. After seeing the events clearly, his expression was indescribable. This should be the most meaningless event generated by the machine. Lu Lian slowly read out the content, frantically tracking a dog, or an animal similar to a dog, until it doubts life. What is this? Will this work? Besides, there are no animals here. Things gradually became abstract, and Chung-Chi's expression was mixed. 18 years have passed, and the confusing adolescence has come to an end, but he has never been so confused. I am trying my best to clear my grievances, but I have to track a dog to doubt life? You really don't say. At this moment, there is really a stray dog, with its tail erect, leisurely crossing the street in front of it. This dog is similar to the residents here. Its body is similar to the dogs of human civilization, but its body is black and white, and it has 8 legs. Chung-Chi pursed his lips. I have to say, under normal circumstances, I would never do such a thing. If there is an omniscient and omnipotent God in the universe, who secretly records everything, then I hope you can cut this part and don't broadcast it. Muchen took a deep breath and looked at everyone. Brothers, let's act. The dog will be lost soon. What is going on? Lu Lian whispered. I think even if there are more clues, it is impossible that every useless information is useful. If I can find a clue, my worldview will collapse. A group of people plus several large nanny robots followed the dog in a sneaky manner, constantly looking for cover. Dog? ? But life here is peaceful, and the residents are full of kindness, so the dog didn't care too much. It jumped all the way, walked happily, gradually left the residential area, and walked towards the edge of the city on the north side. But the dog always felt a chill on his back, and subconsciously looked back, only to see several shadows quickly shrinking behind the wall. The dog tilted his head and asked a question mark. But the dog still didn't care too much. Maybe it was just on the way. It still believed in the residents here, in the past days, although it had been wandering, but it met kind people, and experienced the kindness across species countless times. It continued to walk, passed through a wasteland outside the city, and climbed a small hill. Subconsciously, it stood on a high place and looked back. Because there was no shelter, those people didn't even act. They stood in a row on the ground, staring at him. The dog panicked a little, turned around, and started running wildly with 8 legs. It passed through depressions and hills, and finally panted and hid under the shadow of a stone, sticking out its red tongue and panting. But the dog still felt numb at the back of his head, so he turned his head inch by inch. But he saw that group of strange-looking people, like ghosts, appeared 10 meters behind him, lined up in a row. Because they were backlit, their faces were in the shadows, but their eyes were shining in the dark. The dog howled, and his body bounced up as if he had been electrocuted. His 8 legs ran wildly, splashing a cloud of dust. On a distant gray planet, the statistician on the spherical screen looked at the extremely chaotic data with an expression that was hard to describe. What on earth were they doing? Hee. Don't run, dog. Muchen was quite appropriate, and even added voice. Awoo! The dog ran away with its tail between its legs. It was because it couldn't speak, otherwise it would have cursed. Chung-Chi and his group followed the dog over a mountain, even swam across a river, and climbed up a high ridge again. The dog had curled up in a stone cave, shivering and unable to run. Its eyes were filled with tears. Why don't you give me a quick death? But Chung-Chi and his group, standing on the highest ridge, looked at the huge canyon in front of them, and their expressions were all shocked. Am I seeing things right? Lu Lian rubbed his eyes vigorously, opened his eyes to the maximum, and pointed at the scene in the canyon. Is that an ape man? Muchen was even more exaggerated, stretched out his hand, and twisted the skin on his arm 360 degrees, feeling a clear pain. You are not seeing things wrong. That is indeed some kind of primitive man, still retaining the characteristics of apes. They have a certain degree of wisdom, and are wearing grass skirts. Yongdi also found it incredible. They seem to be performing some kind of sacrificial activities. They are kneeling to worship a black statue? Chung-Chi also narrowed his eyes. Isn't that statue the pink sunflower god in the Science and Technology City? Chapter 569. The black and white atmosphere is like a zebra bowl hanging on the ground. But the boundary between the stripes is not so clear. Like the steaming white mist and black mist, the connection is slightly blending. On the desolate and barren land, Thousands of apes kneel on the ground, worshipping a huge black sculpture. On one side of these apes, there are dark purple plants. The plants are not tall, and the branches are hung with fruit similar to purple sweet potatoes. The apes are different from other creatures here. They have normal skin color, only 2 arms and 2 legs, and even give people a feeling that if they continue to evolve, they will eventually evolve into humans. The dog, who was tracked by a group of perverts and doubted his life, has run away with his tail between his legs. Somehow, its mission seems to have been completed. The dog is not a tool dog, it has left a shadow that will be indelible for a lifetime. Chung-Chi and his group walked down the ridge and walked towards the center of the apes. The dry and rotten soil under his feet made a crackling sound. As he walked, Chung-Chi's brows sometimes relaxed and sometimes frowned. He had never seen such a strange civilization, which was incredible and incomprehensible. On the same planet, the residents showed different states, and the states between regions were also different. There were retro and lively markets, and brilliant and glorious technological cities. The scene in front of him was even more jumping, and extremely backward primitive people appeared. This was even a different level of civilization. Agricultural civilization, technological civilization, and uncivilized civilization. Such elements crowded on the same planet, neither helping each other nor excluding each other. I had heard the broadcast of the civilized government in the hangar of the ferryman before. This place is called Colorful Civilization. Chung-Chi immediately opened the V-Bank ring, and took the initiative to spend points to search for information about Colorful Civilization. The results made Chung-Chi even more confused. The information related to Colorful Civilization has been listed as a taboo. The specific reason cannot be disclosed. The earth is vast and everything is withered. Thank Pink Sunflower God for giving us food. Thank Pink Sunflower God for allowing us to continue. The apes crawling on the ground roared in a rhythmic manner. As they got closer and closer, these sounds formed a momentum that shook the world, making people feel a sense of déjà vu that the gods were saving all living beings. Although shape-shifting Star Wars can read the brain waves of intelligent creatures and directly translate the meaning they want to express, the roars of apes can still be heard in the ears. Chung-Chi felt lost. There must be some information hidden here, but he couldn't figure it out. He felt dizzy again. Seeing this, Lu Lian immediately opened the package and took out the high-sugar fruit. However, Lu Lian, Mukin, and Yang Di couldn't stand it anymore. They all felt dizzy due to lack of sugar, but they tried their best to restrain themselves. Let's share the food. Don't just care about me. Chung-Chi held his forehead, and had keenly discovered the abnormality of his brothers. 3 minutes later, the full bag of fruit was empty. Everyone's condition was relieved. They stood there with their minds stagnant, waiting for their brains to recover. The apes who had completed the sacrificial ceremony gathered together. Although their intelligence was not fully enlightened, they were not fierce at all. Instead, they looked at Chung-Chi and his companions with some concern. The apes seemed to see that something was wrong with their bodies. They roared and dug up the charcoal fire on the ground, took out a few black cakes from the ashes, and handed them to Chung-Chi and his companions. Mu Chen's eyes flashed. This should be their food. The food made of purple sweet potatoes should be some kind of carbohydrate like our rice and white flour, and can also be converted into sugar by the enzymes in our bodies. Several people thanked the kind-hearted apes through body language. Mu Chen took the dark pancake and took a bite impatiently. It has a natural grain aroma. But it's not sweet at all. It's a bit like the candy balls made by Bao Pa. Lu Lian took a bite. Yes, it tastes very much like the outer skin of the candy balls. Yang Di said, they should use the same raw material, which is the unique pink sunflower here. Chung-Chi held the pancake in his hand, and was about to take a bite, when he found that behind the tall ape, there was a little ape girl. She hid behind her father's thighs, blinking her black eyes, and swallowing her saliva. Chung-Chi looked up and looked around. The land was desolate, with only a small amount of pink sunflower growing. The apes were still in a stage where they couldn't fill their stomachs. The fruit just now had offset the dizziness in Chung-Chi's head. He smiled softly, and handed the pancake to the little girl, who didn't dare to speak. The little girl looked at Chung-Chi, and roared a few times in a low voice. She was thanking Chung-Chi. The adult ape-man also felt Chung-Chi's kindness, and handed Chung-Chi a pendant, which was a small pink sunflower god carved from black wood. The ape-man pointed to his chest. Every ape-man wore the same pendant on his chest, which in their hearts represented the blessing of the gods. Chung-Chi held the pink sunflower god pendant, watching the apes gradually disperse, start to work, and carefully plant pink sunflowers. Mu Chen said, "Are there any clues?" Chung-Chi shook his head, just collected a lot of information. Mu-Chen frowned. These are just some strange sights, not necessarily really useful. It must be a clue, and when I don't know where to put it. Chang-Chi's eyes flashed. There is only one reason, that is, I don't have enough information. Mr. Chang-Chi, come and see. Indeed, Yang Di squatted behind a stone in the distance, pointing at the ground. This thing is too weird. Chang-Chi and others gathered around Yang Di, staring at the thing behind the boulder, and squinted their eyes. That thing was indeed too weird, as if the painting style had come in abruptly. On this barren land, in this gathering place of apes, there actually stands a technological cone made of high-grade alloy, like a miniature pyramid, with gorgeous glowing patterns all over its body. And this thing is still operating, releasing a faint blue luster. Chang-Chi squatted on the ground and moved the soil near the cone. It was found that there was a huge volume under the cone. The part visible to the naked eye was just a tip of it, like the tip of an iceberg. I don't know what role it plays. Wind technology. Mu-Chen keenly saw a nameplate under the metal cone, which clearly stated its manufacturer. Could it be a technology factory in the technology city? Brothers. After experiencing so many completely different areas, I have an unreasonable guess. Chang-Chi slowly stood up and scanned the surrounding land. This planet has some time problems. Chapter 570. I have been thinking about upgrading the useless information display of the universe. What functions will it have? Will it be more helpful for us to bypass other people's observations and find clues as quickly as possible? Alma has a characteristic. As long as it has been to a place, the success rate of digging a hole again will be very high. While walking, Chang-Chi suddenly turned his head. Yang Di, please help me go to KE223563 to find a person named Cafe, and ask him to give you another useless information display of the universe. No problem. Yang Di stepped forward and said, but will the person named Cafe agree to my request? Chang-Chi smiled and said, you only need to mention my name. He is my old friend. The wormhole will come and go very quickly. Yang Di turned and ran towards the spirit-style starship. Mr. Chung, wait for my good news. The remaining group of people returned to the Grand Technology City before. Hello, have you heard of the company or factory Wind Technology? Lu Lian and Mukin used the simplest method and found the kind lady who had summoned the food truck with the technology ring and sent them candy balls. After Chang-Chi jumped off the building, this unknown lady showed the most gentle smile and the broadest mind. She said at the time that the residents here were full of kindness and willing to tolerate anyone. Regardless of whether Chang-Chi was a so-called serious criminal, they could see the kindness in Chang-Chi's eyes. Don't mention them to me. I will never forgive them. No resident here will forgive them. The eldest sister was furious and summoned a dining cart, almost knocking Mu-Chen and Lu Lian to the ground. Then the eldest sister stepped on the dining cart and walked away. The other residents looked at Chang-Chi and his party at this time. There was no harmony as before, and their eyes were full of rejection. Master, do you want to continue random event? The housekeeper robot came to Chang-Chi, holding an exquisite tray with a small silver bowl in the middle of the tray. This is a new event we carefully selected. Chang-Chi's eyes flashed, and just as he was about to lift the small bowl, Mu-Chen took out the paper ball in it first, and then slowly unfolded it. Then rob a bank without touching any property. After entering the office area, he immediately applied new lipstick to a female employee, and said to her affectionately, you bought 2 big shoes. Mu-Chen smelled the paper ball again. How did this option come out? Why does it smell? The housekeeper robot nodded politely. Remember the dog before? We caught it and fed it more than a dozen paper balls in one breath, plus laxatives provided by the medical robot. Mr. Mukin, what you are holding in your hand is the first one it pulled out. Mu-Chen's mouth twitched, and the note originally placed in the palm of his hand was changed to a pinched corner, swaying in the wind. It's right to play cards out of the routine, but such an outrageous thing. Mu-Chen looked at Chang-Chi. Can you do it? Bang! Robbery. The door of a nearby bank was knocked open by several young people and robots. Although Chang-Chi was reluctant, he still strictly implemented the random event. He locked onto a young girl with 4 arms behind the bar, for no other reason than that there happened to be a makeup bag on her desk. Chang-Chi took a deep breath, walked to the fat girl quietly, took out something similar to lipstick from his makeup bag, and then tried to adjust his expression and mentality, pretending to be low and fierce. He pinched the lipstick in one hand and gently touched the girl's black and white lips. Madam, The fat girl trembled a little, stared at the young man full of bandit spirit with wide eyes, and suddenly trembled. Don't say it, I do. Ah? Chang-Chi was stunned, and the movement of his hands froze. What do you do? The fat girl pursed her lips. Our security here is so good, there will be no robbers. Do you like me? You? Shoes? Chang-Chi was stuck, and he couldn't do it for the child. Brothers, stop making trouble. At this moment, two middle-aged men in white robes walked into the bank door, their 6 arms behind their backs, and their eyes were bright and bright, scanning Chang-Chi and his group. I know everyone has opinions about our company. One of the middle-aged men actually clasped his 6 arms together, but I hope you won't delay other people's work. If you have anything, you can talk to us two brothers. Chang-Chi turned around and looked at the two curiously. Who are you? Founder of Feng Technology. My name is Lin Feng, and this is my younger brother He Feng. The middle-aged man, who was about 40 years old, looked at Chang-Chi. If you don't mind, you can come to my office and sit for a while. The target's behavior is abnormal. The variables are increasing rapidly. Immediate recalculation is required. Dense red exclamation marks flashed on the huge spherical screen. The black giant robot sitting on the stone throne slowly turned around and said in a slow tone, My statistician Lon, have you encountered any problems? The white-robed boy's eyes flashed with a dark light. Don't worry, sir, I will handle everything. The giant black robot turned around and continued to observe the big cells. Oh, okay. The 3 of us brothers created Win Technology. It is a scientific research company. It has no specific focus area, but is committed to improving the overall technological level. To put it bluntly, it does everything and studies everything. We develop whatever is valuable. Our failures far outweigh our successes. The only thing to be proud of is that we built it, the city in front of you. Chang-Chi and his group are in an office at the top of a building that towers into the sky. They stand side by side, with 2 middle-aged men in white robes. Through the huge glass windows in front of them, they can see the magnificent technological city in front of them. Every corner of this city shines with the light of technology, which is magnificent. But we have lost the trust of all the residents. They hate us, they will never forgive us. A trace of sadness appeared in Lin Feng's eyes. Because we have a calculating and ambitious brother, he almost destroyed everything. Chang-Chi looked at the 2 middle-aged men, and a scene kept flashing in his mind. The clothes and outlines of the 2 in front of him were too similar to the young man who framed him and hid in the dark of the correction gate in his mind. Chang-Chi also didn't know the real name of the mastermind behind the scenes. With a slightly frowned brow, Chang-Chi also looked at the magnificent city in front of him. What's your brother's name? Lin Feng exhaled slowly, as if he remembered the memories he didn't want to face. His name is Shan Feng. Chapter 571. What did Shan Feng do? The black and white atmosphere reflected on the huge French windows, and the entire technology city seemed to become colorful. Chang-Chi looked far away and asked. Lin Feng hesitated slightly. Every resident here knows the mistake Shan Feng made. Are you going to my financial institution to make trouble because of this? Chang-Chi tilted his head. We come from other places, but everything here is closely related to me. Lin Feng's eyes flashed. I understand. You come from other time zones, and some things haven't happened yet. Hearing the word time zone, Chang-Chi and others all stared at Lin Feng. Lin Feng exhaled tremblingly and said slowly, Shan Feng is indeed very good at calculations. He was even born for calculations, but unfortunately, he has an uncontrollable ambition in his character. He has made countless achievements with his talent for calculations. Breakthroughs in the field of chemistry, upgrades in material science, and amazing architectural design, not to mention the virtual code programming of mathematics, as the underlying logic. He has brought great innovation to the technology here, and great convenience to the residents. But because he is so good at calculations, he claims that he has calculated the terrible future and the demise of colorful civilization. He said that he must find a strong army in advance to arm our civilization, and that army must be extremely and subversively powerful. He Feng and I, as his brothers, are unwilling to reveal the details to us. We don't know what the future Shan Feng calculated is, and what the so-called ultimate, peak-level powerful army should look like, and where to find it. Shan Feng just said that in order to achieve this step, a device with the function of instant transport must be developed in advance. Hearing this, Chang-Chi frowned slightly. Instant transport? Yes. Lin Feng continued, moving a person or an object from a distant point A to point B instantly, the process is just a moment. If the target is a person, then the person himself can't even react, just inexplicably came to a strange place. Chang-Chi's eyes widened slightly, and he looked at Lu Lian and Yukin. Everyone had the same guess. Later we learned that Shan Feng's plan was to obtain those powerful armies from behind a mysterious door, and that door should be a prison or seal left by a certain advanced civilization in the universe. Chang-Chi's pupils trembled, including Mukin and Lu Lian. The ideas of the three people were confirmed. The guy named Sha Feng is the real murderer who framed Chang-Chi. The so-called gate is the correction gate. The so-called powerful army is the dimensional monster behind the gate. What Sha Feng wants to control is the dimensional monster army, and the mystery left before has now been answered. Sha Feng secretly made a living skin with all the keys of the correction gate tattooed on it. This prop is prepared for Chang-Chi, and in order to realize Chang-Chi opens the door, there is still a key step, that is, Chang-Chi must appear in front of the gate at the right time. Chang-Chi himself has no corresponding memory. He doesn't know why he went to the correction gate, because he didn't have the necessary motivation. Now the answer is revealed. Chang-Chi doesn't need a motivation. Sha Feng only needs to transport him instantly. As for why Sha Feng went to such great lengths, it's very simple. Behind the correction gate is the powerful Corrector Alliance. This matter must have a scapegoat. As for why the scapegoat must be the former Chang-Chi, there may be other reasons. Chang-Chi inexplicably appeared at the crime scene. Possessed by living skin, the door opened, and the monster caused the destruction of the serious criminal. This is the truth of the past. Things didn't go so smoothly. Lin Feng's body trembled slightly. Sha Feng has conducted countless experiments and failed countless times in the process of developing instant transport technology. The failed transport technology is like an out-of-control super magnet. Rather than transporting, it is better to say that it attracts. It attracts many incredible things. For example, the past and future of our civilization. Lin Feng's eyes were filled with fear and shock. We know that instant transport is a technology that provokes space, but we didn't expect it to be so terrible. We must have been punished by the creator of the universe. Time and space are non-existences that can be desecrated by life at our level. Our past and future, like independent spaces, appear around us. They are not physically connected, but a kind of existence similar to overlapping. Although those are us, it is like a nightmare with an unknown ending. No one knows what will happen in the future. We are worried every day. Mu Qian and Lu Lian were a little dazed. The retro market and the ape-man era of growing pink sunflowers came to mind. There was also the huge equipment similar to the pyramid found in the ape-man era, which should be the instant transport device. This is not the worst. Lin Feng clenched his fists. Instant transport technology has also formed an unknown destructive force. The electromagnetic signals in our world are disappearing little by little, as if they were swallowed up or neutralized. You should know what this means. This means that all signal transmissions, such as remote control, radar monitoring, electronic networks, etc., all modern technologies are constantly disappearing. Our civilization has entered a technological regression. Mu Qian and Lu Lian's eyes suddenly widened. And Chang-Chi frowned and looked at the square not far away through the huge glass window. The kind-hearted elder sister who gave me a candy ball could have used the technology ring on her hand to summon a floating dining car, which was a very cool act and also showed the advanced technology level here. But at this time, her dining car crashed to the ground, and the ring on the elder sister's finger also went out. She stood beside the dining car in a daze, with endless disappointment and helplessness in her eyes. Chapter 572. These are not the most terrifying. Lin Feng's image is that of a calm middle-aged man, but there is a huge contrast on him. His body trembles faster and faster, and there is a look of fear in his eyes. One day, Sha Feng may be testing the key. He opened a forbidden door behind our backs at an unknown time and place. Some monsters rushed out and entered our home. Although it is a very small part. But, Lin Feng raised his fist, tears welled up in his eyes. Countless innocent residents died. Lin Feng did not know the truth behind all this, but Chang-Chi had heard the legend of Correction Gate from the black-eyed grandmother. He knew very well that the so-called monster was an abnormal state formed by a mixture of high-dimensional life. Chang-Chi tilted his head and looked at Lin Feng. What do those monsters look like? You can see for yourself. I don't want to recall the past. Lin Feng looked up and tried to dispel his tears. Then he raised his hand and made some kind of physical command. On the wall on one side of the office, a 2-meter-high secret compartment slowly opened. Chang-Chi and his companions looked over and found that there were 3 small display cabinets with lights on in the secret compartment. In the cabinet on the left, a white pearl was quietly placed, but it was a technological creation. Its surface was rhythmically pulsating with a certain technological luster, and the blue light was like mist wandering back and forth. This? Chang-Chi opened his eyes slightly, and tried to mobilize the incomplete memories in his mind. In a certain deep memory, he seemed to have seen this small pearl. At the moment, He was trying to match the object in front of him with the corresponding memory. Wait. Is this the Time Mirage relic? Chung-Chi was a little daunted. This time he just matched the appearance with the name. He had seen this item before as a serious criminal, but he couldn't remember the cause and effect. After coming to the colorful civilization planet, this was the second time he remembered this item. The previous time was in the retro market. He remembered that there was something called Time Mirage relic in this world. It could record everything that happened around it invisibly, and was placed in a small temple in Chishan. At that time, Chung-Chi hoped that the Time Mirage relic recorded his conversation with Uncle One, and believed that it would be a key piece of evidence. Unexpectedly, the six-armed hunter's hunting rifle went off accidentally, and the small temple and the relic were destroyed. Chung-Chi just rescued the Time Mirage relic that was burned to charcoal in the fire. In my memory, the Time Mirage relic is the only one. Why is there a second one here? Chung-Chi's eyes trembled. This is a product of our company. The production process is complex, and the technology content is high. It has not been mass-produced. Lin Feng's voice came slowly with his back to him. As for its function, you can understand it as a macro-global monitoring device. The scenes of monsters invading our planet are all recorded in it. Friends, don't you want to know what the monsters look like? You can check it yourself. Chung-Chi and others gathered around the small pearl. This device has very advanced intelligence. When Chung-Chi's hand gently passed over it, a mirage-like scene appeared around the pearl. Like a god, looking down at the miniature world, the scene in it began to operate automatically. In the picture, under the black and white atmosphere, in a distant place, a group of strong flashing purple light suddenly burst out. Although the purple light flashed, it seemed to tear a crack in the space. Then, straight black lines appeared in the distant sky, as if they were strokes that exceeded the speed of light, and instantly connected to the sky above the city. Then, those black lines began to shrink and gather, like iron wire worms entwined together, twisting and making strange roars, and groups of black lines began to move, leaving footprints wherever they passed, and spiderweb-like cracks were all over the space. In the originally quiet and peaceful city, the residents' panicked screams broke out. Those black lines rushed into the city, and the panic became more and more serious. Among the screams of the residents began to appear. But those black threads have the ability to distort space. We can't see the specific attack method. We can only see them rushing towards the residents one by one, and then passing by like a demonic shadow. Those innocent residents seemed to be evaporated in an instant and disappeared completely. The panic and killing lasted for about 1 minute. A strong purple flash broke out again in the distant sky. Those monsters turned into straight black lines again, sank into the purple light, and disappeared completely. At this time, the picture of Time Mirage relic also turned into pure white mist, and the recorded content had been played out. After recording these, I closed Time Mirage relic and completely sealed it. The reason I have said is that I don't want to recall those contents. As for the monster released by Shanfeng, perhaps Shanfeng has not yet fully mastered the way to open the door, so the monster only wreaked havoc for a short time before being sealed again. And in that incident, Miss Bao lost her child, and the newly born Xiao Duo lost her father. Many residents lost their relatives and friends. Lin Feng never looked back, and his sighs seemed to make the whole world darker, a chaotic world, regressive technology, dead relatives. This is why the residents will never forgive us. At this time, Muchen gritted his teeth and whispered in Chung-Chi's ear, but Shanfeng was still obsessed, and still did not give up the plan to release the devil. At some point later, he did it, and put the blame on you. Lu Lian stepped forward. His tone was a little unfriendly. Where is your brother? Lin Feng sighed again. He disappeared for a long time, and we don't know his whereabouts. Sadly, we have no ability to make up for the mistakes he made. Chung-Chi's eyes fell on the second display case in the secret compartment. It was a gold coin with one written on the front and a circle on the back, and a wrinkled X in the circle. This was originally a door structure, and it was also the earliest clue Chung-Chi got. Now, Chung-Chi has two similar gold coins in his hand, one from Peace Tavern, which is the treasure brought back by Aji and is used as the currency of Peace Tavern. The other one came from Uncle Wen's secret iron box. After Uncle Wen's shop was burned down, the iron box hidden under the floor was exposed to the sun. Inside it was a broken piece of living skin and Uncle Wen's diary. At the bottom of the diary, there was another X gold coin. Unexpectedly, a third coin appeared in Lin Feng's secret compartment. Chung-Chi observed the details of the gold coin. What is this? Lin Feng looked back. His eyes were red at this time. That is the currency we made. The pattern comes from Shanfeng. The great technological regression in this world is inevitable, and electronic payment will fail one day in the future. So we made this kind of gold coin in advance and planned to put it on the market at the right time. The purpose is to prevent residents from rioting due to the collapse of the monetary system one day in the future. Chang-Chi narrowed his eyes. Is it that simple? Yes, it's that simple. Lin Feng's eyes were full of disappointment. It's not an effective remedy. It's just a lingering breath. And what makes me even more speechless is that the satellite warehouse we used to store gold coins has been stolen. That's all. It's just a credit substitute. Just make a new batch. And the one you see is a souvenir I left behind. Chang-Chi's eyes narrowed into a slit, but his movements did not stop, and he looked at the third display cabinet in the secret compartment again, because he found that the things here can always provide him with some fragmented information. What is this? Chang-Chi pointed to the third display case, which contained a black device that looked like an old-fashioned ink printer. That device has no meaning to you. Lin Feng looked up and fell into memories. That was the device made by the last cooperation between the three of us brothers. It can reconstruct real matter, change its molecular structure, and create a substance that has never existed in colorful civilization. We named that substance polycrystalline, but unfortunately polycrystalline has no practical use and can only be used for viewing in. To commemorate the relationship between us brothers. Chang-Chi lowered his head slightly, and saw a glass test tube next to the device, which contained some white powdery substances, which were the useless polycrystalline substances mentioned by Lin Feng. Mu Qin frowned slightly on the side, a little depressed. This accident has given us a lot of information, but... Lu Lian pursed her lips, but there is no actual evidence. For the executioner, these can be completely understood as fabrications. We can say whatever we want, but it cannot prove Chang-Chi's innocence. But Chang-Chi slowly straightened up. He stared at the black and white atmosphere, his eyes flashing rapidly, his pupils constantly expanding and shrinking, and his brain was boiling. After coming here, all the fragmented information he collected was spliced and integrated in various ways, and his incomplete memories of the past were the glue for these fragments. Chang-Chi was constantly sorting out everything. He felt that the truth of the matter was not that simple. Although the truth was deeply hidden, the previous information fragments were enough to restore the whole thing. But, Chang-Chi frowned again. He just lacked something, a breakthrough, a concept, a core cognition, and he could sort it all out and completely dispel the fog. I figured it out. Chang-Chi's eyes suddenly opened, and then he turned to look at the confused duo beside him. I have a very bold guess about the truth of the matter, which completely subverts our cognition. Chapter 573. Recently, we have seen a lot of strange phenomena. We have also collected a lot of confusing information. When I was thinking about this information before, I always felt that something key was missing. Chang-Chi's eyes flickered slightly. It's like trying to straighten out a tangled hemp rope, but always can't find the beginning of the thread. Mu Qin and Lu Lian gathered together and looked at Chang-Chi, and they could understand the feeling he described. Many people have experienced similar situations. In order to think about a problem clearly, they collected a lot of surrounding information and even wrote down messy notes. However, with more information, they may not be able to get the answer smoothly, and it may make people more confused and scratch their heads. At this time, another situation may also occur, that is, suddenly realize that you lack a unique problem-solving idea, which is far away in the sky and close at hand. You only need to penetrate a layer of film, and everything will be clear. After that, the hidden thread will be easily picked up, and you only need to shake it, and all the knots will naturally fall apart. Of course, this kind of thing is easy to say, but it is not so easy to do. It is like the Buddha's one leaf, one world, and this kind of telepathy is hard to come by. Chang-Chi always said, I feel that there are clues everywhere here. Every partner really wanted to help Chang-Chi, so they didn't complain. Everyone was paying attention to every detail. Everything they saw was information, but there was no obvious connection. It was a headache, and the brain, which was already lacking in sugar, became even more tired. Now, Chang-Chi seemed to have discovered something, penetrating that layer of barrier. Time overlap is just the appearance here. Chang-Chi narrowed his eyes, and the essence here is effect first, then cause. Ah? The effect comes first, then the cause? Mu Qin and Lu Lian were both slightly stunned, and then began to think carefully, but this concept seemed to come out of nowhere, and they couldn't figure it out for a while, and their expressions were a little dull. We need something to verify my guess. Let's split up. Chang-Chi turned his head and looked at the black and white atmosphere through the huge French window. Lu Lian, go to the retro market and find out 2 pieces of information. First, find out what Uncle Wen's real name is. Second, find the hunter whose shotgun went off and ask him if he has ever been a sheriff. Mu-chun, you stay in the science and technology city under your feet, and go to the square where the pink sunflower god sacrifice day was held before. Find the big sister who gave us the candy ball and confirm her identity. After that, you check the pink sunflower god sculpture on the square to see if there is an X pattern painted on its back. I'm going to do another thing. We will meet under this building later. After arranging everything, Chung-Chi looked at the two of them, as fast as possible, because there are other things to do later. Lu Lian and Mukun seemed to realize something and nodded heavily. Retro Market. Lu Lian stood in the middle of the street, but found that many vendors had closed their stalls and ended their business early. His eyes rolled slightly, and he suddenly realized something, and walked quickly towards the back hill of the market. In a valley, most of the vendors gathered here. They were attending Uncle Win's funeral. Lu Lian shuttled through the crowd, and finally came to the front. Uncle Win's funeral was very simple, with only a small earthen grave and a wooden tombstone in front. At this moment, Lu Lian's eyes trembled. Uncle Win's real name was engraved on the tombstone. Uncle Win's real name is Could Win? Lu Lian's brain suddenly had a sense of confusion of time and space. Uncle Win is actually the boy who is good at wood carving in the science and technology city? For a long time, Lu Lian always thought that the boy named Kejwin was Uncle Win's unpromising apprentice. Ah! An old man beside him stared at the tombstone and sighed sadly. For so many years, men, women and children in the market have called him Uncle Win. I almost forgot his real name, but I didn't expect that the last time I saw this name was on his tombstone. Yes, Uncle Win is also very pitiful. An aunt said, he loves painting, but he has suffered from eye disease. He also gave up on himself when he was young. It is said that he later met a great woodcarving master, who helped Uncle Win complete the first work in his life that satisfied everyone and gave him great encouragement. Later, by chance, he embarked on the road of tattooing. Uncle Win always said that tattooing is to draw the most meaningful work for the customer on the most unique canvas. Rest in peace, Uncle Win. Rest in peace, Uncle Win. Amid the slight sobbing of the crowd, Lu Lian was a little dumbfounded. After a long time, Lu Lian came back to his senses. He saw the hunter with 6 arms in the crowd of mourners. Lu Lian pulled his consciousness back from his thoughts and hurried to the hunter. Hello, Brother Care. I heard you say before that your arm was injured when you were young. Maybe the hunting rifle went off because of the hidden disease in your arm. The hunter with a full beard looked at the young man and felt that he was familiar. He vaguely remembered that they had passed by each other several times before. He sighed slowly. When I was young, I was the sheriff of this city. However, the residents here are full of kindness, and the order has always been good. As a sheriff, I actually didn't have much work. But a long time ago, a young man about your age said that he was a serious criminal and committed a heinous crime. Because of guilt, he couldn't think straight for a while, and actually jumped from a building hundreds of meters high. That guy, I don't think he is a serious criminal. He is obviously a very kind little guy. I guess he was heartbroken. The humanoid cur swung his 6 arms, and the joints made a crackling sound. That should be my most heroic time. I caught him. Strangely enough, the boy's body was quite strong, and he was not injured. But I had 6 arm bones and various comminuted fractures of the joints. But it's okay, that's what I should do. The corners of Lu Lian's eyes trembled, and she tried to calm down. I thank you on behalf of the young man who was heartbroken. Chapter 574. Big sister, big sister. Hello, I finally found you. In the square flashing with blue technological light, Mu-chun panted and finally found the kind big sister who sold sugar balls. But at this time, the big sister looked very lonely, staring at her floating dining car that could not be started, and sighed continuously. Young man, do you want to eat sugar balls again? The big sister forced a smile. Unfortunately, my dining car is broken, and the hatch cannot be opened at present, so I can't eat sugar balls. Big sister, thank you. I ate your sugar balls for free before, but I didn't have time to thank you. Mu-chun also smiled from the bottom of his heart. I still don't know your name. Oh, I may be born to buy sugar balls. The big sister smiled and combed her hair. My name is Bao Xiang, and the sugar balls I make are the most fragrant. A ball of cold air suddenly came out of the soles of Mukun's feet, and the back of his head was numb. Bao Xiang. Bao. Bao Papa. Bao Papa at the retro market also gave me sugar balls for free. At this moment, Mukun finally saw the shadow of Bao Papa with gray hair on her slightly withered face, and the more he looked, the more obvious it was, the kind eyes, and the smiling mouth. Before, Mukin never dreamed that these two people who lived on the same planet, just a few dozen kilometers apart, would be Baopap of different ages, so he subconsciously ignored the two similar faces and never thought of comparing them. Now he has found the core logic, and everything is so obvious when he observes from a different perspective. No wonder the sugar balls they made taste exactly the same, and they are both so mellow. No wonder two completely different people have the same kindness towards strangers. However, Granny Bao at the retro market is old, and may have forgotten me. This? Muchen was a little stunned. Ah. In the future, this dining car may not be usable. It needs electromagnetic signals to command. The 50-year-old Granny Bao repeatedly studied her dining car, but the helium steam oven inside should still be usable. I have to find a way to take it out, so that I can make sugar balls again. She looked at Muchen on the side, and smiled softly again. Young man, if you meet me again in the future, I can give you sugar balls for free. Muchen was trembling in his heart. Don't worry, Sister Bao. We will meet again. Then, Muchen turned around and ran towards the square where the sacrifice day of the pink sunflower god was held before. Cheng-Chi asked him to check the back of the sculpture used for sacrifice to see if there was an X pattern. Muchen didn't understand what it meant to check the X pattern. What was the connection with the effect before cause in front of him? The black sculpture was simple and huge, and it would not be easily moved. It stood in a city full of technology, like a fusion of history and modernity, and it also seemed to have experienced the erosion of time, bringing some simple culture and information to the present. In the previous scene, when Cheng-Chi jumped off the building, it happened to be the sacrificial day of the pink sunflower god. It was originally a series of crazy and random behaviors, so everyone quickly integrated into the sacrificial activities, and sang and danced with the local residents. At that time, everyone was circling around the sculpture of the pink sunflower god. Muchen remembered that the back of the sculpture was relatively smooth, and there was no X pattern. The huge black sculpture has appeared in the field of vision. Muchen was running as fast as he could. At this moment, he opened his eyes slightly, as if he understood Cheng-Chi's intention. Finally, he came to the back of the sculpture. Muchen had indulged himself too much and his physical fitness was very average. He leaned on the sculpture and panted heavily, like a bent shrimp. Huh? Huh? Muchen adjusted his breathing, slowly raised his head, and looked at the back of the black sculpture against the black and white atmosphere. His eyes widened again, and a feeling of sudden enlightenment appeared in his heart. On the back of the huge sculpture, a huge X appeared, which was 7 or 8 meters long and wrinkled, like a dog's bite, which really destroyed the beauty of the sculpture. Muchen reached out to touch the brushstrokes of the X and found that it was full of traces of time, and even had signs of wind erosion. The edges were very smooth, and they were not traces that had just been carved. It was also at this time. Muken's communicator rang, and Cheng-Chi's voice came out slowly. Muken, have you seen my masterpiece? Yes, you have gone to the Ape-Man era. And this sculpture should be the same thing as the one from the Ape-Man era. You drew X over there, and I will see X here. Muken tilted his head immediately. I know very well that this is normal causal logic, but it conflicts with what you said effect before cause. It is obviously you who drew it, and I saw. Cause before effect. Wrong. Cheng-Chi's voice came slowly. I was indeed next to the sculpture from the Ape-Man era, but I haven't started drawing yet. What? Muchen was stunned, and his mind was not able to wrap its head around for a moment. The time chaos of colorful civilization is mixed with rules. For individual events, effect before cause is an iron rule. For example, the X behind the sculpture, what you see first is the genuine result. And once this result is produced, the corresponding cause will definitely appear on my side. There is no problem in logic. I really want to draw that X, and I am very determined. Because I must do this test. Then, a sharp sound of stone-like sculptures came from the communicator, which was very harsh and clear. Muchen looked up a little dazed. On the other side, Cheng-Chi was drawing the sculpture very slowly. It took some time to draw such a huge X, but in front of Muchen, the complete X pattern was very clear in the black and white sunlight. The three of them gathered under the building of Wind Technology again. When we first came here, we first saw the retro market, where the residents had a very low level of technology. This is the result. Then through Wind Technology, we learned that the world was experiencing a technological regression. This is the reason. We first saw that in the market with a backward level of technology, Granny Bao actually had a helium steam furnace. This is the result. The reason is that the equipment does not rely on electronic signals, and can operate independently. The essence of the technological regression is the disappearance of electronic signals, which has no effect on the furnace, so the furnace has been preserved. This is the reason. We first saw the hunter's electromagnetic transmitter, which is essentially a high-voltage electric beam, which is different from electronic signals, so it can continue to be used. This is also a result, and the reason is still a major technological regression. We first saw Uncle One, which is the result. Later, Lu Lian encouraged the young Kedwin, which is the reason. At the market, we learned that the main food crop of the residents here is pink sunflower, which is the result. We saw the reason later, because they found pink sunflower seeds in the ape age. The X pattern that Mu Chen saw is the result. And the reason is that I drew the X later. In the breeze. Chung Chi reviewed the situation quietly. We are obviously acting randomly, but the internal logic is indestructible. All results occur before causes. I understand, but it is really brain-burning. I can't imagine that you connected these things in series, just like finding a rope and then straightening it, and then these information fragments, like crystals, were hung on it one by one in an orderly manner. Lu Lian rubbed his forehead. I feel dizzy, and I am seriously lacking in sugar. Here, eat this. Mu Chen suddenly took out some round candies. This is what I got from the medical robot. A medicine specifically for hypoglycemia, very sweet, tastes like bubble gum. There is such a thing. Why don't you wait until I die? Be content, the robot is chasing me for red envelopes. Chung Chi, you too. Mu Chen spread out his palm, and in his palm was a handful of pearl-sized candies with blue reflections. Chung Chi picked up a candy and chewed it in his mouth. It tasted like bubble gum, very sweet, and his dizzy brain was gradually becoming clear. At this moment, in his memory, the process of becoming a serious criminal, that is, the scene of himself standing in front of the correction gate with flying hair, mysterious symbols, and tattoos all over his body, suddenly became clearer. Chung Chi saw the background at that time in his memory. It was a black and white atmosphere, and outside the atmosphere, 10 suns seemed to appear, like light bulbs in the clouds, emitting a faint misty yellow light. It's right. Chung Chi's eyes suddenly opened wide. Let's go find Lin Feng. Ah, what's right? Mu Chen and Lu Lian were confused, but they followed Chung Chi closely. In the luxurious and imposing top-floor office, Chung Chi looked at Lin Feng, who was still standing in front of the window, quietly looking out, and suddenly asked, "Can you give me that Mirage of Time relic?" Lu Lian and Mukin looked at each other. Was Chung Chi a little rash? Would he give away something in the secret compartment so easily? Yes, please. Lin Feng didn't even look back. He Feng won't come back. And I don't want to recall the past either. Lu Lian and Mukin looked at each other again. So easy? Chung Chi had already opened the secret compartment with ease, and slowly held the pearl-like Mirage of Time relic in his hand. Chung Chi said, he will definitely agree, because this is the reason. Ah? The duo really couldn't keep up with Chung Chi's thinking. What reason? Chung Chi picked up another low-glycemic candy that was very similar in size and color to the Time Mirage relics, and placed the candy where the Time Mirage relics was originally placed. Do you remember? In the retro market, a small temple caught fire, and I rushed in immediately to save the Time Mirage relics. But what I took out was a black substance, like a melted chewing gum. Chung Chi slowly tilted his head. Now the reason has been found. Compared to that era, a long time ago, I used candy to replace the Time Mirage relics. Mu Chen's eyes widened. As time passed, counterfeit Time Mirage relics continued to circulate and enter the small temple. Because it was just an offering, no one had ever verified its authenticity. Lu Lian also pursed her lips. After being burned by the fire, it looks like a piece of chewing gum. Because it is a piece of chewing gum. Chung Chi nodded. It can be understood that the Time Mirage relic has always been in my hand. Mu Chen was puzzled. What's the use of that? Didn't we check it before? There are not many records in it. Chung Chi turned around and looked at the figure by the window. Mr. Lin, your landform here is special. Is it possible that standing on the surface of the planet, you can see the 10 suns in a row at the same time, that is, through the naked eye, you can see 10 stars in the universe at the same time during the day? There is such a record. We have also calculated astronomical data. Lin Feng seemed to have no interest in anything. It is a strange refraction phenomenon that occurs approximately once every 3,200 years. Coincidentally, Shan Feng has calculated the phenomenon you mentioned. At this point, Lin Feng subconsciously glanced at the electronic device on his wrist. It will appear again in about 6 hours, 42 minutes, and 12 seconds. Chung Chi's eyes suddenly narrowed, and he unconsciously clenched his fists until they creaked. Mukin found a clue. What's wrong with you? What I said before, the discovery that subverts cognition is not just effect before cause. I know this is very strange. Perhaps it is because the instant transport technology of wind technology has produced some strange consequences, or because this planet itself has special properties. In short, the time and space here is a strange form. As long as you step into this place, the law of cause and effect will be broken. Chang-Chi said slowly, we can always see result first, and then see cause. Lu Lian and Mukin nodded, we already understand this. What do you want to say? Now that I have obtained the Time Mirage Relic, I have the tool to record everything. Yes, but what do you want to record? Chang-Chi continued, through our previous investigation, we learned that Shan Feng, the mastermind behind the scenes, made living skin and successfully realized the instant transport technology. I just don't know how he did it, what the details were, and when he completed the blame on me. Lu Lian and Mukin nodded, not knowing what Chang-Chi was talking about. Yes, isn't this what we want to restore? Open your minds, even your imaginations. After I completely merged with Invincible Aji, I recalled the truth about serious criminal, and that I was wronged. Aji once surprised Miss Hong, because he, who was so simple-minded, successfully found ready-made currency for Peace Tavern. We learned before that the currency was the gold coins that Lin Feng and his team prepared in advance for the great technological setback. Chang-Chi's eyes flashed. This shows that Aji should have come to colorful civilization by accident. Mu Chen took a breath. What are you going to say? Then, is it possible that because of some unknown phenomenon, Aji saw the result of something in advance? And this thing is that Chang-Chi opened the correction door. As for the reason of this thing, it's like the X behind the statue is gradually forming. Chang-Chi's tone fluctuated slightly. This is why I can't recall too many details. Mu Chen and Lu Lian subconsciously stepped back half a step, you mean? Chang-Chi's eyes flashed with a cold light, and he clenched the Time Mirage relics in his hand. My bold, subversive guess is, the scene of me becoming a serious criminal has not happened yet. To be precise, it will happen 6 hours, 42 minutes and 12 seconds later, when the 10 suns are in a row. Chapter 575. That is to say, nothing has happened yet. The evil we have been trying to restore actually happens in the future. Chang-Chi, Lu Lian, and Mukin left Lin Feng's office. They climbed to the top of the Wind Technology building, which was hundreds of meters high. The three of them looked at the planet under their feet in the gusts of wind. They were already standing high enough, and their sight was far enough that they could even see the hazy horizon. But they could not see the retro market on the east side, nor the Ape-Man era on the west side, which also showed that the two areas were not ordinary physical structures, nor even the three-dimensional space that everyone was familiar with. I can't figure it out. As a human inventor, Mu Chen is facing a huge cognitive challenge at this moment. What will happen in 6 hours? At that time, will another Chang-Chi appear, and then we can observe all his experiences with our naked eyes, like bystanders? Or? Mu Chen frowned, his thoughts were steaming and wandering, but he couldn't find a foothold. Or, there is only you, Chang-Chi, here, at that time, you will be forced to fall into Shanfeng's trap, and then the blame will become something that will happen as is promised. Put it simply. Mu Chen's brows were still furrowed, and he was thinking deeply. In other words, should we consider the self-consistency principle, the Novikov self-consistency principle, which requires that the spacetime structure must satisfy the self-consistent solution of Einstein's field equations, that is, the interaction between the observer and the past self must constitute a conservation quantity on a closed loop. In this case, the classical grandfather paradox mechanism will be eliminated. Or so. Mu Chen put his finger on the tip of his nose, still frowning. In the Hilbert space structure that interprets the multi-world theory, time loop events will cause non-unitary reorganization of the historical branch. When the observer's world line is topologically connected to the historical branch, its quantum state will form an entanglement wedge with the subsequent historical state, making the event set on the two time slices form a slightly different, but roughly the same result. You call this speaking more simply? Lu Lian slowly turned his head, his mouth twitching a little. Listen to what you said. Are you talking in human language? You dead carpenter, of course I'm talking in human language. Mu Chen glared at him. Then let me put it in a more vulgar way. Have we entered the parallel universe or returned to the past? Why didn't you say that earlier? Lu Lian pouted, in my opinion. That. Shit. The air fell into a brief silence. Who can explain all this? It was Chang-Chi who spoke slowly. As for the current situation, we have seen the result. I will become a serious criminal, while the real culprit behind the scenes, Shan Feng, will be at large. And everything we have experienced recently is part of the reason for this result. It includes Shan Feng's plan. He will move me to the front of the correction gate, then put living skin on me, and finally released the dimensional monster. The result seems to have been determined. The reason is still being formed. Chang-Chi's eyes suddenly narrowed, releasing a kind of determined light, but I want to challenge the seemingly determined result. Mu Qian and Lu Lian's bodies trembled slightly. Chang-Chi's words had an inexplicable deterrent power, which was equivalent to his challenging the rules of colorful civilization and overturning the iron law of effect before cause. What will happen next? We are in this world, but we want to break the rules here. Can we succeed? But then again, if it weren't for the strange rules of colorful civilization, Chang-Chi would not have had the opportunity to redress his injustice. Fortunately, the time and space here are chaotic, so Chang-Chi can be in front of the serious criminal incident. I will not only break Shan Feng's plan. Chang-Chi's eyes flickered. I will also use time relics to record everything. There is no stronger evidence than this first scene. After that, I only need to hand over time relics to Executioner, and the title of serious criminal that has been suffocating me will be completely removed. Chang-Chi took a deep breath and looked at the vast city. The long-lost optimism was reflected on his face, and he smiled. The next moment, Chang-Chi on the rooftop raised his voice a few notes. After everything is over, I can relax and enjoy the journey of the universe like everyone else. Exciting. Being with you is always so exciting. Mu Qian also looked up at the distance and smiled. This time, the enemy is in the light, and we are in the dark. We have known his operation in advance, and we have the initiative like a god's perspective. Lu Lian reminded, the opponent is good at calculating, we must be careful. The 10 consecutive days in my memory and the black and white atmosphere are enough to prove that Shanfeng's frame-up happened in colorful civilization, on the planet under our feet, and the time point is 6 hours, 2 minutes and 12 seconds later. Chang-Chi thought, the first step, we need a safe and secret hiding place, preferably to get rid of Shanfeng's control, while being able to observe all his actions. At this point, everyone thought of the same plan. The back of the fourth wall is a great location. Time is running out. Chang-Chi looked at the black and white atmosphere with a worried look on his face. The wormhole shouldn't be that slow, why hasn't Yang Di returned yet? Chapter 576. My statistician, is everything going well? On an unknown desolate great planet, the giant black robot still sat on a rough stone throne, still staring with interest at the large cell organisms that were constantly combining and disintegrating. Its voice was low and dull, and its electronic eyes stared straight ahead, like an old man with unclear mind and Alzheimer's disease. Lon, who was in the center of the huge spherical screen, slowly turned his head and looked at the giant black robot standing in the wind and sand. That guy, as the lord of the god-level civilization calculator civilization, does have a very high level of technology and powerful strength. But unfortunately, now it has fallen into the optimization trap that it buried with its own hands. It not only looks like a person with Alzheimer's disease, it is simply a person with Alzheimer's disease. The so-called optimization trap refers to the phenomenon that the continuous optimization based on its own algorithm eventually produces negative effects. As the master of a god-level civilization, the black giant has already abandoned its body and transformed into a virtual program. Its brain is a god-level computer, and its thinking is a god-level algorithm. In the past years, it has been constantly calculating everything, from an ordinary advanced civilization to a god-level one. In this process, it has also been constantly optimizing itself. At its peak, it will even complete an iteration of the overall algorithm every microsecond, which is the 2.0 version system, 3.0 version, etc. in the common people's cognition. The black giant in front is already the trillion.0 version. And all program algorithms are following an optimization method. Reduce useless consumption, use the least computing power, and complete the most complex calculations. Black Giant has developed this core idea to the extreme. Before there is something worth doing personally, it reduces the consumption of computing power to an extremely low level, which is equivalent to humans who have stopped thinking, and some behaviors are almost equivalent to idiocy. As for the incident of stopping Chang-Chi, Black Giant has already calculated that Lon is its computable partner. It has calculated all the possibilities of Lon. It will never betray, and will always be loyal. Under this premise, Black Giant handed over the system authority to Lon and stayed out of it. The calculation found that Lon was trustworthy, so Lon could solve the problem. There was no need to waste computing power. The logic was established. Keeping low computing power endurance fell into the optimization trap. Lan's eyes narrowed slightly. I am willing to be your statistician and be ordered around by you all day long, not because I am in awe of you. Although I am good at calculation, I am an individual after all. Although I have my own civilization, Its evolution time and technological accumulation are like sand and stars compared to yours. I endured humiliation and endured heavy burdens, and my goal was to control your technology step by step. Ambition, for you, may be an emotion that will only waste computing power, but not for me. Our goals are completely different. Oh, by the way. The black giant robot suddenly spoke slowly, with a very slow tone. The formula of computable partner also needs to be recalculated regularly according to the newly added variables. The black giant robot slowly turned its head, and a faint black light flashed in its electronic eyes. My statistician, I need to delay your work time a little bit to re-verify your loyalty. Lan's expression changed slightly, but these changes were concealed in an instant. He nodded slightly and said respectfully, "Respected sir, you can start at any time, and I can hand in a perfect answer sheet at any time." The black giant robot did not say a word, as if it was unwilling to waste a bit of computing power before the verification results came out. It raised its black metal palm and pointed its palm at Lan. A black light gushed out, covering Lan's body, as if it was shrouded by the breath of a demon. At this moment, the black giant finally mobilized its terrifying computing power, and the surrounding space even slightly distorted due to the flow of energy. Lan's body also floated in the air because of the invisible force. At this moment, his eyes opened wide, and his pupils and entire body began to tremble. The black light was slightly steaming. The white robe on Lan's body seemed to be cut by some invisible force. Along the stitching track, it was scattered into pieces of cloth before the finished garment, and lined up in a row, floating behind Lan. Lan became naked, and his body was controlled by an invisible force, showing a state of big. Then, Lan let out a low roar from his throat, and he was in extreme pain now. Black energy was steaming on his body, and his hair fell off one by one, forming a long string behind him, and then his nails were also pulled out piece by piece by the black energy, and then they were also formed into a long string, floating quietly behind him. Lan's body trembled more and more, and the muscles on his face began to spasm. He was in great pain, but he tried hard to suppress the roar in his throat, not releasing a single bit, and not making a sound. There were crisscrossing black cut marks on his body, and a sound of leather tearing was heard. All of Lan's skin suddenly broke into countless small pieces, separated from his body, and floated behind him in a long line. At this time, Lan seemed to have been skinned alive. His eyes without eyelids were left with bloodshot eyeballs, abrupt and terrifying, staring straight ahead. Then, the muscles on his body were also disassembled, including facial muscles, chewing muscles, biceps, abdominal muscles, and leg muscles. More than 600 large and small muscles were also lined up in a straight line, floating behind him. Only a body of bones and internal organs were left on Lan's body. Then, all his bones were broken into pieces, separated from his body piece by piece, and floated behind him, and then his internal organs, even his intestines were pulled into a straight line, all separated and floating in the sky behind him. Lan's eyeballs trembled like an earthquake, and finally, he could not resist the huge pain and slowly shed a tear. His suppressed roar seemed to resound in the distant sky. At this moment, his blue eyeballs were separated layer by layer, and the retina, choroid, vitreous body, and lens were like three-dimensional cards that popped up automatically, floating in a straight line in front of him. Then, his brain was also divided, and the logic of the division was based on different areas of the brain: sensory center, visual center, auditory center, hippocampus, amygdala, etc. This brain was completely broken apart. At this time, the difference between Lan and humans was revealed. In the center of his brain, there was an upright blue crystal, which looked like the tip of a spear, sharp and dazzling. The optic nerve behind the eyeball, like a fiery red plant root, is connected to the crystal in a winding way. This is also the source of the light in his eyes. At this moment, Lan has lost his self-consciousness and thinking. His life is also constantly wandering on the edge of the gate of hell. The giant black robot has no expression, and it doesn't even have facial features to express emotions. In addition to a pair of black electronic eyes, there is only a slightly curved iron sheet on the face, like an iron barrel. Lan has become a unitized existence, flatly spread on the sky, like a Lego block that has just been unpacked. It is difficult to see that it can be put together to form a person, and it is also difficult to see that he was once a person. One after another, black light constantly scans Lan, scanning every detail, scanning everything about him, and calculating everything about him. He has no way to hide anything. After hundreds of millions of scans, the recalculation is completed. The black light gradually gathers. The unitized people began to combine, piecing together the brain, internal organs, Bones, muscles, Lan's trembling and tearful eyeballs, clenched teeth, and the low roar he held in his throat. The technology of the god-level civilization is unimaginable. In the end, even Lan's iconic white robe was pieced together, like a tailor who perfectly restored it. Lan's body slowly descended, and his feet stepped on the gray ground. The pain and fear had not completely dissipated, like an aftertaste, making his body tremble, but he squeezed out a smile. "Respected Lord of Civilization, are you satisfied with the results of the recalculation?" "Well, I am satisfied. Even if you have recalculated tens of millions of times, you are still that computable partner, my most loyal statistician." The black giant's computing power was shrinking rapidly, and its tone became slow, like a dementia. It stopped talking, but turned its head, and began to observe those constantly changing large cells. Lan's expression showed a great forbearance and sinisterness. His fists trembled because of clenching, but he immediately hid his emotions and said respectfully, "Sir, everything is going well with Chang-Chi. Just as I calculated at the beginning, he will destroy himself in 6 hours, 2 minutes and 12 seconds. Chapter 577. Everyone has a countdown in their heart. It seems to beat silently, and it also seems to roar. There are 5 hours, 48 minutes and 20 seconds left. Chang-Chi and his group are hiding in a valley in the suburbs. Through the narrow sky above the valley, you can see the black and white atmosphere unique to the colorful civilization. Chang-Chi has tested all the equipment on his body, including the Transformer Star Armor, Pioneer Gravitational Weapon System, etc., but these are all single-soldier combat equipment. Although the Solaris mechanical Rubik's Cube is worn on his body, the volume effect macro and micro converter shaped like a giant conch is located in the cargo hold of the Spirit Starship. The Rubik's Cube cannot be enlarged, and the Starship troops and the Iron Sentinel 10 Total Domination Robot Core cannot be used. Chang-Chi now has the ability to fight as an individual, but not the ability to fight in interstellar wars. Not to mention, the other biological puppet maker with special equipment that can realize various strategies. The 6th level civilization artificial intelligence Shao-Yi that can create a virtual world, and the mutant bacterium that can absorb energy, etc., are not around, which is equivalent to a mechanic without a toolbox and a killer without an arsenal. The situation that needs to be faced next is unknown, and there is no backup force, which is undoubtedly a shortcoming. Chang-Chi narrowed his eyes, and clenched the infinity badge in his hand. Under extreme conditions, he still has the trump card of 3 seconds executioner. He looked at the empty, quiet and silent sky again. A trace of worry emerged in the hearts of several people. The reason why the Spirit Starship was not around was because Yang Di took the Spirit Starship and, with the help of Amma, went to KE-223563 to find Kefi, with the purpose of bringing back the second useless information display of the universe. But now, Yang Di still has no news and cannot be contacted. Useless information display of the universe is no longer the focus. Now that great progress has been made, the current focus is to fight Sha Feng and challenge result. Would Yang Di encounter any danger? Did Amma go astray again? I hope they are safe. Now without the Spirit Starship, it is like missing a leg. The sense of security is reduced a lot, and the success rate of things is also discounted. Somewhat uneasy. Chang-Chi lowered his head slightly, his eyes flickered. I was unwise to let Yang Di go out before. At this point, Chang-Chi paused and his eyes widened. At this time, Mu Chen and Lu Lian also reacted, and both of them had their pupils shrinking. Something is wrong. Mu Chen took a breath and said, "At that time, we were getting rid of Shan Feng's calculation, so all the actions were random, unconventional, and even crazy." Lu Lian looked at Chang-Chi with his eyes wide open. "But letting Yang Di go out was your subjective consciousness, your personal decision. He first made me feel that the useless information display was useful, and then made me think of upgrading it." Chang-Chi's eyes trembled. Could this be all Shan Feng's calculation, and I have fallen into the trap unknowingly? There are more than 5 hours left. I will continue to call Yang Di, and if he returns to the vicinity, we will get in touch as soon as possible. Don't worry, Yang Di is the son of destiny. Mu Chen looked over and comforted him. And now you have a clear understanding of the whole incident. You are Chang-Chi. Shan Feng will not succeed so easily. At this moment, everyone felt that the brightness of the whole sky suddenly increased a little. They all looked up and found that a second light spot appeared behind the original sun on this planet, and it was getting brighter and brighter. The so-called 10-day conjunction appears one after another. Chang-Chi whispered, "Time is flowing, and the result is approaching." Buzz, buzz, rumble, a strong tremor suddenly appeared around, and the ground under their feet began to shake violently. What happened? The expressions of several people changed, and they hurriedly observed the surrounding scenes. The next moment, several people found that more than a dozen huge monsters appeared in the distant sky. These things rose from the ground, and were constantly floating towards the sky. They were nearly 500-meter high, pyramid-like technological creations, with blue technological patterns flashing all over them, rising from the ground like metal mountains. These things were once buried under the surface of the earth. During the process of floating in the air, a large amount of soil on the surface peeled off, hitting the ground with a loud bang, and dust was steaming. From a distance, these creations looked like technological totems, exuding a strong momentum. It's that kind of instant transport device. Muchin remembered it very clearly. We have seen this kind of thing in the Ape Age. It was just a tip exposed, now it is completely floating in the air. There must be hundreds of thousands of them. Lu Lian raised his head, and turned 360 degrees on the spot. The sky was full of the same pyramids, and the earth was still shaking. The sound of soil cracking was clearly audible. It can be judged that countless pyramids are continuing to break out of the ground. Cheng Chi's eyes flickered. Only 2 suns appeared. Shan Feng has already started so early? In the Science and Technology City, Lin Feng and Yi Feng stood in front of the huge French window, watching countless giant pyramids floating in the air. The scene was like an alien invasion, and the end of the world was coming. We lost control of all the equipment, and we also completed a revolutionary code optimization in an instant. Shanfeng's computing ability has been improved. Yi Feng looked serious. It seems that he successfully became a disciple and learned more powerful technology. Become a disciple? Lin Feng turned around and frowned. What do you mean by becoming a disciple? Yi Feng pursed his lips. In fact, Shan Feng secretly contacted me several times. He did not escape, but went to find a famous teacher to learn more advanced technology. He said. He must realize his plan. You are confused. Lin Feng was furious. Why did you hide it from me? You should stop him. He is going further and further on that wrong path. Look at the scene in front of you. If he causes any serious consequences, no one can save him. No matter how hard we try, no one will ever forgive him again. He can't come back. The scene in the sky already has a sense of oppression of the arrival of a higher civilization. But then again, there is an indescribable sense of disobedience. If all this is really advanced civilization technology, then its efficiency is indeed a bit too low. Such a huge matrix equipment can only carry a small individual like Cheng Chi. Using the very simple input-output ratio to explain, it doesn't even pass. Starting preparations 5 hours in advance, and making such a big fanfare, isn't Shan Feng afraid of being discovered? Mu Chen looked at the sky, his body suddenly trembled, and his pupils suddenly shrank. No! Look to the east. Only the black and white atmosphere was seen. The original sun, and the second sun's light spots have become very clear, achieving a visual effect of 2 suns in the sky. But what is even more shocking and unexpected is that 8 light spots appeared at the same time behind the 2 suns at some point. They are 8 other stars. I thought of a phenomenon. Mu Chen was surprised. The structural model here should be the cluster core. There is a layer of interstellar dust cloud with a thickness of about 0.1 light-years around it, referred to as the stardust curtain, with an extinction coefficient of up to AV5. The gravity of the nearby star cluster has changed, such as a wandering black hole approaching. So the curtain is lifted, and the 10 stars that originally existed will appear in front of us in an instant. Lu Lian reacted and said in horror, Shan Feng must have calculated all this. The 10 suns in a row will not appear in 5 hours, but now. Chapter 578. Yang Di. Speak back. If you don't get the spirit back, Cheng Chi will be tricked. Are you dead? Where's your luck? Brother, if you don't show up, your image will collapse. No matter how Mukin shouted, the communicator seemed to be muted, and there was no response. Mu Chen turned his head with trembling pupils. We have to rely on ourselves. The sudden advancement of the time caught everyone off guard. At such a stressful moment, Cheng Chi's eyes flashed with restrained light, trying to keep his mentality stable, and his mind thinking continuously. Synthesize those huge pyramids in the sky, make them lose their original orders, and become their own equipment? It can't be achieved. Long ago, Cheng Chi knew that STC followed a certain moral code, and could not synthesize things with owners. Those huge devices obviously had controllers behind the scenes. Cheng Chi slowly spread out his palm, and the time mirage relic was flickering slightly in his palm. As early as when he entered the valley, he had already turned on the recording function. Every minute and every second, everything that happened here was recorded in it. Cheng Chi pondered. Should he let it be, pretend to be unaware of the trap, and then record the entire process of being wronged as evidence to clear his grievances? But he was very resistant to this idea in his heart. First of all, this might also be Shan Feng's calculation. If something went wrong during the process, such as the relic being damaged or taken away, then it is very likely that he would not go naturally but fall into a trap. Secondly, Changqi already hated the identity of serious criminals so much that he didn't want to be associated with any of the serious criminals' actions, nor did he want to complete any of the serious criminals' actions. The ideal situation would be to completely change the outcome, while exposing Shan Feng's conspiracy. I'm afraid there is only one way, and that is to find a breakthrough in Shan Feng, the mastermind behind the scenes. Changqi squinted his eyes, and looked at the giant pyramids in the sky, and the black and white atmosphere. Where is Shan Feng? When did he appear? In his memory, they were there in person. Brother Lan. Go to work. While Xiaolin, I really found the lost hunting rifle in the mountain stream you mentioned, and I also hunted a musk deer today. Xiaolin, my old helium steam furnace is broken again. But I listened to you and bought the spare parts in advance. Xiaolin, it is indeed the rainy season this year. I listened to you and planted pink sunflowers. It looks like there will be a big harvest. The young man in a white robe closed his eyes, and felt the smell of fireworks. He smiled, opened his eyes, and looked at the lively retro market and the smiling faces of the residents. He took a step and walked slowly through the market, smiling from the bottom of his heart. Brother Kier, Granny Bao, and Uncle Linan, I've said it's just a small favor, you don't have to take it to heart. A cute little girl stood in the middle of the road. Brother Lan, why are you so awesome? How do you know where the hunting rifle is, and why the stove is broken? Is this the rainy season? The white-robed boy slowly squatted on the ground, pinched the little girl's chubby cheeks, and smiled. Because I am good at calculations, everything we see is a calculable variable. As long as I am careful enough, I can get all the answers, and do everything I want to achieve. Hee hee, I don't understand. The little girl danced with joy. In short, Brother Lan is the most powerful person in the universe. Hee hee, you little eccentric. Brother is not the strongest in the universe. The white-robed boy scratched the tip of the little girl's nose with his fingers. But Brother has to go to work. Brother has actually failed many times, but today, Brother must succeed. No one can stop Brother's steps. In the black and white atmosphere, it was as if a very thin silver needle suddenly appeared, emitting dazzling light, as if it penetrated time and space. The next second, the silver needle was like a slightly open door crack, forming a space ripple, and then formed a space door about 2 meters high. The door bloomed with colorful luster. A young figure in a white robe stepped out from the sky, suspended in the air, and scanned the earth with a gloomy face. In the valley, Changqi raised his head, turned his body slightly, and locked his eyes on the figure in the air. He inexplicably felt a sense of fateful confrontation in his heart. Shan Feng, he's coming. Mu Chen and Lu Lian also stared at the figure in the air, and clenched their fists at the same time. Shan Feng didn't seem to notice the existence of the crowd. The young face lowered his head, and looked at the colorful civilization under his feet, then raised his head, his eyes sharp as an eagle. At this moment, Shan Feng suddenly stretched out his arms, palms facing up, as if embracing the earth, and then slowly raised his arms higher. Buzz, in the whole sky, hundreds of thousands of pyramid devices vibrated substantially, and the light of the technological patterns on the surface suddenly increased by more than 10 times. A misty blue energy emerged between the pyramids, like a rope, connecting all the giant pyramids together, as if a huge technological matrix covered half of the planet. Shan Feng's eyes also burst into a strong blue light at this moment, and his brows suddenly frowned. Buzz, the vibration of the pyramid matrix was strengthened 100 times, and the light was 100 times brighter. A beam of light, with a diameter of 100 meters suddenly burst out from the top of one of the pyramids, and instantly hit the black and white atmosphere. A completely unknown phenomenon appeared, and a blue vortex with a diameter of several thousand meters was bombarded on the atmosphere, which was slightly rotating. The next moment, a strong sense of oppression suddenly released from the blue vortex, which was almost real, causing Changqi and others standing on the ground to feel a slight numbness on their scalps. The strong vibration of the space was like some kind of ancient and sacred horn. A huge monster appeared in the blue vortex. It was pulled by some mysterious force, as if it penetrated the dimension, moved out of the vortex, and stood under the black and white atmosphere. Changqi witnessed everything with his own eyes, and his heart was churning violently. That is, correction door. The giant in the air was a standard door frame structure, with interwoven electric grids flashing inside, and in the center of the electric grid, it was like a huge eye from the devil, It looked down at the world silently with the eyes from hell. Mu Qian was also extremely horrified. His first step is to get the door here. At this moment, everyone felt their skin tingling slightly. Lu Lian raised his arm, and found that the hairs on his arm stood up unconsciously. Hundreds of blue light beams shot straight into the sky, creating 100 huge blue vortices in the black and white atmosphere. Then, an extremely shocking scene occurred. 100 correction gates were pulled into the sky of colorful civilization from an unknown place. The black-eyed granny said that there are 101 correction gates in total, scattered in every corner of the universe. Cheng Chi's eyeballs trembled. Shan Feng created such a huge instant transport device in order to gather all the correction gates. Mu Qian was even more horrified. He wants to release all monsters at once. His ambition is to swallow the sky. Cheng Chi did not expect that the picture in his memory was only a corner of the truth. Shan Feng's plan was more amazing and reckless than he imagined. Mr. Cheng Chi, I'm back. The equipment is also in hand. Kafarin is very good. But I seem to be lost. At this moment, Yongdi's voice suddenly came from the communicator. I am now blocked by a huge door, and the starship's positioning system is also abnormally chaotic. There are all unknown signal interference here. Several people were shocked. Great. Yongdi returned at the critical moment, but Shan Feng's actions made him lose his way. Yongdi must be near a certain door. Mu Qian reacted and immediately began to search the sky. We use our naked eyes to find Yongdi's position, and then guide him to join us. Once the Ling-style starship arrives, we hide behind the fourth wall, and Cheng Chi will be safe. Lu Lian also opened his eyes wide, and began to observe those correction doors one by one, but there were too many of them, and they were emitting dazzling light, making it very difficult to search. At the same time, Shan Feng, floating in the air, slowly turned around and looked at the nearest correction door, and then he slowly spread out his palm. In his palm was a glittering gold coin, and on the gold coin, there was a circle and a wrinkled X. Cheng Chi opened his eyes slightly. That pattern was the root of everything, and it was also one of the door structures, that is, the key to one of the correction doors. Shan Feng wanted to test it. He wanted to open one of the correction doors first. It was also at this time that Cheng Chi found that the small living skin on his right wrist was twisting violently. It should have sensed its own kind. Shan Feng had made all preparations. Those giant pyramids could even move correction doors instantly, let alone a small Cheng Chi. And living skin must be nearby. When Shan Feng's test is over, he will start to implement the plan of blaming others. All of this should be done in an instant, and there is no way to guard against it. Yongdi, where are you? Have you exited the fourth wall? We can't see you at all. Mu Qian and Lu Lian searched the sky with all their eyesight. Their eyes were stung by the strong light, and they couldn't stop crying. I'm in the real world, behind a certain door. Yongdi also responded anxiously. At this moment, the gold coin in Shan Feng's hand shone brightly, and the strange and complex pattern formed a more precise light refraction. The X pattern was magnified countless times, and the folds were densely packed, showing amazing information, all reflected on the surface of the correction door. A bloody roar suddenly came from behind the gate, and the whole sky seemed to dim in an instant. The purple eye in the center of the gate slowly closed, and then a sound like an ancient wooden door opening resounded in the sky. Everyone's heart seemed to stop for a moment. The incident might be chaotic to an unimaginable degree, and the dimension monster was about to break out of the forbidden door. I saw that the grand door in the sky was completely open. It was surprisingly quiet inside, and the deep and brilliant universe and starry sky could be clearly seen. Lu Lian Mukin, Mr. Cheng. The door in front of me suddenly opened. Yongdi's voice was like a ray of light, extremely excited. I scanned you. No! What's going on? Mu Qian's brain was almost down. Why is Yongdi inside the correction door? It was vaguely visible that behind the open correction door, in the deep starry sky, a ceramic-like spaceship was hovering. At this moment, Cheng Chi's pupil shrank into a black dot, his scalp instantly numbed, and a chill ran from the soles of his feet straight to the back of his head. Yongdi followed his own request, and went to KE223563 to look for Cafe, and successfully found the second useless information display. That means that the inside of the gate where Yongdi is actually the real world, and the colorful civilization where he, Lu Lian, and Mukin are located. Is the Real Corrector's gate inside? What is the source of everything? The former Amma. As a conceptual god, it dug through the seal of the Corrector Alliance. From the beginning, the retro market where everyone settled down, everyone they saw, was the dimensional chaos civilization mentioned by the black-eyed grandmother. No wonder. No wonder the rules here are so incredible and so difficult to understand. The effect before cause here is not because of Shanfeng's equipment, which leads to all these reasons. It is much more powerful than technological creations. There are amazing mysteries hidden here, because this is not a three-dimensional world. This is time and space, which cannot be understood by linear thinking. This is the legendary high-dimensional space. Chang-Chi felt a violent wave in his heart, constantly impacting his inherent cognition. In the distance, in the technology city, in the top floor office of Feng Technology, Lin Feng and Yi Feng, who have black and white skin and 6 arms, suddenly covered their heads with their hands. The severe pain made them roar, their eyes went black, and their consciousness was gradually disappearing. The next moment, Lin Feng and Yi Feng's bodies suddenly split apart. Their individuals, from one person, became 3 people. It was like some kind of disassembly. The 3 people who split out, their skin became normal color, and they were no longer 6-armed monsters, but humans with normal limbs. All the residents here will continue to merge with their own dimension as they grow older, becoming a kind of existence similar to superposition, and thus will become monsters with 6 or 8 arms. For example, the little girl Chang-Chi had seen before, because she was young, she had not yet appeared in the superposition state, so she looked normal. The older Baopapa and uncle would have more than 6 arms. The older he gets, the more other dimensional self he will have. But because of the mystery and difficulty of understanding the dimension, he himself is not aware of it, and he can't even detect the abnormality. Their original image is a standard humanoid creature, so when they saw Chang-Chi and his group, they didn't show any surprise, and subconsciously regarded Chang-Chi and his group as their own kind, expressing their kindness from the bottom of their hearts. Lin Feng and Yi Feng stood in the office, looking at the other 2 cells woodenly. They were in a state of chaos. But the next moment, their bodies were terribly out of control. The 3 bodies suddenly twisted and trembled, and then instantly gathered together to form a group of black lines entangled with each other. And these 2 groups of black lines are not regular physical structures. They ignored the glass window in front of them, dragged out a thin black line, and instantly moved to the square downstairs. Afterwards, Lin Feng and Yi Feng, who turned into black lines, completely lost their reason and began to attack their own kind indiscriminately. In the originally peaceful city, there were panic, screams, and shattering sounds. These sounds, across a long distance, reached Chang-Chi's ears. Chang-Chi's pupils dilated slightly. They are the legendary dimensional monsters. At this time, Chang-Chi suddenly felt a tingling sensation on his wrist, and saw that the small piece of living skin was very irritable, and suddenly broke away from his wrist and flew into the distance. Chang-Chi immediately looked up, and his eyes followed closely, but he saw a completely unbelievable scene. Shan Feng in the air slowly took off his white robe, revealing his white skin, and the hairband behind his head was untied, revealing a long black hair. At this time, a whole piece of living skin flew from the distance, like some kind of armor, and instantly attached to Shan Feng's body, like his second skin, and the small piece of living skin that flew out of Chang-Chi's wrist also merged with the main body, filling the last gap. The scene in the sky has undergone a fundamental change. It is exactly the same as the scene in Chang-Chi's memory. It was a boy with a naked upper body, covered with black tattoos. Each tattoo was an extremely complex pattern, releasing the light of the universe. He stood in front of the huge demon gate, his long hair flying, and his momentum was unprecedented. Chang-Chi's heart was shaken. Shan Feng's plan is not to put the blame on me, but he wants to open all the correction gates himself. What is his purpose? Above the sky, in front of the 101 correction gates, the boy named Shan Feng overlooked the land of colorful civilization. He gritted his teeth, and there was a light in his eyes that could not be shaken. Residents, I once swore to rescue you from this devil's cage, no matter what the price. I have no regrets. Chapter 579. My name is Shan Feng. I am an ordinary resident of colorful civilization. My mother said that many years ago, a burning fireball suddenly appeared in the clear sky. Everyone thought that it would be a meteorite impact with unimaginable consequences. As a result, the meteorite fell silently on the top of the Mercy Mountain. She stumbled up and found me lying naked on the top of the mountain when I was a baby. There was no trace of meteorite impact around me. My mother adopted many children who lost their parents. My mother likes the wind. She said that she couldn't tell what was real and what was fake in the world. What she felt was the most real. She could feel the wind especially. So the children she adopted would be related to the place where they first met, such as Lin Feng, Huffing, and Hoofing. She found me on the top of the mountain, so she named me Shan Feng. Later, my mother disappeared. In fact, it was not disappearance, but my mother, who always had a gentle smile and pinned her long black hair behind her ears, turned into a hideous and twisted black line in front of my eyes, and let out a low roar like a beast. Her last bit of rationality was not to hurt me. Then, my mother turned into a thin black line and rushed to the distant city, becoming part of the disaster. She will never come back. My brothers and I became orphans again. We grew up eating at hundreds of families. Everyone in the market raised me and gave me food when I was weak, such as Grandma Bao. I ate her candy balls since I was a child. They are all my reborn parents. When I was young, I once made a vow in front of all the residents with naive behavior. In the future, I will definitely do something earth-shaking for everyone here. Later, my third brother Hu Feng, who was closest to me and had the best relationship with me, also turned into a black line. His last bit of rationality was that he must not hurt me. The third brother would never come back. I also learned that the reason why the brothers became orphans was because their biological parents turned into black lines, like nightmares without any signs. In this world, the kind of accidents that we can't understand at all can happen to anyone at any time and anywhere. The eldest brother Lin Feng and the second brother He Feng also said that if they become monsters one day, they will definitely use their remaining rationality to ensure that I will not be hurt. Although we lost all our relatives, the residents here are full of kindness. We only experienced a few storms and grew up smoothly. The eldest brother Lin Feng said that the three of us brothers should do something to give back to everyone. I have an innate talent calculation. Moreover, I have a super memory to match it. I have a photographic memory of all kinds of details, and I set these details as variables, and then through calculation, I can deduce hidden information, or even the subsequent changes of things, just like predicting the future. However, at a certain moment, when I completed the most complicated calculation so far, I was in great shock. What made me feel horrified and unacceptable was not that I deduced a certain future, but that I restored the past. This place is called colorful civilization. Its essence is an observation dish of a higher civilization. All residents, like mice or ants, are trapped in a specific space. Everyone thinks they have free will, and that the strange phenomena around them come from the natural changes of the universe. In fact, we are always locked in a glass cover. The reason why the residents were chosen is that everyone has an infinite mysterious characteristic multidimensional space complex. The residents themselves are not aware of their own characteristics. They are just simple, kind, optimistic and positive. They don't know that their past and future, as well as different decisions and different results, will exist in the real world in a flat form, and have a unique presentation law. This is like the shadow of an ordinary creature, which will disappear due to changes in light, while the shadow of the residents will always remain. This phenomenon subverts time and space, as well as the mainstream laws of physics, and is a higher dimensional existence. For the advanced civilizations in the universe, they may have developed a certain technology to the pinnacle, but that is ultimately the existence of the three-dimensional world, and has not broken the real shackles. They accidentally discovered the colorful civilization and were ecstatic. In their judgment, this is the favor of fate, a huge opportunity for advancement, not just the improvement of technology level, but the improvement of dimension. Dimension, that is an existence that makes people endlessly curious, endlessly yearning, and even fanatical. Then, the Corrector Alliance, composed of several advanced civilizations, even God-level civilizations, appeared. Corrector. What a ridiculous name. It means to correct certain mistakes and get things back on track. But in fact, colorful civilization has never harmed any other civilization, and they have not even left their homeland. But the Corrector Alliance made up a story. The residents here developed dimensional technology recklessly, which caused chaos in the dimension here. The residents turned into cruel and irrational dimensional monsters. Like the demons in horror stories, they began to run rampant in the universe, slaughtering countless civilizations and causing bloody storms. From a macro perspective, they created a huge entropy value for the universe. One day, the monsters will break the balance of the entire universe and harm all creatures and civilizations in the universe. The Corrector Alliance, with a great mission, appeared. They are the embodiment of justice and rules. They are an organization that takes great risks and sacrifices themselves for others. They paid a huge price, and finally sealed the dimensional monsters behind the correction gate. Their story will be passed down forever, and admired by thousands of people. But the truth is, they are just a group of evil diners wearing napkins and holding knives and forks. Behind the 101 correction doors is an observation dish that only they can observe, which is like their dining table. The characteristics of the residents of colorful civilization, their peculiar existence forms, and the incredible dimensional phenomena are their food. They share and eat them, constantly obtaining information and data from them, like a race, scrambling to interpret them, and like gluttons, exposing their ugly eating habits. Whoever can crack the mystery of colorful civilization will be the next interdimensional civilization. Chapter 580. When technology was established. It has a very poetic full name. Invisible wine brings the most real beauty. The founders are me and my two brothers. We both have the word wind in our names, and we were all raised by the residents here. The eldest and second brothers said that the mission of wind technology is to help all residents live a better life, and people must know how to be grateful. Only I know that the residents will not have a better life unless they can leave this devil's cage. The eldest brother also said that he and the second brother can't do anything, and wind technology still depends on my calculation talent. I nodded. The most important and largest calculation in my life has begun. All this is difficult to describe clearly in ordinary language, because at that time, I was already a statistician. The black giant robot, that is, the civilization master of the god-level civilization calculator, is also a member of the Corrector Alliance. Before the Corrector Alliance was about to seal the colorful civilization, the black giant discovered me and instantly calculated that I was a special existence. In his words, I was born for calculation. He had to give me as an assistant and had to hide it from the entire alliance. Before the Corrector Gate was closed, I was taken away by the black giant. After passing the verification of the calculable partner, I became its statistician. But what the black giant didn't know, or the only thing he couldn't calculate, was that he couldn't really calculate me. I don't know why this happened. Maybe my existence surpasses its data collection and is above its algorithm. I am Shafeng, its uncalculated partner. All the answers it gets from me are wrong. On the contrary, its super-powerful technologies belonging to the god-level civilization have become my important tools, making me, who was originally very hard-working, even more powerful. Moreover, what it cannot calculate is that I can land in colorful civilization like a meteor at any time, just like the day I was born. Just like being able to move on a ruler, I can appear at different time points and become Shafeng in different periods. As a resident of colorful civilization and a statistician, I have a dual identity. For me, switching between identities is like going to work and going home. I also learn more information from Heiju. Heiju is good at calculation, so in Corrector Alliance, he has a separate task, which is to create dimensional monsters. The mother turned into a monster, the third brother turned into a monster, and many kind residents turned into monsters. That was not the law here, but the interference of the black giant. Before the colorful civilization was sealed, dimensional monsters did rush out and destroyed many civilizations. Only in this way can the Corrector Alliance justify itself and play the role of a righteous dragon slayer. And after the colorful civilization was sealed, dimensional monsters also needed to appear, because this is a necessary observable variable that helps them to crack the law here. It's like the observer is observing a complete ecosystem of mice, but unfortunately these mice are too content with the status quo, and the individuals are at peace with each other. The observation process is not only full of boredom, but also seriously lacks information diversity. Therefore, the observers would inject some of the mice with nerve agents to make them irritable, like a fish with its gills plucked out. If you put it back into the water, it will twist wildly because it can't breathe, completely disturbing the calm water surface. My mother is a fish with its gills plucked out. My third brother is also. Many people are. I looked at the items they left behind, and my heart felt like it was being tightly grasped by someone. I couldn't breathe, as if I was a fish with its gills plucked out. In the future, perhaps my eldest and second brothers will become like that. Unfortunately, for so long, I haven't figured out how the black giant caused some residents to change, causing their bodies to undergo a phenomenon similar to dimensional collapse, turning them into monsters, like black balls. This phenomenon is random, and I have never been able to find a pattern. When technology continues to develop advanced technology, the lives of the residents have undergone earth-shaking changes. The Azure Technology City has sprung up, and we have the shadow of advanced civilization. These are too easy for me. The real difficulty is to realize the plan in my mind. I need to gather 101 corrector doors together and open them at the same time. Only in this way can the residents leave the observation dish smoothly. I have found a very mysterious and completely unconventional galaxy for them, where all three-dimensional technology detectors are indiscriminately shielded. After the residents escape from the gate, I can use instant transport technology to send them away, let them enter the safest galaxy, completely get rid of the Corrector Alliance's imprisonment, stay away from those inhumane experiments, and live peacefully and happily forever. So, with the help of wind technology, I began to develop instant transport technology, constantly deploying matrix systems for instant transport on the land of colorful civilization. Because of the overlapping of multiple time and space here, residents often have memory problems. They will forget many things as if they have lost their memory. They mistakenly thought that the equipment I deployed caused some unknown spatial chaos, released terrifying monsters, and caused them to lose their loved ones and friends. But in fact, their loved ones and friends are those monsters. In everyone's eyes, I have the most serious consequences because my strength cannot match my ambition, so I bear the infamy. But I can't explain all this. This is my own plan, because I am the only one who cannot be calculated. As long as you look carefully, you can find every time point in the past of colorful civilization in the observation dish. And at some time points, the residents will forget the mistakes I made. In their memory, I am still the child who grew up here, not an ambitious person. I can still walk in the middle of them, and greet every enthusiastic resident. But I can't mention the name Shangfeng anymore, which might remind them of their memories, so I changed my name appropriately to Shangshan Xiaofeng Lan. Brother Lan, it's time to get off work. You go to work every day, but what do you do? Xiao Duo would stop me every time. She is my little fangirl, and would ask me some questions every time. Only I can complete the job. I squatted down and scratched Xiao's nose with my finger, silently reciting the second half of the sentence in my heart. I am the only hope of the residents. Every member of the Corrector Alliance is selfish and insidious. They are also suspicious of each other. In order to prevent anyone from operating privately, they actually placed one of the door structures in the band Colorful Civilization. The pattern is a circle with a wrinkled X. In other words, they locked one of the keys. Logically, none of them could open the correction door. But they seem to be unable to recognize my existence, and they can't imagine that there will be an alien like me who can travel freely. Whether it is the key inside the door, or the key outside the door, I can collect them together. So, this can only be done by me. That is my mission. Colorful Civilization also has its own religion and beliefs. The residents also believe in some gods, who don't know whether they have ever existed. That day, I stood at the other end of the market, looking at a sculpture in front of me. The name of the sculpture is Elogius. In mythology, he is a lonely saint. In the era when the gods were divided, wars were constantly triggered, and people were displaced, he was the only one who realized the evil nature of the gods. He advocated that everyone give up offerings to the gods, cut off the source of the gods' power, and end the suffering of the world. Unfortunately, no one believed him. He was even slandered and abused, and was also excluded by everyone. Although he was lonely, he still firmly believed in his heart, and walked alone on the road to fight against the gods. He is a saint, but he does not believe in God. All he believes in is his unshakable faith. Wait, isn't that Shangfeng? The guy who privately developed technology, caused a great regression in technology, and released monsters. My father died because of this. My 3 children were also killed by those monsters. That day, Shangfeng, standing in front of the sculpture, showed endless loneliness. Also because of the dimensional chaos, the residents might suddenly remember some of the past. And the residents at this point in time suddenly revive their memories. After get off work, Shangfeng always looks for some pure land in countless time points, looking for some residents who have forgotten the past, living in harmony with them, and experiencing the warmth of the past. But now, such time points are becoming less and less. Almost all of them are concentrated in the retro market period. Many times, the plot is somewhat repetitive. Generally, he returns from get off work and meets Granny Bao, Uncle Hunter, and Xiao Duo, a fangirl. Because the time points he chose were all a few seconds before, and after entering the market at the same time, and what he saw and heard repeated over and over again. You bastard. We will never forgive you. You will definitely pay the price. The residents surrounded him, and kept accusing him. The residents have been tolerant of Shangfeng to the greatest extent. Although they are angry, they have never thought of making real punishment. Shangfeng exhaled slowly. As a statistician, I kept learning about the former corrector plan from Heiju, and kept collecting the locations of the 101 corrector doors, and the 101 door structures. This is a long period of time. During this process, I endured tens of millions of times of recalculation of computable partners. That is a kind of dissection based on the technology of God-level civilization. There is a word called cut into pieces, and another word is death by slow slicing. For me, each recalculation lasting 500 to 800 seconds is as difficult as 500 to 800 years. Thousands of cuts and death by slow slicing are simply heaven. Every time I feel that I can't make it, I will die, I will be free. But I persisted, and every time it was like a new life. The belief in my heart became more firm and unshakable. If this is the so-called price, then I am willing to bear it. Xiaofeng changed the time point again. It is also a retro market, and the residents here are enthusiastic and full of smiles. Brother Lon, it's time to get off work. Wow, Xiao Lon, I really found the lost hunting rifle in the mountain stream you mentioned, and I also hunted a musk deer today. Xiao Lon, my old helium steam furnace is broken again. But I listened to you and bought the spare parts in advance. Xiao Lon, it is indeed the rainy season this year. I listened to you and planted pink sunflowers. It looks like there will be a big harvest. Xiaofeng looked at everyone and smiled again. The residents here don't know that I am an ambitious person for the time being. My plan will be completed at a specific time. It is the moment when the 10 suns are in a row. This phenomenon is actually an extremely rare space anomaly in colorful civilization. The space of 10 different dimensions will overlap for about 500 seconds. During this period, all members of the Corrector Alliance outside the observation dish will have a visual blind spot. After careful deployment, I can open all the gates during this period, release all the residents, and send them to the ends of the earth. But I can't escape, I have to stay here to operate the instant transport equipment. Then, I will be caught by the Corrector Alliance and torn into pieces by them. Brother Xiaolin, this is the freshly roasted deer leg. Are 6 sugar balls enough? This is the freshly harvested pink sunflower. Xiaofeng looked at the smiling faces of the residents around him, and waved his hands continuously. I will definitely do what I promised you. You don't have to be polite. It's just a piece of cake. Chapter 581. The black and white atmosphere is like a dyed gauze curtain. 10 stars rise slowly, and in a distant place behind the atmosphere, 10 misty spots are formed, but these suns have not yet reached the most perfect state. They are scattered, but will eventually be uniform. Hello, Changqi. The mountain wind suspended in the air, his long hair dancing, his dense tattoos on his body, shining with dazzling luster. He has 101 huge doors with unprecedented momentum on his back, slowly lowered his head, and looked at the ground. This scene is full of fantasy. Changqi adjusted his mentality, his face calm, and slowly walked out of the canyon, his ragged scavenger's cloak fluttering on the barren land. He also raised his head slowly. Hello, Xiaofeng. The boy named Xiaofeng had a face. He was only 18 years old. He had just lost his childishness, and brewed a touch of maturity and responsibility. His slender eyes were shining with a blue light. His nose was very straight, and his lips were very thin. He knew that the reason why Changqi was indifferent was because he had guessed the general situation. The two were no longer tit for tat. Xiaofeng smiled. We have never met, but I have an inexplicable sense of familiarity and goodwill towards you. Changqi nodded. I also have a sense of déjà vu with you. But in fact, I've seen you countless times in those vague memory fragments. That should be what I did before. Xiaofeng's eyes were calm. The time and space here are strange, and it cannot be simply summarized by the word chaos. After coming here, you feel that many things are familiar because it is full of overlapping, just like the hippocampus effect caused by brain neuron delay. We seem to be somewhat similar. You mistook some of my past actions as your own. For example, my contact with Uncle Wen and the ferryman. You must have seen that I will not frame anyone, nor will I ask anyone for help. I want to save the residents here alone, and let them leave this advanced civilization observation dish. Changqi frowned slightly, then gradually relaxed. Why do you want to stop me everywhere? To be precise, I want to ensure my own success. Xiaofeng raised his head and took a deep breath. You are a special existence. You can actually penetrate the observation dish, and land casually like landing on other planets. Colorful civilization. Your appearance is a very sudden, huge, and uncontrollable variable for me. Xiaofeng shook his head very hard. Such a variable suddenly appears in a precise calculation formula, like a disaster. I can't let my plan be ruined, so I can't let you act. Changqi also looked up. So you killed Uncle Wen and the ferryman in an accidental way. Kill? Two? Xiaofeng slowly raised his head and looked at the horizon, as if watching countless souls going away. The truth is, Uncle Wen and the ferryman died at many points in time. There are hundreds of people in total. Changqi's eyes widened slightly. They are actually my comrades in arms. Xiaofeng's eyes showed a trace of silence, and a series of memories flashed through his mind. After the entire plan was formulated, he found that he could not implement the plan perfectly by himself. Every once in a while, Black Giant will recalculate himself as a computable partner, so he cannot carry 101 door structures on his body in any form, so he needs living skin and a master painter with superb memory. This person is Uncle One. In order to ensure the effectiveness of the door structure, he must tell Uncle One his plan, which also includes the truth of the colorful civilization. It was a very sunny afternoon. Because this day was a 3-day sky, it could still affect the observation of the corrector alliance in a small range. After Sha Feng finished telling everything, he was silent for a moment, and then slowly said a conclusion. When it reaches a certain time point, Uncle Wen must die. Only in this way can the plan be ensured not to be leaked. Because Uncle Wen is not Sha Feng, he cannot wander outside the observation, and as long as he carries information on him, sooner or later there will be a day of leakage. At that time, Sha Feng looked at Uncle Wen with a very tangled heart. After all, this was at the cost of his life. He didn't know how Uncle Wen would answer. Unexpectedly, Uncle Wen, who was standing in front of the window with his back to the window, said after a moment of silence, "How long can I live? I will give you a signal at a certain time." Sha Feng was stunned at the time, and then showed a gold coin engraved with a wrinkled X pattern. When you see it, it means the time is up. Uncle Wen's tone and emotions did not fluctuate, and his voice was a little hoarse. In other words, our plan is to save the entire colorful civilization. This is very glorious and meaningful, and I have no regrets. But I have a request. Uncle Wen turned around and grinned. Leave me some time in advance. I must have a big meal before I die. Door structure is an extremely complex pattern that contains advanced geometric rules. Even if a talented painter completes one of the patterns, it will consume all his energy. Therefore, the 101 door structure were drawn by 101 different Uncle Wen at different time points, including the young Uncle Wen, that is, Ktuan. That day, Sha Feng walked through the market, carrying fragrant roasted venison, soft and glutinous sugar balls, and a large jar of pink sunflower wine, and found Uncle Wen. Uncle Wen had realized something, but he started to feast without any scruples. "Uncle Wen, your ladder is too old, and it's already loose in 3 places. I just can't sit still. You eat first, and I help you fix it." "That's not necessary." Uncle Wen shouted with a mouth full of oil, and caught a glimpse of the hesitant boy with his peripheral vision. "Just say whatever you want to say, I'm ready." At that time, Sha Feng didn't say much, slowly took out a gold coin with a wrinkled X pattern, put it on the corner of Uncle Wen's table, and then took a deep breath, walked out of the tattoo shop, and disappeared in the market. This pattern, to some extent, represents an insurgent army hidden in the dark, a group of people who will shake the gods with their mortal bodies. Uncle Wen seemed to have not seen the gold coin, and didn't even see Sha Feng off, but ate all the barbecue and drank all the pink sunflower wine with an expression of enjoyment. Then he stood up, wiped his mouth, put the coin away, and hid it in the iron box under the floor. Finally, he climbed up the worn-out ladder, looked down at the sharp tattoo needles on the table, and then he smiled happily. "You must succeed." He stepped on the loose ladder and broke it, fell on the table, and was pierced by countless sharp tattoo needles. It had been discussed before that the best way to keep it secret is to die, and the best way to die is to pretend to be an accident. One after another, all 101 tattoo uncles received the gold coin. In fact, after Chung Chi and his party left Duan's residence, the young man who had just ignited hope for the future also held a gold coin, his feet hanging in the air, and hanged himself in the dark room. The residents were very sorry, thinking that this frustrated young man did not overcome his negative emotions after all. The ferryman with superb driving skills chose to refuse to go out when he knew that there was a natural disaster in outer space, and it was not suitable for sailing. But the appearance of the gold coin made him know that it was time for him to sacrifice for the entire civilization. "You must succeed." He drove his beloved cave in and rushed into the dangerous universe without hesitation. His mission was to retrieve the door structure sealed inside the colorful civilization. It was located in the deep space outside the planet and needed to cross the nuclear gravel storm that represented death. Nearly 200 ferrymen from different time points completed this transport relay race with their lives, gathered the last door structure, and ignited the fire of hope for civilization. The Uncle Wen and the ferryman you saw are just one of them. All of them are heroes of the entire civilization. Shan Feng's long hair fluttered, staring into the distance, as if he could see those heroes. "In fact, I am luckier than lonely Saint Aloysius. I have many partners who fully trust me." Chapter 582. What they did. The purpose is to help me complete the plan and slow down your pace, so as to minimize the impact of you as a variable. Now, my plan has started smoothly. Each of them has contributed greatly. Shan Feng looked down at Chung Chi again. "As for the blame in your memory, that was the result you saw in advance, and even Black Giant would have such an illusion. But at this moment, in this high-dimensional space, I have created a new reason. I cannot explain the specific logic to you, but according to my calculations, when you walk out of here, everything will be covered and you will become an outsider. Shan Feng paused, and then said, if opening the correction door is bound to produce a serious criminal, then he will be me. Oh, right. Shan Feng suddenly lowered his head, took out a white cloth bag from his trouser pocket, and threw it violently in the air. The cloth bag flew towards Chung Chi at a very high speed. Chung Chi frowned slightly, took the cloth bag quickly, and slowly opened it after removing the force. He found a hot, soft and chewy candy ball inside. Shan Feng smiled and said, according to my calculation, you have 3 chances to get the candy ball, but you gave it to others out of kindness, so you never tasted it. I give this to you as compensation for my previous obstruction of you. Shan Feng smiled like a teenager. I hope you forgive me. Chung Chi held the warm candy ball, and took a breath of cool air. Outside the atmosphere, 10 stars formed a straight line. This extremely rare astronomical phenomenon shone with the most dazzling light. The nameless gusts of wind were fierce, and Shan Feng's long hair burst and danced. The tattoos on his body, and his blue eyes also shone with unprecedented strong light. His roar, which was filled with countless hopes, firm will, and countless sufferings, resounded in the sky. It's time! The 100 door structures, and the 100 huge correction doors formed a certain echo, and the purple eyes that looked like demons all trembled strongly. Then, 100 ancient and heavy voices overlapped and sounded, and the whole sky was greatly fluctuated. The black and white atmosphere was also disturbed together, and black and white mixed into a pool. Perhaps because of some energy backlash, Shan Feng's body was ignited with golden flames, and he also clenched his teeth and let out a low roar that pierced the sky. He was a righteous young man. He is also a grateful young man. He looked at the colorful civilization continent under his feet, and his blue eyes dragged out trembling tail flames. He endured unimaginable pain, but his heart was full of hope enough to resist everything. On the correction gate, the eyelids of 100 huge eyes began to tremble, and gradually, these eyes began to close. When these eyes closed, the correction gate would be completely opened. On the entire colorful civilization continent, because of the gradual release of space, a scene that had never happened before appeared. Chung Chi looked back with a stern expression. I saw independent continents rising from the ground, like huge islands in the sky, floating in the air one after another. That is not a physical area, but a time point of colorful civilization. Among them are the retro market, technology city and ape-man era that Chung Chi has seen, but Chung Chi's travel time is limited, and what he saw is only 1/1000th of colorful civilization. The time and space here can never be judged by common sense. At this time, the most basic 4-dimensional properties are presented. There is no volume limit at all in the sky that can be seen by the naked eye. There are more and more islands in the sky, which do not interfere with each other, do not overlap, and coexist infinitely. Yang Di has also returned to the ground, walked out of the cabin, and looked up at the sky with Lu Lian and Yukin, with a dull and shocked expression. The scene at this moment constantly subverts the cognition of time and space as a 3-dimensional creature. There is a voice in my heart that shouts that the sky can't hold these islands, but it just fits them, as if there is no boundary, and there is no obvious far and near. If they stayed in the Milky Way, the 3 would never see such a spectacle. And at every point in time, the island seemed like an independent world. The residents looked at the surrounding scenes in amazement. In the retro market, all the vendors stopped hawking. In the blue technology city, residents walked out of the building one after another. In the ape-man age, the ape-man's intelligence had not yet been fully developed. They looked at the strange scene around them, and knelt down on the ground, constantly bowing their heads. They thought that this must be similar to the arrival of the pink sunflower god. Only with piety from the heart can they be protected. That's Shan Feng. That's Lan. What is he doing? I remember. A long time ago, we were locked inside a door. Because of the existence of those doors, many of us have become monsters. Shan Feng. Lan. He wants to save us, he wants to release us, let us escape from here. Also because of the release of space, the memories of the residents gradually revived, and the memory fragments were like soap bubbles, gathering more and more, and reflecting the complete truth. Many Bao Papa showed distressed expressions on their faces at the same time. Xiao Lan looks very painful. Many Xiao Duo had tears in their eyes at the same time, Brother Lan. Shan Feng's body was burning with golden flames. Except for the position of the door structure, the skin and flesh on his body were burning inch by inch. The oozing blood was evaporated instantly, and the exposed bones were also reflected in gold. He searched every island and every crowd, but he never found the figures of his eldest and second brothers. After all, it was a step too late. He shed a tear, which was illuminated by the flames, and turned golden, and then evaporated. Finally, Shan Feng still smiled and looked at the residents from a distance. "Everyone is here," I said. "I will definitely do something earth-shattering for you." Cheng Chi saw more colorful civilization in the endless island. He saw the more distant future. The great technological regression was only temporary, and many years later, the technology tree here would be relit, and the technological level of colorful civilization would reach an astonishing height. In those future islands, only the silhouettes of some residents can be seen standing on the edge of the city, because they are wearing a kind of daily clothing that can easily distort time and space. Cheng Chi also saw the more ancient past. He even saw the first single-celled organism formed here, which is very similar to the origin of the Earth's organisms, both of which are phospholipids wrapped in the nucleus region. He also saw the evolution history of these organisms, and this process is also very similar to the Earth. It turns out that this is another twin Earth. No wonder the residents here have the same appearance as humans. Cheng Chi's heart is getting more and more thunderous. Before the Ape-Man era, he also saw a very special scene. He suddenly frowned, as if he had discovered a hidden truth. Suddenly, Cheng Chi felt his chest slightly hot, and the executioner's infinity badge was slightly shining. He tilted his head, and then clenched the infinity badge. "Executioner Senior," the voice of the young man in gold came, "Time is almost up. Have you collected enough evidence to clear your name?" Cheng Chi paused, and in his other hand, he always held the Time Mirage relic. Everything that has happened so far has been recorded in it, and there is already some evidence. Things just need to continue to develop. After Shan Feng completely opens the correction door, all the truth will be complete, and the chain of evidence will be 100% complete. Cheng Chi frowned and said in a low voice, "Soon." Then, Cheng Chi looked up and looked at Shan Feng in the sky. It is unimaginable that opening the correction door would actually suffer such a strong backlash. This is probably the price of provoking a god-level civilization. At this moment, Shan Feng seemed to have turned into a sun, but not a beautiful sun, but a bright hell. Shan Feng's body had been burned by 40%, and almost only a golden skeleton was left, and the internal organs in the center of the skeleton were gradually shrinking. There was no skin on his face, and 2 eyeballs emitting blue light were completely exposed, which looked weird and terrifying. But Shan Feng seemed to have a satisfied smile on his lips. Cheng Chi looked at the 100 correction doors again, and only 30% of the purple demon eyes were closed. Cheng Chi pursed his lips, and a trace of uneasiness and anxiety appeared in his heart. Unconsciously, he was sweating for Shan Feng. "My loyal statistician, I have bad news for you. Even if you burn to ashes, you can't open the rest of the doors." A low voice suddenly appeared, like a devil's voice, slowly and majestically. Before, Shan Feng opened a correction door and advanced for testing. At this time, the huge door was still open. Outside the huge door frame, there stood a black giant robot with a body over 1,000 meters high. It was unknown when it appeared and how it came. Cheng Chi frowned. "What?" The moment he heard the sound, Shan Feng was like being struck by lightning, and his whole body suddenly trembled. He was extremely surprised, and turned his head inch by inch, to look at the huge door. "Black Giant. How could you?" It was also at this time that Cheng Chi and Shan Feng keenly discovered a strange phenomenon. The 10 suns in the sky outside the atmosphere became 9 suns in the sky. I don't know when one sun was missing, and the other 9 suns were slowly descending. The way they moved was completely unlike celestial bodies. Finally, the 9 suns slowly fell behind the giant black robot. The strong golden light slowly faded, and there were 9 majestic figures of different shapes, some inhuman and some humanoid. Corrector Alliance. Shan Feng's throat muscles were exposed and trembled violently. "Those stars before turned out to be you." Then, an even more shocking scene happened. 13 more stars appeared in the distant sky, and they were approaching at an astonishing speed. After reaching the outside of the gate, those light groups also formed a straight line, flush with the previous 10 figures. The light that was so dazzling that it was impossible to look directly at weakened a little, and there were 13 huge creatures again, but like the previous figures, they only showed their outlines, and could not see the details. Finally, the sound of tinkling wind chimes rang out in the universe, and this beautiful sound, like a fairy tale, was exactly the phenomenon formed by the free particles in the universe being squeezed by powerful energy, which contained countless tiny collapses and destructions. A golden light that seemed to illuminate half of the galaxy fell. A giant cross comparable to the size of a planet, with a red flame-like light, slowly flew out from a strange space, and finally hovered above the heads of a row of figures. He was silent and solemn, and the whole space trembled because of his arrival. Shan Feng's whole body seemed to be petrified. The Corrector Alliance is here? Cheng Chi's heart was also deeply shocked. The words of the black-eyed grandmother sounded in his mind. 11 God-level civilizations, 8 level 11 civilizations, 4 level 12 civilizations, and a legendary civilization formed the Corrector Alliance. They are 24 different forces in total. There are exactly 23 figures in front of us, plus a technological creation similar to a cross, and that giant cross has an aura that no one can match. He should be the legendary civilization. My statistician. Do you really think you can escape my observation and calculation? The electronic eyes of the black giant machine turned into a strange red, no longer dull and slow. All your actions are in my calculation. Every time you experience a computable partner recalculation, I am modifying your body. When you open 100 correction doors to 99.99%, your body will be completely burned and your efforts will fail. And the first door you open completely for the test, it is also within my calculation. That's exactly what I want you to do. The giant black robot stood in the vast universe, and said coldly, because I need someone to collect the key left in the colorful civilization and open our operation window from the inside. The voice of Sha Feng has become turbid and hoarse. Operation window. Because we need to adjust the observation dish. The members of the Corrector Alliance have an agreement with each other that this window can only be opened from the inside, and all members must witness it. And the concept of operation window should be easy to understand. The black giant said slowly, we need to intervene simply to adjust the state of the experimental subject, because in the past observations, we found a rule that the mice need greater chaos to fully demonstrate the high-dimensional characteristics. At this point, the black giant slowly raised his huge metal palm, pointed his palm at the correction gate in front of him, and a ball of black light burst out from his palm. At the same time, inside the colorful civilization, the countless islands floating in the air suddenly floated, and countless white particles flew out. They gathered into a huge river, passed through the only open correction gate, and then completely disappeared in the palm of the black giant. Shan Feng's lips had been burned out, and the exposed teeth trembled. What did you do? Roar. Inside the colorful civilization, countless overlapping low roars suddenly sounded, like a terrifying echo. The residents' bodies appeared with strands of black lines, and they were extremely panicked. Then, their bodies gradually lost control, and began to cross the island. The same residents at different time points began to gather together, and dark light emerged in their eyes. First, they became 3 heads and 6 arms, and then, they became spheres with hundreds of arms and thighs, twisting like demons. Finally, the residents were in complete chaos, and their multidimensional characteristics were squeezed into a ball, forming a group of twisted and blurred black lines. Their energy seemed to have reached its peak, and their bodies were covered with dark space cracks, and they began to move and shuttle chaotically. For a time, colorful civilization was dark and dark, as if hundreds of ghosts had descended. Shan Feng's blue eyes were like a scorched glass ball, with cracks all over. He watched the familiar faces disappear one after another, and a miserable roar broke out of his throat. No! The black giant robot completely ignored Shan Feng. Its head tilted slightly, and looked at Cheng Chi. You, this disgusting variable, have always been within my calculations. Puff. The sugar ball in Cheng Chi's hand suddenly broke, and black juice flowed out of it, and black bugs with a rancid smell like cockroaches kept crawling out of it. Cheng Chi frowned and threw the smelly sugar ball's skin on the ground. The black giant metal head trembled slightly, and the tone was calm. It's fun to observe you and play with you. The ragged scavenger's cloak fluttered. Cheng Chi raised his head, his brows were furrowed like ravines, and his eyes were like arrows, sweeping across the entire Corrector Alliance. Chapter 583. The huge correction gate stands in the sky. It is a standard rectangle, hundreds of kilometers high, and the inner edge of the door frame flashes purple fluorescence, like a door full of technology. Cheng Chi slowly rises into the air, with the help of the Pioneer gravitational weapons system. He leans up, and his body is like a black sesame seed compared to the correction gate. Approaching the correction gate, Cheng Chi finds that in the center of the huge door frame, there is a layer of energy film with a transparency of nearly 90%, which distinguishes the 2 worlds inside and outside the door. He can feel that this door of unknown technological level is releasing undercurrents of energy. Cheng Chi can even feel the hair on his face standing up as he gets closer. Cheng Chi looks up and looks at the outlines of the 23 figures behind the door, as well as the huge cross. They are backed by the mysterious universe and starry sky without any action, but can bring a strong sense of spiritual oppression. You call yourselves correctors, and others think you are the righteous army. In fact, the residents here are kind and innocent, and they are forced to become your test subjects. Chung-Chi looked straight ahead. They are not demons, you are. The black iron barrel-like head of Heiju turned slightly, and the red electronic eyes, like a slit, flickered slightly. We are the top civilization in the universe, the top of the pyramid. We are correctors, powerful power. We can correct everything. What you think is right, we can correct it into a mistake. What you think is wrong, we can correct it into a correct one. There is nothing in this universe that we can't correct. Chung-Chi smiled. The top of the pyramid? If you are really at the top, why do you need to learn new technology from colorful civilization, a civilization that you consider weak? There was a ripple in the electronic voice of the black giant. Do you know who you are talking to? Do you know the consequences of provoking us? You are not even an ant. After we destroy you, we even have to retrieve the damaged data and find your remains from the untraceable dust. Don't be so fucking pretentious. Chung-Chi's eyes were full of sarcasm. He glanced at the correction gate in front of him. You can't get in? The electronic eyes of the black giant, which looked like red lines, suddenly trembled slightly for a moment. Chung-Chi's smile became more certain. You have refreshed my understanding of God-level civilization. I thought God-level civilization was a kind of existence with great wisdom and morality, but I didn't expect you to be so selfish. It has always been so. If you were not absolutely selfish and ruthless, you would not have developed to this day. And this correction gate is an extraordinary technology created by your 24 civilizations together. You agreed to share the results here, and at the same time you guard against each other. After your technology was integrated together, it has undergone essential changes. Each of your civilizations no longer has the ability to pass through the correction gate. You don't mind this result at all, and you are even very satisfied, because in this way, no one can steal the results here privately. This is one of the reasons. And the other reason is? Chung-Chi turned around and glanced at the colorful civilization behind him. The dimensional chaos here will have a huge impact on you. Perhaps it is because your technological level is too high, so the structure of your life form and the technology you carry are more dependent on stable dimensions. This place is completely adaptable to us, but for you, this is a fatal trap. Of course, it is very likely that the two reasons I analyzed coexist. And you, Black Giant, oh what a bad name. You can only perform some remote interference through some substances that once stayed here, such as drawing away certain things, turning the residents here into dimensional monsters. This only applies to local residents, and still has no effect on me. Chung-Chi's face became calmer and calmer. Although there is only a door between you and me, and even this door has been opened, there is only a very thin membrane in the door frame. But you can only look at me, and do nothing. You can't cross the line at all, and I can do whatever I want inside this door. I can provoke you however I want. I can scold you however I want. Think about it again, my father is really awesome. Chung-Chi suddenly sighed, and then looked at the black giant, frowning in disgust. Also, do all creatures of God-level civilization look like you, with a head like an iron bucket? I seriously suspect that my grandfather's urine bucket is your long-lost father. Chung-Chi nodded again. Don't say that I don't respect higher civilizations. Grandpa said that his urine bucket might be a creation of level 17 civilization, which is considered to be a compliment to you. The black giant is a creature of God-level civilization, and is good at calculation and controlling useless emotions, unless it can't help it. At this time, the black giant's black metal fingers have been trembling slightly, and he is trying to restrain himself. Forget it, I won't scold you anymore. Because you don't deserve it. Chung-Chi curled his lips and turned away, leaving behind a back view. It's a complete waste of time. On the ground. Mu Chun, Lu Lian, and Yang Di saw it clearly, and heard Chung-Chi's words through real-time communication. All three of them looked stern, and their expressions were like a roller coaster. Chung-Chi is so brave. He is just a little trash, and he cursed more than 20 God-level civilizations? And he cursed so dirty. There is only a door between them, and the distance is only a few dozen kilometers. Too cruel. Isn't he afraid of making a wrong inference and being hit by those God-level civilizations? Chung-Chi in the air, his scavenger's cloak fluttering. It has to be said that as a human boy who is born to pick up rags, he can now insult 24 God-level civilizations at the same time, and there is even a legendary civilization among them, which is also the peak of his life. But in fact, a drop of cold sweat gathered on Chung-Chi's forehead. This is actually taking a risk, and testing wildly on the edge of death. Once he guessed wrong, it would be the end. But after a long silence, Chung-Chi is still alive. Guessed right. My own inference was correct. Chung-Chi exhaled slightly. He had a clear self-awareness. This did not represent his ability at all. What really limited the Corrector Alliance was their own technology and the mutual constraints between them. Of course, the root of all this was their selfish, cunning, and mutually suspicious character. Chapter 584. Colorful Civilization Continent. The black thread monsters that moved rapidly like phantoms were completely irrational. There were also dense numbers, at least hundreds of millions, just like someone holding a basket of black cotton balls, dumping them on the road with a clatter. All residents had become monsters, and they began to kill each other. The way they attacked each other was far beyond the norm. The two monsters collided with each other almost as if they were teleporting, and a small area of space near them shattered like glass. In this process, the monster's body would split for a moment. Hundreds of residents were revealed. They were all the same person, but at different time points, from infancy to old age. Every time they collided, some of the split residents would die, their bodies torn into pieces, bloody and blurred, and their heads flying high. The remaining residents would gather again as dimension monsters and continue to fight. The earth was instantly stained with blood and covered with broken limbs. Chung-Chi saw the head of Granny Bao Xiao Duo and the head of the hunter uncle. Their heads rolled on the ground, their eyes wide open. There were many questions in their terrified eyes. Why is this happening? The residents here are full of kindness, enthusiasm, and simplicity. Chung-Chi could recall the first time he met them, their every move. When he gave the candied ball to the little girl with a ponytail, the little girl kissed him. Chung-Chi turned around and looked at the mountain wind burning with golden flames. 1/5 of his bones were burned, and his internal organs also ignited golden flames. He gritted his teeth, let out a dull roar, and in his eyes, that were shining with blue light, there was still that unshakable will. He was still burning himself, trying his best to hold on. He still had to open 100 correction doors at the same time. At this point, he placed all his hopes on the moment of opening the door. Perhaps, the full release of space can allow the residents to return to their original appearance and rationality. They still have a chance to be rescued. Everything still has the last glimmer of hope. Corrector Alliance is guarding outside the door. Chung-Chi looked at Shan Feng. Even if you really open the door, where can the residents escape to? I have found a suitable location. Shan Feng gritted his teeth and growled, the location where Corrector cannot interfere. The residents can move there instantly. Then, Shan Feng's neck bones crackled, and pieces of bone fragments peeled off. He looked at Chung-Chi. You go. I don't want to implicate anyone, this is my mission alone. But at this moment, outside the correction gate, 24 god-level civilizations joined forces to create a huge golden barrier, like some kind of isolation device, with all the gates inside. They also created a second cage to ensure that nothing could go wrong. Even if the residents really escaped, they could only enter another trap. Shan Feng saw this scene, and his cracked eyeballs trembled. This seemed to have an impact on his plan, and even cut off the source of the fire. Yang Di's voice came from the communicator. Mr. Chung, when I just returned to the meeting, I saw a strange bubble behind the fourth wall, and among those bubbles was Shan Feng's instant transport device similar to the pyramid. Chung-Chi looked at Shan Feng and squinted slightly. You can actually let the residents hide behind the fourth wall? I don't know what the fourth wall you were talking about is. Shan Feng's throat was pierced with a large area, and his voice was hoarse. There is a strange star field at the edge of the universe. I went through hardships and dangers to set up the teleportation matrix there. Chung-Chi's pupils shrank slightly. Could it be that at some edges of the universe, the fourth wall and the physical world are bordered? It was also at this time. The 3D model restored by Yang Di came from the communicator. It was the structure he saw behind the fourth wall. Not far from the outside of the 101 correction doors, there was a light green bubble floating. The area did not seem large, with a diameter of at most 10 kilometers, and dozens of instant transport pyramids were floating in it. All this seemed ordinary, but if it were not for the Ling-style starship's fourth wall navigation technology, no one would be able to discover everything hidden in the alien space. The residents' retreat was blocked by the Corrector Alliance. Chung-Chi frowned slightly. In the middle of the green bubble and the Corrector gate in the picture, there was a golden wall, just built by the Corrector Alliance. This was a desperate coincidence. A plan emerged in Chung-Chi's mind. If the Life Spirit starship enters the fourth wall, and then opens an exit on the wall built by the Corrector Alliance, then Shan Feng's instant transportation technology should be able to use this short exit to instantly transport everyone to the green bubble and complete the escape. But doing so requires taking great risks. Chang-Chi was silent, slowly turned around, and looked down at the land of colorful civilization again. It was still a hellish scene here. The young man wearing a ragged scavenger's cloak frowned slightly. There were all kinds of intertwined and complex emotions in his heart. I already knew the truth of the corrector plan, and I also witnessed the kindness and suffering of the residents, and the gratitude and selflessness of Shanfeng. If I just turn a blind eye and let this place go to the final destruction, then I should not be able to forget this matter for many years to come, and even wake up from a dream with cold sweat. Are all the super advanced civilizations in the universe similar to correctors? No. Chang-Chi shook his head. He still believed that indifference and ruthlessness would be a reverse dagger that would one day turn around. As time goes by, Chang-Chi will continue to grow, and perhaps he can also become a god-level civilization, or even above the god level. He still feels that the tolerance of all things, and the respect for all things, and the natural laws of the universe is the demeanor that god level should have, and even the premise. This cannot be simply summarized as conscience. This is a kind of pattern. Only you should have no chance of winning. Chang-Chi turned his head to look at Shanfeng. Have you calculated how much the chance of winning will be after adding me as an unexpected variable? Shanfeng's pupils trembled, and he looked at Chang-Chi in surprise. At this moment, the infinity badge on Chang-Chi's chest flashed again. The voice of the young man in gold clothes echoed in his mind. The criminal review is about to begin. How is your evidence collection going? Soon. Chang-Chi responded, and then let go of the infinity badge. After cutting off the communication with the young man in gold clothes, he held his communicator again. Mu Chen, Lu Lian, Yang Di, listen carefully, my plan is. At this moment, Shanfeng seemed to be a complete replica of the lonely Saint Elogius, who ended in tragedy. His body had been burned to ashes, leaving only a head, which was like a skull, completely exposed. His blue eyes, like gems, were covered with cracks, and small debris was constantly peeling off. Only half of the eyeball in his right eye was left. The black giant had already placed restrictions on him. There was a price to pay for manipulating the door structure, and that was the price of the body. Even if Shanfeng's entire body was burned, the correction door could only open 99.999%. Although it was only a millimeter short, it was destined to be an impossible task. In Chang-Chi's mind, he inexplicably recalled the previous random task of jumping off the building in public. And he had to shout out the secret in his heart very shamefully. He had no choice but to tell the knot about the serious criminal. Chang-Chi remembered it very clearly. There were many residents gathered under the building at that time. They were very tolerant and full of kindness. We can feel that you are a kind child. No matter what happened, we want to believe that you are definitely not a serious criminal. There must be some misunderstanding. Grandma Bao Sheriff Kerr. Thank you for your trust. I can only be forced to admit. I am indeed kind. And I am indeed not a serious criminal. On the contrary, those who condone the evil conspiracy of the Correctors Alliance are the real serious criminals, but I have to say. Next, I may have to do some operations that are suspected of being a serious criminal. Fortunately, Chang-Chi lowered his head and looked at the time mirage relic in his palm, which has been continuously recording everything. As long as it is there, the truth is there. It may take some effort to explain, but it can still explain the whole thing. Anyway, those guys can't get in. When I get everything done, Amma will take me away safely. Even that guy himself doesn't know where he will dig, let alone being tracked. Chang-Chi glanced at Shanfeng, who was about to run out of energy, and took a breath slowly. A strong luster gradually bloomed in his eyes. There were signs before that living skin also had a certain degree of recognition of himself. Although I don't know the reason, it is certain. At this moment, Chang-Chi slowly stretched out his palm, and the Pioneer gravitational weapon system bloomed with an ice blue luster, covering the living skin on Shanfeng's body and exerting a powerful interference force. The tattooed living skin was peeled off from Shanfeng's body inch by inch. Come! Chang-Chi shouted angrily, and at the same time, the Transformer star armor on his upper body automatically faded, revealing his bare chest. Come! The living skin was unable to resist Chang-Chi's call after all, and flew out suddenly, attached to Chang-Chi's body with a whoosh, and then quickly changed color and shape, fitting perfectly on Chang-Chi's upper body. Chang-Chi's hair, although not as long as Shanfeng's, still danced with the wind. At this moment, countless time islands on the opposite side, due to the strange refraction phenomenon, reflected countless identical figures of Chang-Chi. It was a boy with a naked upper body, covered with tattoos that flashed strong purple light. He stood in front of a door that looked like a devil's eye, with his hair dancing, and his momentum was unprecedented. Chang-Chi suddenly smiled. It turned out that the result that had already been seen was impossible to change. I once thought that because of my confused memory, the door-opening boy I saw was Sean Fong, but I didn't expect that it was just a process. After traveling through the colorful civilization, witnessing different people and things, and understanding the truth of the correction plan, I had a completely different experience, and my state of mind slowly changed. Perhaps I grew up, or perhaps my nature was like this. In short, the reason that continued to happen matched the result at the beginning. My name is Chung Chi, the Chi of beggars. I am not a serious criminal. I am just a little bit great at this moment. The boy's expression was wantonly, and there was no longer any pressure or burden in his heart. He opened his eyes wide and looked at the 100 correction doors, and golden flames broke out in his body. But he was heroic and shouted angrily through the sky. "Open it for me!" Chapter 585. The golden flame burned fiercely. Chung Chi almost turned into a human-shaped flame. No matter who it is, as long as they try to open the correction gate, their bodies will inevitably suffer from the backlash of unknown energy. After completely integrating with Silent Killer, Chung Chi's physical fitness has undergone a transformation, and at the same time, he has gained a self-healing ability that is almost visible to the naked eye. The destructive power of the golden flame is almost offset by the amazing self-healing power. Chung Chi's eyes are focused. Sean Fong has opened the gate more than 90%, and only the last push is left at this moment. Among the 100 gates, 100 purple demon eyes finally slowly closed. In the sky, the sound of an ancient wooden door creaking open appeared with a long tail. Success? Chung Chi, who was enveloped by the golden flame, opened his eyes slightly. He immediately turned his head and glanced at the Corrector Alliance in the distance. 22 figures enveloped by strong light were still lined up in a straight line, motionless. The giant cross creature that seemed to be from the legendary civilization, although it exuded a terrifying aura, did not move. The only black giant that showed its image seemed to reveal more information, and its body movements clearly showed signs of anger and anxiety. Chung Chi narrowed his eyes slightly. Sure enough, they could not pass through the correction gate. The chaotic space inside the colorful civilization was in existence that they could only watch from afar and not play with. They had no ability to travel through it, or they were afraid of it, just like the white skeletal bride covered with a red veil. You can admire her figure, but if you dare to lift the veil, she will knock you to the bone and suck your marrow. Sean Fong was extremely miserable at this time. The only remaining head was also burned with pits, and a large part of the skull was missing, revealing the brain inside. The moment the 100 doors opened, unprecedented hope burst out in his eyes. But his obsession was very strong, and his broken eyes stared at the residents, who had become dimensional monsters, hoping that after the door was opened, they would be able to return to a healthy state. This is the premise of rescue. If this step cannot be achieved, then everything is meaningless. Don't expect them to recover automatically. Chung Chi suddenly spoke, as if he had grasped the truth, and his tone was certain. Sean Feng's eyes widened a little, and many fragments fell from his eyeballs again. Now he has no means, just maintaining the remaining life, wanting to see the final result. That black giant is indeed good at calculations, and is extremely insidious. Although the dimension here is strange, the residents have completely adapted to this environment. Under normal circumstances, they have no chance of becoming dimensional monsters. Everything is due to the interference of the black giant. The black giant's plan is hidden deep, and can even be traced back to the source of the colorful civilization, the embryonic period of the entire civilization. Chung Chi squinted his eyes, and looked at the black giant outside the correction gate, which was completely dark. Recalling the scene he just saw on the ground. All the time points of the colorful civilization float in the air in the form of islands. Of course, this also includes the ancient ape-man era. Chung Chi saw the real pink sunflower god from that island, and he descended on the continent in a godlike manner. He destroyed all the conventional carbohydrates that would evolve into wheat, rice, potatoes, etc. in the future. Carbohydrates are composed of three elements: carbon, hydrogen, and oxygen. The ratio of hydrogen to oxygen is usually 2 to 1, similar to water molecules. It can be generally understood as carbon plus water, hence the name. Carbohydrates are widely found in food, such as rice and noodles, so people occasionally use carbohydrates to refer to these foods. It is the main source of energy for the human body. 50% to 65% of the energy required by the human body is usually provided by carbohydrates, and the brain also mainly relies on glucose converted from carbohydrates for energy. But the black giant did not seem to kill them all. It left pink sunflower for the apes. And this crop, through thousands of years of evolution and development, has become the main food crop of colorful civilization. This place is very similar to my home. The physiological structure of the residents is almost the same. In my hometown, carbohydrates such as wheat and rice will be converted into sugars needed by the human body by enzymes in the human body. So the brain function of the residents in my hometown can be guaranteed, and they will not suffer from mental breakdown due to lack of sugar. In theory, if there is a lack of carbohydrates in the evolutionary history, then the residents should have evolved other survival mechanisms. But for colorful civilization, this has become a disaster. There are different dimensions here, and the way for the residents to maintain their normal form is to have a healthy brain. I once heard a theory that humans are creatures that are three-dimensional bodies, imprisoned in high-dimensional consciousness. And the brain is the home of consciousness. If the brain lacks energy and cannot function properly, then consciousness will inevitably fall into chaos. This is the fundamental reason why the residents become dimensional monsters. The black giant came to the colorful civilization continent before the formation of the correction gate, destroyed all the carbohydrate plants, and left behind the pink sunflower that does not have carbohydrate function. Chang-Chi narrowed his eyes. In other words, it took away most of the sugar in this world. Shan Feng's eyes flashed with blue light. So this is the most fundamental reason. It must have blocked some information, causing me to never calculate the truth. When my friends and I came here, every time we switched cities, our brains would always feel dizzy. Chang-Chi was surprised. This is surprising. The wonderful principle of eye-opening. Crossing different dimensions requires the consumption of a substance that seems ordinary and can be seen everywhere for me. That is sugar. If I stay here forever, maybe one day I will lose control of my brain due to lack of sugar, and after being affected by the environment, I may become a dimensional monster. Chang-Chi looked down at the colorful civilization continent. The crop of pink sunflower has replaced the original diverse plants, so the sugar balls of Baopapa are soft and sticky, but there is no sweetness. Lu Lian and others have said it more than once. The black giant is the pink sunflower god. And the sculpture that has been passed down through the ages in the square is the black giant. It's just that the ape man's intelligence is not civilized, and the black sculpture is very different from the original. I have seen this mastermind many times. And the so-called pink sunflower should be a species created by the black giant. The black giant stood outside the door, and the only thing it could control was the substance called pink sunflower. It had sucked out a lot of white powder from the residents' bodies before, and the residents immediately lost control and turned into dimensional monsters. Pink sunflower should be able to be converted into some sugar, but it is very small. The black giant's plan is to allow the residents to obtain scarce sugar, and their brains are on the verge of collapse. But occasionally some monsters will appear to facilitate the observation of the corrector alliance. But this time, they changed their plan and took away all the sugar, and the residents lost their last stability. Chang-Chi looked at the ground again, where there was still the candy ball skin he had discarded. In order to express his guilt, Sha Feng gave Chang-Chi a candy ball. Sha Feng was kind, but he didn't know the black giant's means. The black giant made the candy ball rotten, and disgusting bugs crawled out. That was the only means it could operate, similar to controlling the plant-like substance pink sunflower remotely. So, if we want to help the residents recover. Chang-Chi looked at the black balls of thread running around, screaming and irritable, we must replenish their sugar. Shan Feng's eyes were filled with despair, but there is not enough sugar in this world. Chapter 586. Yes, there is enough sugar here. Chang-Chi looked at the billions of time islands in the distance, his eyes far away. The wind technology created by you and your two brothers has solved this problem. Shan Feng's eyes trembled. Just like life, no plan can go smoothly. He has always had a plan to save all residents in his heart, but wind technology has encountered countless setbacks in the technical research of instant transport, and even faced countless unsolvable desperate situations. The two brothers often did not understand what they did. The three brothers had many quarrels, and even broke up. Shan Feng even jumped from the wind technology building because he was shrouded in despair. But he was also a strange and unknown life form. He was unable to free himself as he wished, and he did not want to really free himself. Although the three brothers are not blood-related, the brotherhood of blood is thicker than water, but it is not so easy to collapse. Perhaps just the next day, the three brothers will smile at each other and continue to devote themselves to research work, as if all the unpleasantness had never happened. Brothers? Shan Feng's eyeballs were broken, and there were no more tears. He recalled the past scenes, but all he saw were residents, who had become dimensional monsters. He could not find his two brothers. He also could not remember when phone technology had solved the problem of sugar. There are 3 items in the compartment of Lin Feng's office. Time Mirage Relic, X gold coins, and a machine that can make polycrystalline. Cheng Qi looked at Shan Feng and said that he did not find any practical significance of polycrystalline, so the machine can only be used for viewing in. To commemorate the relationship between you brothers. Shan Feng's eyes trembled again. The sugar in your mouth and the sugar in our civilization's sugar group are 2 different things. We have never had the definition of pure sugar here, and we even think that we don't need this substance. But in fact, the so-called polycrystalline substance is pure sugar. Shan Feng's eyes were empty and sad. You mean, the 3 of us brothers have created a substance that shouldn't exist? Immediately, Shan Feng looked at Cheng Qi. But how can you be sure that polycrystalline substance must be the pure sugar in your mouth? At this time, Shan Feng was slightly stunned. Because Cheng Qi's body had a slight blurry feeling just now, as if he had used some incredible super speed, went somewhere, and quickly returned. At this time, there were a few white crystals on the corners of Cheng Qi's mouth. He smacked his lips, and said cunningly, I've tasted it. And I brought these things back. Cheng Qi waved his hand, and the dozen or so polycrystalline material manufacturing machines wrapped in ice blue luster behind him were lined up in a row and floated in the air. You took different machines from different time points? But how can this be used by all residents? Shan Feng's tone was inexplicably shocked and suspicious. You don't have to worry about this. Cheng Qi stood in the cold wind and pressed the communicator. Lu Lian Mukin Yang Di, get ready. The STC, which brought endless mystery and subverted all the logic of creation, flashed frequently. The azure light flickered and shone. Similar technological creations detected. Break into original matter. PV20 enlarged version of polycrystalline material manufacturing machine *10. Polycrystalline cannon *5. Candy Fortress Generator *2. Cute Civilization Series, Weather Weapon Candy Blizzard Generator *1. From the 6th Technology Civilization full of Kawaii Lolita, Cute Civilization, the hot-selling version of the Fairy Tale Weapon series, it can generate a candy blizzard with a diameter of 1 million kilometers, fruit-flavored hard candies, lollipops, icing, toffee, marshmallows, gelatin soft candies. Nearly 130 kinds of candies are flying wildly. One bite is a big satisfaction. One bite is silent. You have to eat it even if you don't want to. Cheng Qi was stunned. Is there still an advanced civilization full of Kawaii Lolita? This equipment is good. You have to eat it even if you don't want to. In the sky ahead. A huge pink blizzard with a sweet taste, cocoa butter fragrance, and fruit fragrance formed out of thin air. It was like a pink girl-style nebula vortex, directly blocking the 101 correction gates. Black Giant's red electronic eye cave was determined to be some unknown low-level camouflage system. Useless means, you can't escape the blockade wall we built. The result will not change. You can only return to the observation dish. Cheng Qi ignored Black Giant. Success or failure depends on this move. Shan Feng, start instant transport. Mukin, the spirit-style starship is on stage. Ordered and disordered, known and unknown, planned and unplanned. All the variables promoted by Cheng Qi appeared in an instant, forming a continuous effect like a baton. The pink vortex expanded rapidly, and the candy aroma spread across the sky, drifting towards all dimensional monsters. At the same time, Shan Feng's instant transport equipment bloomed with light covering the sky, and all the dimensional monsters were like black balls of thread wrapped in a vacuum cleaner. They were almost teleported, all baptized by the candy storm, and gathered towards the correction gate. Shan Feng widened his cracked eyes. He heard the screams of the dimensional monsters becoming less and less, and he saw the figures of residents appearing in the dreamy pink vortex. The black ball of thread seemed to be untied, splitting into many figures, who looked around blankly, and looked at Shan Feng, who only had half of his head left. There were Baopapa, Xiao Duo, and Uncle Hunter at different time points. And Uncle Wen and the ferryman at other time points. Shan Feng's lips trembled. There will also be big brother Lin Feng, second brother He Feng. You are all here, you are back. In a trance. Shan Feng also saw a familiar female figure, wearing an embroidered red top and a long braided pigtail. Her facial features conveyed an incomparable beauty, and a smile like the spring breeze. All of this formed an irreplaceable tenderness and kindness in Shan Feng's heart. Mother! Mother! Is that you? The last tear flowed from Shan Feng's dry and broken eyeballs. He could only see the outline of the woman, her face wrapped in warm light. He couldn't be sure whether it was the mother who raised him, but this scene left Shan Feng with infinite hope in his heart, as bright and lasting as the sun. On the isolation wall created by the Corrector Alliance. Suddenly, a mysterious and complex geometric pattern appeared. The fourth wall navigation technology obviously also has endless potential. It has always been able to penetrate everything and use a mysterious geometric pattern to open the door to another dimension. This opening is also superior to the technology of God-level civilization. The exit of the fourth wall is exclusive to the Ling-style starship and can only last for a few seconds. But the core advantage of Shanfeng's pyramid matrix is teleportation. Behind the fourth wall, the pyramid matrix in the green bubble also flashed a strong luster. The residents of colorful civilization may know the truth, or they may not have figured it out, but they have no time to say goodbye. In just a moment, the residents who have returned to human form disappeared inside the correction gate. In the distance, many dense black spots appeared in the green bubble behind the fourth wall in an instant. Chang-Chi's brows relaxed. Success, but the next moment, the strange dimensional phenomenon of colorful civilization appeared again. It was mysterious, and no one could predict all the changes. In the sky, countless time point islands suddenly gathered together. The materials, creations, and people here all have an invisible bond. In just a moment, all the islands suddenly disappeared, and there were some slightly larger black spots in the green bubble behind the fourth wall. Even the candy storms around, and the candy blizzard generator in front of Chang-Chi disappeared together. After all, its synthetic materials also came from the colorful civilization. Chang-Chi exhaled slowly. Everything in the entire civilization has left the real world. Not only that, the green bubble behind the fourth wall also showed an incomprehensible phenomenon, as if a transparent needle suddenly pierced the bubble, and it also suddenly disappeared behind the fourth wall, leaving nothing behind. But Chang-Chi realized that the colorful civilization was still there, but it had hidden in a dimension that could no longer be traced. Shanfeng's life seemed to have come to an end, but he finally smiled. No one can find them anymore. Thank you, Chang-Chi. You're welcome. Chang-Chi nodded, but halfway through his words, his whole body suddenly trembled. He quickly clenched his right hand and found that his palm was empty. Chapter 587. According to the plan, the spirit-style starship only appeared for a moment, formed a short exit, and then entered the fourth wall again to ensure its own safety. It was like a flexible fish, briefly jumping out of the water, and then quickly diving into the water. In the imagination, this moment is about 1 second. But at this time, Chang-Chi's scalp suddenly felt numb, and his 5 senses were suddenly covered by a strange feeling. Time and space seemed to be stagnant, and time seemed to be slowed down by hundreds of times. Although the residents of colorful civilization have escaped. But the spirit-style starship is at the moment of jumping out of the water. Chang-Chi's hair is in a flying state, but it seems to be frozen in the air. His eyeballs are like the second hand of a clock. Even with the bonus of super speed, it can only move in small segments. He saw that the black giant's body seemed to slow down 100 times. It had no movement trend, but the red electronic eyes released angry light. But the 22 figures behind the black giant, which were stained in yellow light, gathered a kind of yellow energy on the cross-shaped creature that seemed to be a god-level civilization. And the huge cross also gathered energy together, and finally released a straight yellow beam of light. Although this beam of light was slender, it was faster than hundreds of kilometers in an instant, shooting into the observation window of the spirit-style starship and piercing through the spirit-style starship. All this happened within 1 second. After the attack was completed, the sense of stagnation of time disappeared instantly, and the speed of change of the scenery returned to normal. Chang-Chi's body trembled violently. And the observation window, and the rear side of the spirit-style starship instantly burst out a large number of fragments, like countless tiny white petals. Before being attacked, the Ling-style starship had already formed a dynamic trend of plunging into the water. At this moment, a flash of light appeared, and it entered the back of the fourth wall with injuries and disappeared from sight. Chang-Chi's heart seemed to suddenly rise to his throat. Mu Chen, how are you? We are fine. It's just Lu Lian. Oh, he's fine too. But the hull of the Ling-style starship has physical damage. It was penetrated. I'm sorry, Chang-Chi, there is something wrong with my operation. Mu Chen's frightened voice came from the communicator. This is not your problem. Chang-Chi breathed a sigh of relief. It's good that everyone is fine. This is the first time that the Ling-style starship has been damaged, and Chang-Chi is very unhappy. Fortunately, all the companions are safe and sound. But I'm in trouble. Chang-Chi looked at his empty palm. The time mirage relic in his hand disappeared along with the colorful civilization, and went to a place where no one could trace it. Because this device was also the creation of the colorful civilization, the dimensional space is extremely mysterious, and the people and things in it are extremely mysterious. Chang-Chi did not expect that such an unexpected thing would happen. Without the Time Mirage Relic, it is equivalent to losing the record. And he just made the action of a serious criminal, and the result is 100% true, but the reason cannot be traced. This is a self-proving trap, and a logical dead loop. Isn't this a complete mess? The infinite badge flashed and heated up again. Chang-Chi, how is the evidence? Chang-Chi's face was extremely complicated. Evidence. Shan Feng, who was only half exposed, was almost exhausted. Chang-Chi, have I caused you any trouble? Chang-Chi frowned deeply. To be honest, yes. A huge trouble. Shan Feng's 2 blue eyeballs had completely shattered and fallen off, leaving only 2 creepy black holes in the eye area. Sorry. I can't repay you anymore. Shan Feng said, and his voice stopped abruptly. The broken head drooped slightly, and he was completely dead. The golden flame on his head still existed, burning his exposed brain inch by inch, and the ashes fell off and drifted away with the wind. He would eventually merge with the world and disappear, but he had completed his promise and mission. Shan Feng. Chang-Chi knew that it was a foregone conclusion, but he still subconsciously called out, but Shan Feng would never answer again. A touch of sadness and loneliness also appeared in Chang-Chi's eyes. Shan Feng's death was like a switch. Chang-Chi did not blame Shan Feng and colorful civilization. He did not question his decision, and he also recognized his decision and did not regret it. But feeling the empty palm, Chang-Chi felt like he had lost everything. The next moment, Chang-Chi turned his head and looked at the Corrector Alliance outside the gate. He did not know what civilization those creatures were from, what kind of technology and means they had, and even did not know their true faces. But God-level civilization, Level 11 civilization, Level 12 civilization, and Legendary civilization, these titles make people feel infinitely terrifying and generate infinite reverie. Especially the Legendary civilization. Chang-Chi had no idea what the term Legendary civilization meant, what kind of civilization, what level of technology, and what kind of glorious history could be worthy of the word legend. They are undoubtedly the top of the pyramid in the universe, the best among the myriad creatures, and the most sophisticated and scarce existence in the huge filter of the universe after layers of screening. There was anger burning in Chang-Chi's heart, and the light of reason was also shining. Now he was not on the same level as these guys. If it were not for the restraint of the correction gate, this should be a battle that ended in an instant. And the restraint of the correction gate on them seemed very serious. The action of attacking the Spirit Starship just now was obviously an attack that was finally completed by more than 20 civilizations. The correction gate should have other effects. They were weakened, and the means of the God-level civilization were definitely not just that. Chang-Chi, you destroyed our carefully arranged observation dish. The only black giant who spoke in the Corrector Alliance was still the spokesperson at this time. Its calm and rational tone conveyed an unshakable decision. Corrector Alliance unanimously decided to list you as a necessary target for erasure. This is an established fact. I am officially notifying you. You are so fucking pretentious. Chang-Chi had some insight, but still said with disdain, you still can't get in. Crack. A sound with a sign of doom suddenly sounded. Chang-Chi's expression was stern, and suddenly he found that the 101 correction gates in the sky had clear cracks. It seemed that because everything of colorful civilization had disappeared, the energy inside and outside the gate was unbalanced, and was about to break. Chang-Chi's expression changed. Mu-Chen, come and pick me up. It's time to retreat. I be there soon. Mu-Chen's somewhat panicked voice sounded, I'm speeding up, but there are some problems with the starship's balance system. The sound of the internal communicator was a little intermittent, and then the communication was passively interrupted. Crack. At this moment, Chang-Chi wanted to complain about the quality of these God-level civilization creations, or some of the unconventional principles in them. Correction gate is not like the common perception. First, cracks appear, and then the cracks continue to expand. After a clear process, the result of collapse appears. The correction gate around only gave a perfunctory hint. Then it broke in an instant, and huge fragments fell from the air. Then, in the process of falling, it decomposed into purple energy, just like adding baking soda into a carbonated drink, turning into countless diffuse particles and dissipating in the air. Chang-Chi's eyes opened slightly. This time, there was no barrier between him and the Corrector Alliance. Chapter 588. Life is like this. 9 out of 10 things are not satisfactory, and the remaining 1 or 2 things are even more unsatisfactory. Time Mirage Relics no longer exists. The title of serious criminal may not be washed away. Correction gate suddenly disappeared again, and Changqi reached a higher peak in life, 1 vs 24 god-level civilizations. Colorful civilization. The strange dimensional energy spread around, and all the scenery became black and white, like a dream. But sometimes, life will have some unexpected turns. Because people cannot infer everything, people often talk about what will happen tomorrow, what will happen next year, and what will happen in the future, but in fact, there may be an accident in the next second and die. Sometimes, when people encounter an irresistible crisis, an ultimate desperate situation, and will soon lose their fragile lives, they can encounter a turnaround that they never thought of. The gently sobbing wind blows across the desolate land. The 23 figures of the Corrector Alliance, plus a cross creature, were motionless, like a sculpture. Changqi seemed to see some truth. Except for the Black Giant, the figures of the divine civilization that had arrived a long time ago rarely made any moves, not because they were pretending to be deep, but because they were wrapped with an energy chain as thin as a hair. The chain has always existed, but it has become more obvious now. This should be the reason why their previous attack on the Spirit-style starship seemed so difficult and required cooperation. And the Black Giant seemed to be the weakest force among them, not even worthy of the chain, and was always out of the situation, so he could always escape from the barking dog. Is it the executioner? Changqi looked up at the sky, and the colorful atmosphere dissipated in an instant. No. That was a sight never seen before. Is it the colorful civilization that has entered the mysterious dimension and developed over time and returned? No. A negative answer popped up in Changqi's mind. The dimensional energy here is constantly disappearing, and the mother planet of the colorful civilization is a habitable planet the size of the Earth. A figure stood outside this planet, looking down like a god. In his eyes, the natural celestial bodies in the universe are just large crystal balls. He broke through the limitations of life and looked down with a calm gaze. His language became consciousness and floated directly into Changqi's mind, ethereal and sourceless. The dimension here is abnormal, and there is still a last trace of it, so you saw the result first. Your actions have made me. I am the you of the future. Countless incredible and incomprehensible things roared in Changqi's mind. After a long silence, Changqi just realized a little mystery and said, "Will my future become you? And because of the special colorful civilization, you and I coexist at the same time?" The ethereal voice said, "It still needs some successive reasons to make all this happen." Changqi's eyes opened. Reason? The godlike giant turned his eyes, and Changqi followed his gaze. Shan Feng had died long ago, his skull and brain had been completely burned, and his eyeballs had turned into countless fragments and scattered without a trace. But the cone-shaped crystal in his brain was completely exposed, floating in the air, emitting blue light, shining brightly. The STC on the wrist suddenly responded to it, and the fan-shaped beam kept scanning the crystal. A translucent blue window slowly opened in front of Changqi. Identify the new supplementary fragments. Supplementary fragment name, STC Calculator's Wish. After the fusion is completed, STC will upgrade the corresponding database. The shock of knowing it later was like a landslide and tsunami. Changqi opened his eyes slightly, and a chill came out of the back of his head. The essence of Sha Feng is the supplementary fragment of STC. Just like the former gambler. No wonder he is completely different from the people of colorful civilization. Changqi looked at the STC on his wrist with trembling pupils, and a puzzle that was easily overlooked was suddenly solved. Living skin has a certain master recognition nature. When he just got the living skin fragment, that small piece of skin was instantly attached to Changqi's wrist. Sha Feng is obviously its owner. Why did he make a mistake? Living skin did not make a mistake. At that time, it wanted to get close to the STC on Changqi's wrist, not Changqi. Because its real owner is the life Sha Feng, which was formed by the fragments of STC. Gambler said that their mother civilization Eco-City was destroyed in an instant, and Sha Feng should be a fragment of it, or a higher life. He unexpectedly landed in colorful civilization, and started the road to fight against Corrector Alliance. However, Sha Feng lost his past memories and abilities, and his road was difficult. Hello Changqi. We have never met, but I have an inexplicable sense of familiarity and goodwill towards you. This is for you, as compensation for my previous obstruction of you. I hope you forgive me. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I can't repay you anymore. Shan Feng's voice echoed in Changqi's ears, so real. The crystal fragments left by Sha Feng vibrated and flew towards him. After a crisp click, the only fragment that proved that the young Sha Feng had existed merged with the STC on Changqi's wrist. Fusion progress 0.001%, 0.002%, 0.003%. Chang-Chi opened his eyes wide, and an emotion called touching slowly flowed in his heart. Cause and effect. Calculators wish recognized you, and the reason for you to become mine has also been advanced by 1 point. Outside the planet, the godlike figure seemed to have adjusted its clarity and instantly became real. Chang-Chi slowly turned his head and looked up at the incomprehensible existence in the air. That was himself. Still 18 years old, with clear eyes and tiny spots on his cheeks due to 18 years of scavenging, he still wears the radiation protection suit that he thinks is the most comfortable, but has little actual effect, and the ragged blue scavenger cloak. The super advanced civilization that I respect, admire, and don't know how to call it. The black giant nodded slightly at the giant figure, very terrified. Excuse me, are you just passing by? What happened here disturbed your thinking and triggered your observation. I am deeply sorry. The black giant could not see the details of the giant figure, but only a figure comparable to a planet. In fact, it was not only the gap in technological level, but also a silent contempt. The black giant had to lower his self-proclaimed noble head. You may also be a legendary civilization. Just like my allies behind me, Holy Cross civilization. The red electronic eyes on the iron barrel-like head of the black giant turned blue. It's just that the space here is abnormal, and their signal transmission seems to have some problems. But their technology is like yours, truly admirable. The black giant tried to drive away the unknown figure, and expressed his team members in the words, who also have outstanding abilities to exert deterrence. I fixed them before, otherwise you would not have survived until now. And as an important reason was formed, I became more solid. The words of the giant figure resounded in Chang-Chi's mind, and then the giant figure slightly sideways, and suddenly 24 golden strings appeared in front of him. His eyes briefly lingered on one of them, as if someone plucked the string, and it trembled slightly. He looked at the Corrector Alliance and finally gave 2 words, Ant. In the depths of the universe, a golden energy line that was placed horizontally in the dark space, and could not be seen suddenly appeared and passed by at the speed of light. Chang-Chi felt a warm breeze across his cheeks, and his eyes widened slightly. But the cross created by the legendary civilization standing in front of him was instantly cut in half. In the entire universe, it seemed that no rules could resist that slender string. Then the huge cross exploded violently. It was not an ordinary object. It contained terrifying and unimaginable energy inside, which was being released in an uncontrolled state. The huge volume even collapsed slightly. At this moment, the golden string that just passed by turned back from the original path, like a golden light passing through the smoke, absorbing all the energy generated by the collapse of the cross, and dissipated into the sky like a feather. The black giant's electronic eyes instantly turned red again, the application of string theory. There is no second explanation in my memory bank. You are Genesis-level civilization. The huge young figure had no desire to communicate with it, and his eyes casually looked at the second string. In the deep starry sky, a fine light net that seemed to be interwoven by countless strings fell from the sky. The black giant and the other 22 god-level civilization figures were cut into countless pieces in an instant. Regardless of their technological level, they did not even have the qualifications to scream. Their bodies also exploded to varying degrees. But as the golden light net returned to its original path, these overflowing energies, like scattered garbage, were uniformly recycled. It was just a casual move, and the world was silent. In this world, only Chang-Chi and the huge young figure stood quietly. These are just some remote machines controlled by them. But the result of your opposition to the Corrector Alliance has already taken shape. Any civilization among them is much stronger than you think. Chang-Chi's own voice echoed in his mind, extremely mysterious, like his own admonition to himself, weak, the past me. The so-called technology can indeed reveal most of the rules in this universe. It's time for you to improve your technology level. Only in this way can you be qualified to face everything that comes next. Chang-Chi's eyes shone with luster. There is another question. Am I destined to become you? The huge figure replied, there is no so-called destiny. What you see is the result. In the next journey, when you achieve various reasons, you are me and I am you. The dimensional energy left by the colorful civilization finally dissipated completely. Chang-Chi, the Genesis civilization who traveled through time and space, also gradually disappeared. In the void, he left his last words. Remember to stay optimistic. Chang-Chi's heart could not calm down for a long time, and he looked at the STC in his hand in a daze. Suddenly, an idea came to his mind like an epiphany. I lost everything, but I gained a stronger self. Chapter 589. Everything is calm. This is an end, but also a beginning. The once colorful civilization has become an ordinary, desolate, and silent planet. The infinity badge on Chang-Chi's chest flickered slightly. Every time this badge flickered, it would emit a slight heat, but this time, Chang-Chi felt that the badge was particularly hot, and it hurt his skin. Have you collected enough evidence? The voice of the young man in gold clothes sounded. Evidence. Chang-Chi looked at the land around him, and the sky above him. The residents had disappeared, the correction gate had disappeared, and even the atmosphere that was once black and white was returning to normal. Everything was disappearing, and nothing would be left. Chang-Chi exhaled slowly and smiled in an ambiguous way. I opened those doors. The young man in gold was silent for a moment. What door? Ah? Chang-Chi was also stunned. Correction door. Everyone believes that dimensional monsters will run out of it, causing suffering to the living. I opened those doors. It's confirmed. Oh, the Corrector Alliance violated the moral and ethical treaty of the Ship of Civilization and privately interfered with the lower civilizations, and created the observation dish. The young man in gold said calmly, the executioner has warned them. If they don't stop the experiment, we will take action. Chang-Chi glared. Say it again? The young man in gold was a little unhappy. Chang-Chi, that's enough. I'm busy with official duties. In fact, this say it again is often not because you didn't hear it clearly, but it means you don't believe it. Chang-Chi had a hard time. His mood was like a roller coaster, and he almost cried at this moment. It turns out that there is justice in this world. It turns out that there are wise people in this world. It turns out that doing good things will really not be punished. I am crying to death. Who understands? Great joy. Chang-Chi realized it later. I once heard the story of the black-eyed grandmother, saying that a boy opened the correction gate and released the dimensional demon, and finally the Corrector Alliance took action and gave the boy a painful punishment. This story is generally the result of this correction gate incident, but it was a rumor and deviated from the facts. The boy in it should refer to Shafeng. So the so-called painful punishment does not refer to Chang-Chi, let alone being divided into 5 equal parts. It is that Chang-Chi at that time was too eager to clear his grievances and took himself as the case. In addition, because of the inversion of cause and effect here, Chang-Chi saw some inaccurate futures, so he went crazy. After all this time, I will not be wronged at all? Chang-Chi's spine, which had just been bent by the painful reality, suddenly straightened up, and the smile on his face matched the sun in the sky. Today is really a beautiful day. So, the voice of the young man in gold came slowly. How much evidence have you collected about you not being a serious criminal? Chang-Chi only felt that he was struck by a bolt of lightning. The sky suddenly became cloudy, and today was suddenly not beautiful. So that is to say, the executioner is really objective and fair, and will not be easily confused by illusions. So, I am really a serious criminal, and I know nothing about the details, let alone the evidence for appeal. Chang-Chi blinked. It seems that you have gained nothing. I have wasted so much time for you. The young man in gold sighed slightly. I now doubt whether it is the right choice to put all my hopes on you. Chang-Chi ignored the other party's distrust. Since you are an official, you must know the truth about serious criminals. That is confidential, and because of my sensitive identity, I have no right to view it. The voice of the young man in gold came, but according to my understanding of the judgment rules of executioner, even if you really open the correction gate, release monsters, and cause large-scale destruction of other civilizations, compared with the crimes of serious criminals, these are equivalent to trampling on public lawns, breaking other people's flower fields, and killing a nest of ants. Chang-Chi heard this, and it can be said that he had mixed feelings. Public lawns, flower fields, ants. According to the evil version of correction gate, such a huge crime can only be described as this kind of thing. What did I do in the past? Should I be proud or blame myself? I have also conducted some investigations in secret. The serious criminal incident is complicated and confusing, and I have made almost no progress. The young man in gold clothes continued, but I can be sure of one thing. Serious criminal is related to a god-level calculator civilization. From some unknown level, calculator civilization promoted the birth of serious criminal. Chang-Chi's pupil shrank. What is the relationship between calculator and the black robot that is good at calculation in Corrector Alliance? Birds of a feather. The young man in golden clothes said, if nothing unexpected happens, the robot you mentioned is a substitute for the calculator civilization. Most of the super advanced civilizations in the universe are like this, and will not show up easily. Robot substitutes are very easy to achieve, and low-cost substitutes. Chang-Chi nodded slowly. It seems that the grudge between him and the calculator civilization is not as simple as he imagined. Here's a suggestion. Don't provoke them easily. They are far more terrifying than you think. The title of God-level civilization is no joke. The young man in gold clothes said. At least, before you become a truly advanced civilization, don't be like a clown, thinking that you have the aura of a protagonist and dare to challenge others with just passion. In fact, the universe is vast, and endless technology is like 100 flowers blooming. You are just a pile of shit now. You said it with good intentions before. What's the last sentence? What does a pile of shit mean? Since we are of the same origin, I won't bother with you. You are a leader after all, and you are really tactless in your words. Chang-Chi sneered. Okay, I used the wrong words. You are not a piece of shit, okay? The young man in gold said steadily. I was just forced to express a lot of information before, so I condensed many real situations into a sentence that is not very elegant, but very appropriate. Chang-Chi frowned. Not very elegant, but appropriate. Are you sure you are fair, not venomous, scholarinous or something like that? The young man in gold said, as the saying goes, the truth hurts the ear. The reason why you broke your defense is because I said the truth, which is precisely due to my fair character. Okay. Chang-Chi exhaled slowly, then tell me from the perspective of fairness, is there a place in the universe that can allow me to clearly understand the different levels of technology and achieve the effect of knowing myself and the enemy? And if I want to improve my own technology level, there is also a fertile land there. The young man in gold said word by word. That place is called Civilization Ship. Chapter 590. In the Spirit Starship. The previous Corrector Alliance released a weakened attack, causing the Spirit Starship to be penetrated from front to back. Fortunately, the damage was mainly to the physical structure, which can be understood as two large holes in the hull. Mu Chun, Lu Lian, and Yang Di stood in the bridge and had to wear heavy space suits. Hanzi personally repaired the holes in a crude way. Lu Lian seems to have some problems. Mu Chen's voice came through the communication system built into the space suit. The voice was muffled and mixed with clear breathing sounds. The attack beam released by the Corrector Alliance before not only penetrated the ship, but also happened to pass through Lu Lian's body. At that time, Lu Lian's body flew 4 or 5 meters in the air, and then fell heavily to the ground. But that attack method seemed to be specifically aimed at alloys, so there was no obvious damage on Lu Lian's body. Moreover, because of the blood-sucking leech enhancement, he quickly stood up and resumed free movement. But Mu Chen looked at Lu Lian in the distance, who was a little dazed, and looked at Chang-Chi with concern. Then his behavior became a little weird, silent, always staring at the observation window in a daze. He seemed to be looking in the direction of the Milky Way. Chang-Chi frowned. When the Lingshire starship was attacked before, Mu Chen kept in touch with Chang-Chi. He was very panicked at that time, apparently because Lu Lian was hit, but then he told Chang-Chi that Lu Lian was not seriously injured. Finally, Hanzi barely sealed the gap in the Lingshire starship. Because the material of the Lingshire starship is special, and there is no suitable substitute, he could only use some random alloys to barely repair it, like patching. The air pressure in the cabin gradually stabilized, and oxygen was supplied immediately. Mu Chen took off the space suit helmet, and Lu Lian in the distance also took off the helmet slowly, and then took off the heavy space suit inch by inch. After completing all this, he stepped out of the space suit piled on the ground, came to the observation window again, and began to look at the dark deep space. Lu Lian. Chang-Chi and Mu Chen approached. Is there anything wrong with your body? No. Lu Lian shook her head, then stared at the deep space, and slowly said, but I'm going to die. What's wrong with you? Don't talk nonsense? Mu Chen was a little anxious, and turned around to check Lu Lian's body in linen clothes, but there was no scar at all. What did you feel? Chang-Chi frowned. Does the Corrector Alliance's attack hide any hidden harm? Those guys are indeed a god-level civilization. Lu Lian said calmly. Their attacks can actually carry information. After I fell, some unfamiliar concepts came into my mind. That weapon is called by Jin. Chang-Chi and Mu Chen were both shocked. What is that? I received an understandable message, and these 2 words were translated by myself. Lu Lian raised his head slightly, and took a deep breath. This weapon is a bit cruel. Now I can clearly know what I have experienced, what changes have taken place, and what will happen next. Now, every cell in my body is dying. Slowly and steadily, it won't change. Lu Lian's tone became calmer and calmer. It won't be long before I become a corpse. Chang-Chi didn't hesitate at all. Spirit, return. Destination Jin City, go find Valente. Hanzi, call the medical robot over. Mukin, I remember that the level 8 civilization's light-wheel flying saucer has a driver medical system. Can it be activated? Mu Chen frowned even more. It must be activated. I go now. Brothers, don't be busy. It's meaningless. Lu Lian said slowly. by Gene is based on the God-level civilization's understanding of the essence of carbon-based life. God-level civilization is an achievement that can only be achieved with a probability above level 10. Whether it is Valente, medical robots, or even light-wheel flying saucers, they are too far away. Chung-Chi and Mukin's bodies both froze suddenly. The most unethical thing about this weapon is that it allows me to feel the countdown of my life and makes my companions feel sad and painful. I will never let them succeed. Lu Lian suddenly smiled and looked back. Chung-Chi, I still have a few things I want to do. Can you satisfy me? Mu-Chen stepped forward. Go to hell, you can't die. We can solve it. Chung-Chi also stepped forward. Sorry, I can't satisfy you at all. Lu Lian pursed her lips. Okay, you are not sad after all. The next moment, Chung-Chi frowned, activated super speed, picked up Lu Lian and Mu-Chen by the collar, and instantly came to the warehouse, and stuffed Lu Lian and Mu-Chen into the cockpit of the level 8 civilization light wheel flying saucer. Mu-Chen used all his strength to start the flying saucer. This advanced civilization aircraft has a driver health detection system, which once helped Mu-Chen cure a hidden disease in an instant. But after 3 minutes of analysis by the light wheel flying saucer, a hopeless result was obtained. The life characteristics of the pilot are abnormal, the cytoskeleton presents fractal collapse, and many cells continue to shrink due to the loss of morphological support. Its principle subverts the known physical rules and exceeds the upper limit of medical technology. Chung-Chi's face was illuminated by the golden light of the light wheel flying saucer, and his clenched fists were trembling slightly. Didn't I say that I have received the death manual, and this result cannot be changed? Lu Lian walked out of the light wheel flying saucer and shrugged. I can even see the logic designer of this weapon, what is called calculator civilization Jiashi. Chung-Chi's brows were furrowed like ravines, and his clenched fists became tighter, and crackling sounds came from his bones. Don't worry about it. Nobody knows which will come first, tomorrow or an accident. When I'm with you, I'm always walking on the edge of death. Don't let them control me. Lu Lian tilted her head. I'm almost dead. Can you satisfy me and be happy? Chung-Chi turned his head inch by inch. What do you want to do? Lu Lian raised her head, showing the arrogant look when she first met Chung-Chi. I want to compete with you. Tears appeared in Chung-Chi's wide eyes, but he gritted his teeth, turned his head, opened his eyes again, let the tears dissipate, then adjusted the arc of his mouth, showed a smile, and turned to look at Lu Lian again. Of course. Chung-Chi smiled. I don't mind killing you in advance. Ha ha ha. Lu Lian turned his hand and took out a half-finished wood carving from behind. It was the sculpture of Lu Ban, the master's ancestor. I want to compete with you in wood carving. There must be something I can beat you at. If you lose, it will be great. Forget it. Let's do something important. Mu-Chen also stared with tears in his eyes. Let Amma take us back to the Milky Way as soon as possible. I want to find some girls for Lu Lian. He is still a virgin. Lu Lian laughed and pointed at Mu-Chen and said, I think this proposal is acceptable. You see, this atmosphere is so good. Everyone will die one day. Isn't it okay to be happy? Mu-Chen turned his head and tremblingly raised his middle finger to Lu Lian. I tell you. Lu Lian's voice came, although this matter has ruined the atmosphere a bit, if I don't say it, it may be too late. After I die, you don't have to go back to the Milky Way. You should remember that I have a place I particularly like. Who knows where you like it, just say it yourself. Chung-Chi and Mukin turned their eyes away, not looking at Lu Lian, and clenched their teeth to suppress their tears. Plop. Chung-Chi and Mukin heard a sound of falling to the ground. It was originally just a slight tremor, but it seemed to have triggered an earthquake in their pupils. The two turned their heads inch by inch, looking at the scene in front of them like clay sculptures and wooden carvings. Lu Lian lay on the ground, with a smile on his face and his eyes softly closed. Under his body, clear liquid continued to flow out, slowly spreading on the floor, and then Lu Lian's body quickly deflated, and all the cells in his body seemed to be punctured by water balls, losing all the cell fluid. Soon, Lu Lian's body became dry and lost color. The entire outline collapsed. He turned from a living person into fine and flawless sand, maintaining the shape of a human body and spreading flat on the ground. Squeak, squeak. The chaotic pressure from the outside broke through the patch of the Spirit-style starship. The airflow in the cargo hold suddenly became chaotic. Mu-Chen quickly knelt on the ground, using his hands to protect the flying sand. His tears finally burst out, and he cried out in a sobbing voice, Lu Lian. Lu Lian. Chapter 591. Lu Lian was buried here. This is the Triangulum Galaxy, a planet full of greenery. It has a pure atmosphere, huge trees, and strange creatures. There is almost no exposed soil here, and even in the corners without sunlight, there are mosses like green carpets. All the plants are breathing silently, bringing high-quality air here. Take a deep breath. The air here is warm, with the fragrance of soil and unknown flowers. For plant lovers, this is like a paradise where green jade and dreams are intertwined. Because Lu Lian studied woodworking, and even spent his previous time with wood, he loves trees and plants. This is where Changqi once stopped. At that time, he came here to find white energy to replenish energy for STC, and met Executioner Wu Bai here. This is an originally barren planet, which has become lush because of white energy. Lu Lian also found parasitic leeches here, and unexpectedly stood up from his wheelchair, as if it was a new starting point in life. There are no intelligent creatures here, it is a state of no civilization, and it has no name. At that time, Lu Lian was so arrogant that he said he would name this place Lu Lian Star. Changqi and Mukin stood in the woods, the leaves dappled the sunlight on their faces. They speculated that this should be the place where Lu Lian wanted to stay the most. He once said that one day he would be old, and come here to settle down and retire. So, Lu Lian was buried in Lu Lian Star. He had actually turned into a handful of yellow soil, and his grave was just a nameless small mound of earth. Lu Lian has a tombstone. It is a green plant, very strange. The plant is slender, with a straight green branch, about 1 meter high, and at the top of the branch is a bunch of green leaves that are blooming like a lotus. Before, in the game 10,000 Races Survival Battlefield, Lu Lian met a princess from a plant civilization. Her name is Zuxuhua. In order to thank Lu Lian for her help in the game, Zuxuhua gave Lu Lian a seed when they parted. Zuxuhua said that its name is Seed. It may grow into anything. It may be a beautiful flower that withers quickly, it may also be a huge man-eating plant that can swallow the planet, or it may grow into an unimaginable plant with magical functions. And the only way to cultivate it is to water it with heart. Lu Lian once planted the seed in Changqi's ecological planting platform, and has been carefully caring for it. But the seed grew very slowly. Even though the ecological planting platform had the ability to break the routine, the seed only grew a green trunk. But Lu Lian checked the seed several times every day, never tired of it, and was full of expectations. Changqi and Mukin transplanted the seed, and planted it on Lu Lian's grave. In the future, it can accompany you. You can also see how it grows. Mukin ran to the swamp and learned the operation method of Wu Bai, and took the wind chime juice from that magical creature. The shell of wind chime juice is like a curved transparent glass tube. Mukin handed a bottle of wind chime juice to Changqi, kept one in his hand, and inserted the third one in front of Lu Lian's grave. Come on, cheers! Changqi and Mukin raised their heads, and raised their wind chime juice, gulping down the delicious liquid. The special thing about this juice is not only the taste, but also the wonderful music it brings when you drink it. The breeze blows into the curved glass tube, causing vibrations, and then passes through the teeth, forming a strange melody in people's minds in a bone-conducting way. There are large white dandelions, like cotton candy floating slowly towards the sky. The music in my ears is ethereal and ethereal, with endless beauty. The huge trees around are also swaying slightly, like countless waving hands, and everything here is bidding farewell to Lu Lian. The juice was drunk up. Changqi put down the glass tube, held it tightly in his hand, and then turned his head to look at Mukin. Why are you looking at me? Mukin also turned his head. You want to send me back? Because Lu Lian followed you and lost her life, so you feel guilty, and don't want this to happen again. Changqi didn't say anything, wiped the corner of his mouth, sniffed, and was a little stubborn. To be honest. Mukin stared at Lu Lian's grave. I haven't figured out how Lu Lian died yet, and you just send me back like this? How do you want me to live the rest of my life? I can't sleep or eat well. Changqi looked at Mukin, his pupils shrank, and the corners of his eyes trembled. Changqi, I know you can take risks and pay for others regardless of the cost. But on the other hand, you don't want to drag others down at all. Mukin said slowly, to tell you the truth, I understand your mentality. You grew up on a garbage earth. The environment is harsh, and it is not easy to survive. So you have a sense of unworthy of gain. In your mind, asking others for help is equivalent to causing trouble for others, and causing trouble for others is equivalent to self-blame and debt. Changqi's eyes flickered, but he didn't expect that Mukin had this knowledge. He spoke to his heart, and used accurate words to visualize his complex thoughts. But Changqi's eyes were still a little straight. Behind Mukin, there was a green figure floating, Lu Lian. And the spirit-style starship was parked not far away. The spirit with ghost fire in his eyes was standing at the door of the cabin, looking here. I didn't like Lu Lian very much at first. Mu Chen looked at the green seed on the grave and the green lotus on the top. He is a dead carpenter who knows nothing. Carpenter, in this era, there is such a scrap profession. I even feel a little disgusted. His existence is an insult to my kind of New Age inventors. And Lu Lian is a cripple, ugly, poor in clothing, and a poor ghost. Cheng Qi clearly saw the green figure behind Mukin, gritting his teeth and acting like a devil, but Mukin could not feel his voice or movements. I'm a asterisk asterisk you asterisk asterisk, you actually said that to me in front of my grave, are you polite? Strangle you to death. Let's fight, who's the winner? It doesn't matter if I die, I take you away no matter what. Mu Chen suddenly sighed and looked up at the sky, but after such a long time of contact, I found the guy and I have a lot in common, and many times we have the same ideas, even tacitly, and can even form a context when we speak temporarily. When I was young, my whole family was poor and lowly, so I didn't have many friends. Later, I stayed indoors and created many priceless patents. I was surrounded by people, but they were all flatterers with ulterior motives. I didn't make any real friends. After that, Lu Lian and I will accompany you out of the Milky Way and see the vast universe. This is the happiest time of my life. Even though I was in danger many times, I still want to describe this journey as carefree. In this process, Lu Lian became my true friend. Mu Chen's eyes were misty. I thought we would always be together and complete this journey, but unfortunately, Lu Lian got lost. Lu Lian's hand that was pinching Mu Chen's neck slowly loosened. Her expression was a little dull, and then she smiled to herself. Mu Chen, the journey is not over yet. Cheng Qi stepped on a dead tree and looked at the green planet full of vitality and hope. None of us will turn back, and we will not get lost. Mu Chen looked up at Cheng Qi, who was immersed in the sun. Lu Lian's grave is overgrown with grass, but you can still be so enthusiastic. Sometimes, I really admire your unprovoked optimism. I really don't know if your realm is too high or mine is too low. Cheng Qi looked back and looked at Mu Chen not far away, and Lu Lian floating behind Mu Chen. Both of their figures were illuminated by the sun, with a faint golden edge. Mu Chen, what do you think the god-level civilization looks like? Rumor has it that they can subvert the existing laws of the universe. When can I reach the god-level civilization? And after I reach the god-level civilization, is it possible to revive Lu Lian? Chapter 592. This is a golden space, the light is like mist. There is a square golden floor on the ground, like some kind of energy body, only 1 meter square, quietly floating in the void. The golden-clothed boy stood in the middle of the floor, slightly raised his head. Around him, 12 huge infinity symbols floated. The volume of these symbols is hundreds of kilometers, a more pure golden energy body, as if it is a combination of mystery and technology. Dear heads of the Supervisory Commission. The golden-clothed boy nodded slightly. Regarding Cheng Qi, he can't produce enough evidence for retrial. The 12 huge infinity symbols flashed slightly. They were listening. The young man in gold clothes said, the infinity badge I left for him is actually a means of monitoring. In the colorful civilization incident, Cheng Qi lived up to expectations, and showed due responsibility and enough goodwill. This is exactly in line with the purpose of civilizationship. The lower civilizations contain the evolutionary diversity that the higher civilizations have lost due to long-term iterations. If the higher civilizations in the universe wantonly slaughter, interfere, use, assimilate, enslave, or even exterminate lower civilizations, then the entire universe will become more and more monotonous. The original driving force samples of civilization evolution will disappear in large numbers. The remaining higher civilizations will lose the way to retrieve, correct, and review the path of evolution. Once an unexpected cosmic disease occurs, a large-scale cosmic disaster, or a major collapse will occur. The races in the universe will also lose the ability to respond. Therefore, the mainstream authority of the universe is completely opposed to the high-level interference behavior of advanced civilizations. Correctors Alliance has clearly stepped into the gray area, interfering with the development of colorful civilization in the name of scientific research. Cheng Qi stopped their plan. You have made a contribution. The 12 huge infinity symbols flickered slightly again, and a sound like an ancient bell rang out. E4W03. You went around in circles, and even brought up the moral standards of the ship of civilization just to exonerate Cheng Qi. The young man in gold still held his head high. I am not standing in anyone's force field. All of this comes from justice. I think it is not reasonable to judge merits and demerits separately. Cheng Qi has merits, so he should be tolerated to a certain extent. Moreover, the code of conduct he demonstrated in this incident is completely different from that of the serious criminal. He has changed and is always on the road to atonement. Maybe, give him some more time. He can atone more deeply. Even. The young man in gold said firmly, he can produce evidence that we can't even predict, proving a truth that subverts our cognition. The 12 huge infinity symbols are still flashing steadily. For a long time, a voice with an ancient flavor sounded. So you don't believe in the existence of serious criminals either. As you wish. We will show due tolerance, and give Chang-Chi a new round of review period. But you have to be clear. When this cycle is exhausted, the case of Chang-Chi will be handed over to your colleague Muselin. You should also know that all the cases handled by Muselin have the fastest case closing records. She not only questioned Chang-Chi, but also questioned you who had gone through hardships and paid countless costs to get your current status. The Spirit-style starship slowly sailed in the deep space. The hole that penetrated it could never be properly repaired. The normal state of the dark universe is absolute zero, which is about minus 273.15 degrees Celsius according to human definition. Because of the existence of the hole, the temperature in the entire cabin is extremely low, the oxygen is thin, and the hull keeps making creaking sounds. The Spirit-style starship may be unique. It was synthesized during the garbage Earth period, and the material is a Harrier starship deeply controlled by 2 human brains. So its structure and material are a kind of existence called white metal. It is a combination of metal and human brain white matter, which enables the surface of the hull to have a very high information transmission rate, which is an important prerequisite for the exclusive technology of the Spirit-style starship. The exclusive technology of the Spirit starship is the fourth wall navigation technology that Chang-Chi has always relied on. So far, Chang-Chi has not seen any other civilization that can control the fourth wall. Even the previous Corrector Alliance, a group of guys ranked as god-level civilizations, can't understand this technology. The Spirit starship itself is not powerful. Its weapons, defense, speed, and built-in technology are at most at the level of a level 2 technological civilization. But it is extremely practical, and cannot even be replaced. Chang-Chi feels that he is very likely to never find a second Spirit starship for synthesis. Even in the current situation, he can't find the white metal to repair the starship. Creak, creak, the starship's speed was very slow. Although the spiritual feedback data showed that the hull was still strong and the damage was only 1.2%. But the starship gave off an illusion that it would disintegrate at any time. In the distance, Mu Chen, wearing a thick space suit, sat on the bridge in a daze, completely unaware that the green Lilian was floating behind him. Because of his silicon-based fusion physique, Chang-Chi did not need to wear a space suit. He stretched out his arm to touch the wall of the spiritual starship. Because of the temperature imbalance, the wall was piercingly cold. From his perspective, Chang-Chi could also see the ecological planting platform in the cabin. Because of the temperature and oxygen, the fresh fruits in it had completely withered, and the plants had died on a large scale. Chang-Chi had a deep affection for the spiritual starship. It was it that took him out of the garbage Earth and into the bright starry sky that he had longed for 18 years. This was also the only unchanging home in Chang-Chi's journey to the universe. But now, there was a feeling of misfortunes never come singly. Chang-Chi clenched his fists. All this happened because of the Corrector Alliance. Lu Lian died because of it, and her spirit style was damaged because of it. Chang-Chi had no idea about the other members of the Corrector Alliance, and had never even seen their true appearance. Only the Black Giant was the one that Chang-Chi had the most real impression of. Chang-Chi frowned. The young man in gold clothes also revealed that his identity, as a serious criminal, was also related to the Black Giant. God-level civilization calculator, I don't know if you have calculated your own ending. One day I will crush you, and make you pay for it all. Haha, woo. Lu Lian, you bastard. Mu Chen was emotionally unstable. He laughed first, and then cried because he found a row of unfinished wood carvings after checking Lu Lian's room. Lu Lian carved an exquisite wood carving for each crew member of Lingshire. Chang-Chi, Yang Di, Hanzi, Ling, and even the Dianchi Nanny group, everyone had one. Mu Chen laughed because of this. Then he found his own wood carving. The upper body was his handsome and wise appearance, but the lower body was a turtle, vivid and lifelike. And there were a few words carved on the turtle's belly. Happy birthday, good brother Mu Chen. I wish you a long life, like a turtle. Mu Chen seemed angry, but in fact he was in tears. He remembered that some time ago, Lu Lian asked him when his birthday would be, and he answered that this year's birthday had passed, and according to Chang-Chi, it was still unclear whether he could celebrate next year's birthday. That guy actually prepared a birthday present for me in advance? You said he was insulting me, but it was not entirely true. You said he was blessing me, and it seemed to be insulting. Damn. Mu-Chen held the turtle sculpture, choking with sobs and shaking arms. Mu-Chen, Lu Lian is not dead. Chang-Chi pursed his lips. I mean, his soul is around us, but you can't see it. Mu-Chen turned his head slowly. The oxygen mask reflected a slight luster, hiding his swaying eyes. I never thought that you could come up with such a low comforting words. Like a Western movie, are you going to say that the soul of that guy will bless us? In fact, I am quite curious. Is his soul also paralyzed and needs to sit in a wheelchair? Green Lu Lian, I strangle you to death. The spirit has some hidden functions that you don't know. Chang-Chi turned around and looked at the vast and deep universe. Lu Lian's soul is here, so his memory is here, although this is a very mysterious things, but I believe that this also represents a chance for recovery. Civilization ship. The executioner Chang-Chi told me that there is fertile ground for advanced civilization. Chang-Chi's voice was steady and firm. I will go there, fully absorb nutrients, grow at the fastest speed, and then revive Lu Lian and repair the spirit style. If the 8th level civilization technology can't do it, I will go to the 9th level. If the 9th level can't do it, then I will go to the 10th level. If the 10th level is still not enough, then I will go to the God level. Mu-Chen was a little stunned. I'm not questioning you. The 8, 9, 10, and God you mentioned are not some game of upgrading and fighting monsters. They are technology levels. You can go up just like that? Chang-Chi lowered his head slightly and looked at the STC on his wrist, which was emitting a restrained blue light. Yes. I can go up just like that. Chapter 593. The deep starry sky is like an endless black curtain. It is quiet, cold and lonely here. Sailing in the universe gives people a different feeling. It is not like moving forward on the ground and seeing changing scenery. Most of the space in the universe is empty. No changes can be seen during the journey, giving people the illusion that they can never find their target and are gradually lost. Creaky, creaky. The damaged hull of the Spirit starship has been making a metallic twisting sound. In the confusion, there is a hint of urgency and uneasiness. The lighting system in the bridge also flickered slightly. In the flickering light, Chang-Chi was illuminated by a blue fluorescent light. He opened the Viku ring on his hand and stared at the blue holographic screen intently. The Viku ring was created by the Baishaoshang civilization. Although the technological level of this civilization is not high, the users of the Viku ring are all embracing and have formed a huge information network. The keyword that Chang-Chi searched for was called civilization ship. He once asked the young man in gold where he should go if he wanted to upgrade his technology level and find a fertile land. The young man in gold gave this name. But this is far from enough. Chang-Chi needs to know as much as possible about it. First, it is convenient for Amma to dig holes. The more accurate the information, the smaller the deviation. Secondly, Chang-Chi needs to make some preparations within his ability to avoid some unknown risks. Paid information. User Chi Deming Bai has enough VIP level, but insufficient reading points. He can get points by posting. The more secretive and curious the content is, the higher the reward points will be. Chang-Chi frowned slightly, but he could understand the limitations in front of him. The library needed to develop and needed a steady influx of information, so he had to formulate some rules to urge users to upload and share. Chang-Chi raised his head, looked at the starry sky outside the observation window, and took a deep breath. Then, he began to tap the virtual keyboard on the screen and wrote a story. The protagonist of the story was a boy named Shanfeng. His civilization was called Colorful Civilization. His enemy was a corrector alliance composed of 24 god-level civilizations. Unknowingly, Chang-Chi wrote nearly 10,000 human characters to finish this story that was far beyond conventional cognition. After that, he clicked share. Chang-Chi didn't know how many users the V-Library ring had, who they were, where they were located, and what they were doing. But in the following time, Chang-Chi felt the power of this universe-level forum, and felt what was called explosive. The number of readings displayed in the background exceeded 5 billion in a short period of time. Hundreds of millions of comments were received, and 9999999 unread messages were added. All these contents were translated into human words according to Chang-Chi's biological attributes, and kept jumping in front of Chang-Chi's eyes. Shanfeng, Lonely Saint. What does the sugar ball taste like? Is the high-dimensional space really like that? Is it possible to transform the so-called effect before cause into a rule weapon? Is the god-level civilization really so morally corrupt? Does the Corrector Alliance have other observation dishes? This story is really eye-opening and amazing, refreshing many inherent cognitions. If it weren't for such a story, I would never know the existence of Colorful Civilization. Who is the author, And why can he record all this? By exposing the ugly face of Corrector, isn't he afraid of retaliation? Is this story true or fabricated? At the end of the story, colorful civilization has entered a space that cannot be traced back, which means that the whole story cannot be verified. This seems to be just a kind of spiritual entertainment, and has no reference value. Chung-Chi looked at the constantly refreshing data. I didn't expect that the first creation in his life would be so popular. Although many people don't believe that this story really happened, they still read the whole story, which shows that the story itself is attractive enough. Chung-Chi is very clear that he doesn't know any creative skills, let alone use gorgeous words. What really attracts people is the incredible and ups and downs of this story, and the unyielding will of Shan Feng. People's thoughts are really like a white-winged Pegasus, flapping its wings and flying into the unknown space. Dear V-Library user Chi Demingbai, hello. I think you must have experienced this wonderful story personally, but I don't know what role you played in the story. I firmly believe that this is a true story. I don't know if I will have the opportunity to meet you, have a long chat, or even make friends with you and chat about everything under the sun. Among the countless backstage messages, this one has a yellow official logo, and the signature of this message is by Xiaosheng. Chung-Chi hesitated for just a moment. This is an official reply from V-Library with certification, but this by Xiaosheng is most likely a unified title, and it may even be a humanized AI. In any case, Chung-Chi has no time to make friends now. Chung-Chi also found that after the release of the story of Mountain Wind, the official opened the reward permission for his post. What is a hot product? It is precisely because it has received countless favors, and everyone has added fuel to the fire, creating a phenomenal event. Because Chung-Chi's ID has received a lot of attention, the comprehensive score has skyrocketed, and the VIP level has risen by 60 levels in a short moment. Because of the opening of rewards, many users have given 1 to 5 points without any limit. Chung-Chi glanced at the remaining points, and his eyes trembled subconsciously. 999, 9999 plus. Top 3 of the points wealth list. 1 person 1 coin, 1,000 people 1,000. Tens of millions of users' casual rewards have rewarded a top-level rich man. Click to unlock the payment information about Arc of Civilization. The price is no longer important, and the balance will not change at all. Ship of Civilization. This is a vast territory, encompassing thousands of things. It is not a certain civilization, nor a certain country. From a certain perspective, it is almost a microcosm of all civilizations. It is a fertile ground for technology, a fertile ground for evolution, and a prosperous and bustling physical cluster in the deep universe. Given the behavioral control and moral consensus of the ship of civilization, countless civilizations live in harmony and develop together here. There are opportunities and challenges here. There are opportunities to turn things around. There is the possibility of counterattack and rise, and there are also traces and debris after the decline of advanced civilizations. For rising civilizations, you can find everything you want here. There is no threshold to enter here. Just like the truth, those who can cross the fog of the universe have proved their eligibility to survive. As long as you can complete the long journey, you will get basic acceptance and tolerance. An ancient wise man said that this place can support infinitely far-reaching dreams, but at the same time, because of seeing too many insurmountable mountains, they will lose their iron will and become depressed. Cognitive shock can destroy will more than technological gaps. Specific location of the ship of civilization. Perseus Arm, Betelgeuse, Helium 4WR, Sculptor Dwarf Galaxy Group, Kyong Galaxy, no specific coordinates. All of the above are the territories of the ship of civilization, and different galaxies are connected through the gravitational lens corridor. Specific information requires users to open it in real time after arriving at the ship of civilization territory and follow it synchronously. But before that, please cherish this ignorance, because when your spacecraft arrives at the interstellar customs, bathed in the never-ending starry sea glow formed by the lights of 100,000 civilizations, the heart in your chest that beats violently because of pure dreams will be your most primitive and powerful weapon in the ship of civilization. Remember the awe and expectation of this moment, because soon, your name will become a brand new variable waiting to be written in this star kaleidoscope. Chapter 594. Can I complain? You deducted my points, but there was not much information. You just gave me a bowl of chicken soup. Specific information needs to be opened in real time after the user arrives at the territory of the ship of civilization, and follow it synchronously. You mean you will open more content only after I arrive at the local area? Why is it a bit like a black tour guide in the old days? Let's fool people first. Once you arrive at the local area, you can't help yourself. Bad review? Chung-Chi's eyes left the virtual screen, and turned to look out the observation window. The black curtain-like background and several not-so-bright stars in the distance slowly entangled in his dark and pure pupils, turning into flowing silver foil, which seemed to be hot. The universe with endless secrets has always had an indescribable attraction for him. It has to be said that although the information about the ship of civilization in the V Library Ring is a bit watery, it succeeded. It successfully aroused Chang-Chi's curiosity and triggered endless fantasies and expectations. Moreover, Chang-Chi himself has an urgent need to upgrade his technology level. Moreover, Chang-Chi also collected a very useful piece of information. In the arc of civilization, countless civilizations live in harmony because of behavioral control and moral consensus. This shows that there is a society similar to the rule of law. The powerful civilizations there will not act recklessly. This gives many weak civilizations the opportunity to survive and develop. Now Chang-Chi has obviously stood on the opposite side of the Corrector Alliance, and the restraint of the arc of civilization should also provide Chang-Chi with a certain degree of protection. At present, heading to the ship of civilization is indeed the best solution, no doubt about it. Creak, creak, the spirit starship has been making strange noises. At this moment, the surface of the starship behind the fourth wall spread out green ripples. In addition to low-speed navigation, the starship did not perform any other operations. This phenomenon indicated that the starship was abnormal and out of control. The green ripples became more and more dense. After the last green light flashed violently, the spirit starship was forced to exit the fourth wall state and return to the normal dimensional universe. Chang-Chi frowned. The root of everything was that the Corrector Alliance left a through wound on the surface of the starship, which caused the white metal on the surface of the starship to be incomplete, destroying its integrity, and it was unable to maintain the fourth wall navigation state. Just like a diving suit was damaged, the diver lost the opportunity to go deep into the seabed. But this is not the worst. Almost at the same time, the starship's radar warning system issued a dense and piercing alarm. On the warning screen, there were dense black dots on all sides of the starship, surrounding the Spirit-style starship at a terrifying speed of 1,000th of the speed of light. It seemed that no further detection was needed. Chang-Chi narrowed his eyes and looked out of the observation window. His body had been genetically optimized many times. Although it was not as good as the advanced detection sensors, his naked eye vision was far superior to that of ordinary creatures. He could clearly see that in the deep space in the distance, countless ribbon-like black lights appeared, like the thick black smoke left by an extremely dilapidated diesel engine. These black smokes are thin and long, like some kind of moving tracks, at least tens of millions of them. Because of their amazing speed, Chang-Chi could see the reason for the formation of the black smoke in less than a minute. During the Garbage Earth period, he liked to collect old discs and watch various movies. He even spent credit points to buy discs from other scavengers. Of course, this kind of ancient information storage device is worthless to other scavengers, so the price is extremely low, and Chang-Chi feasted his eyes. And in those movies, most of the stories with cosmic wars, as the theme, are indispensable to a very representative alien species. Zerg. Cosmic Zerg. Obviously, those Zergs in the distance are coming for the Spirit-style starship, and they are definitely not here to make friends. Chang-Chi doesn't want to make friends with such ugly things. If nothing unexpected happens, those Zergs are here to destroy Chang-Chi. Chang-Chi doesn't know why this phenomenon occurs. There is a problem with the Spirit-style starship, and it is temporarily unable to enter the fourth wall. Chang-Chi could only deal with it, and the first step was to have enough information. He raised his finger with the V-Vault ring and pointed it at the dark behemoths. This level of information should not be a problem for the V-Vault. Panzerg. The universe has no civilized creatures, but it contains a sound Zerg species, as well as a clear division of labor mechanism and ethnic status division, which can be understood as a protozoan civilization. The so-called Zerg is not a bug. This kind of creature has no technological development and relies entirely on its own biological characteristics to live in a universe full of dangers. The survival of the fittest, hundreds of millions of years of evolutionary history have given the answer. They can reproduce to this day, and they are likely to evolve strong life characteristics, including amazing reproduction, strong digestion ability, hard and defensive shells, destructive mouth parts and tentacles comparable to technological creations, and population aggregation, huddling together for warmth and other characteristics. Therefore, this kind of creature is often summarized as Zerg, but the more accurate interpretation should be fierce and powerful biological clusters. All of their weapons and attack methods are honed by the universe. This Panzerg army in front of us includes a variety of offensive Zergs, defensive Zergs, corrosive Zergs, long-range attack Zergs, special function Zergs, and multiple Zerg leaders. In theory, these Zergs will not fight together. There are also conflicts between the same races, and even mutual food chains. But the Zerg has a fatal shortcoming: they do not have a language sound system, and their communication relies on pheromones, this atomic-level structural smell, which is compilable and can realize the function of information transmission. Zerg pheromones are an extremely complex chemical engineering. Countless civilizations have tried to crack the pheromone code and try to control the Zerg, but because of the extremely large amount of calculations, unknown time consumption, and huge energy costs, they finally chose to give up. It is speculated that there is a real probability of completely cracking the Zerg pheromone and controlling the existence of the Panzerg army. Its civilization level may reach the god level, and it is deeply engaged in computing. Dear V-Library user, the situation you are facing now is probably this. A god-level civilization that is good at calculations has controlled a vast army of Zerg through pheromones, with the goal of using others to wipe you out completely. Chung-Chi's eyes trembled. Good at calculation. God-level civilization? At this moment, Chung-Chi could already see the whole picture of the Zerg vanguard. It was a huge creature similar to a bullhorn worm. Its black armor was covered with hideous and twisted barbs. It seemed to have no eyes. Its mouth was similar to a huge crusher, constantly sputtering black mucus. Its body was at least 50 kilometers long. Although it was a living organism, it gave people the feeling that it was no less than a combat starship. The carapace on their backs was open, and some kind of wings like black energy were vibrating at an astonishing speed, forming a space vibration that seemed to cover the entire universe with a huge buzzing sound. And there were at least 30 million similar strange insects. Behind these bullhorn worms, there were still larger and more bizarre figures emerging. And on the carapace of the head of these bullhorn worms, a small logo was engraved. It was a strange pattern composed of many semicircular symbols, just like the nuclear radiation warnings that can be seen everywhere on the Earth, giving people a creepy feeling and wanting to get away as soon as possible. Chung-Chi looked at those strange symbols, and they looked more and more familiar. At this time, the alloys used to plug the holes inside the bridge fell apart again, and were swept into space by the huge pressure difference, and the hole caused by the Corrector Alliance on the Spirit Starship once again appeared in front of Chung-Chi. Before, there was no comparison, and Chung-Chi did not discover the mystery. Now, the edge of the hole is a regular pattern, like a mark, exactly the same as the pattern similar to the nuclear radiation warning on the heads of thousands of Zergs, except that the inside is hollow. Black Giant. Chung-Chi gritted his teeth slightly. The mark left at that time was to kill me as soon as possible. At this moment, the V-Vault ring actually emitted a rare red flash. Warning! 50 million scorpions identified. 40 million interstellar worms identified. 12 million mother tick nests identified. 1 queen of the Zerg prisoner identified. The total number of this Panzerg army is nearly 200 million, and its combat power is close to that of a super-large interstellar army of level 5 civilization. Users are advised to take escape measures immediately. Crisis warning service exclusively for users of popular posts. Hope you can modify your negative reviews, smiley heart, Modify the negative reviews? Chung-Chi was stunned. You are eavesdropping on me? And you dare to give me a heart? But right now, Chung-Chi can't care so much. The moment he looked at the endless Zerg, his heart was filled with anger again. It's really the calculator civilization. They really left enough redundancy. I only have 1 starship, but you said 200 million Zerg. Black Giant, thank you so much. You are really the villain who respects me the most in history. Chapter 595. In the dark depths of the universe. Stars flickered coldly in the distance. The originally peaceful corner of the universe was suddenly covered by a surging, living cloud. It was a tide of flesh and blood composed of 200 million Zergs. They were not arranged in a neat fleet formation, but like boiling black smoke, rolling and gathering in the vacuum. Some small swarms of insects were like iron sand attracted by static electricity, twisting into spiral black tornadoes in the vacuum. Among the swarms of insects, there was also a mother nest with a length of nearly 1,000 kilometers, like a giant biochemically mutated heart, with sharp black spikes all over the surface, and between the spikes, there were hatching holes, like pustules. As they flew, countless hatching holes swallowed and spit out the newly bred swarms of insects. One of the important components of the Zerg's combat effectiveness is their reproductive ability. In most battles, their reproduction rate is even greater than their death rate. This is the concept that makes countless fleets tremble endless tide of Zerg. Master Newfane. We are observing the Zerg so closely, the probability of encounter has risen to 18.63%. Stardust Civilization, Star Crown-class Supergiant Tactical Command Ship Mother. Interstellar Expeditionary Force, 3rd Space Fleet, Tactical Chief of Staff Mudd, with dense holographic battle medals on his chest, flickering slightly under the light of the universe. He slowly turned sideways and looked at a young man around 20 years old, with skin as white as snow, and a noble and serious expression. The young man's physiological characteristics are similar to those of humans, but like all the crew members, his smooth forehead is flashing with dense blue fluorescent dots, as if the creator has sprinkled a handful of miniature blue stars on their foreheads, presenting an unspeakable mystery and a strange beauty. Master Newfin has a noble bloodline, but he is best known for being the most outstanding and unprecedented genius war commander since the accession of Emperor Rofi III of the Stardust civilization. He is a war artist, a legendary existence, who can rely on the strategies and tactics in his mind to turn a declining situation into an advantage on the battlefield and change a siege into a surprise attack. It is his routine to win with fewer troops. Although his resume is shallow, he has proposed many well-known starship battle formations such as the Spear of Encirclement and the Thorn Raid, and is an idol and role model for countless starship commanders. Master Newfin. The destination of our fleet is the ship of civilization. Such a large swarm of insects is extremely rare. I suggest that the fleet detour to avoid unnecessary conflicts and ensure that the itinerary is not affected. Tactical Chief of Staff Mudd looked at the youngest interstellar fleet commander in the history of the Stardust civilization, who was staring at the vast Zerg through the observation window. In front of Newfin's right, a virtual blue chessboard floated. This is a chess game he invented himself, called 10,000 Armies. The black and white sides each have 132,000 chess pieces. In the eyes of outsiders, these chess pieces are no different, and all of them are smooth like buttons. It is said that in Newfin's mind, these chess pieces represent different starship groups, including command ships, early warning ships, combat starships, transport starships, supply ships, medical ships, reconnaissance starships, etc., and there are different organizations and initial positions, and even different speeds and endurance values. And the virtual chessboard with only interlaced grids can be a starry sky of tens of millions of kilometers, a starry sky of several light years, or even several galaxies. The meaning of everything is hidden in Newfin's mind. Moreover, Newfin never needs an opponent. He always plays two roles, playing two supersized starship armies at the same time, fighting each other. There are rumors that he is not just a military genius, but a nearly crazy military god and devil. Newfin slowly raised his hand, and 30 white chess pieces, in a shape similar to a hook, were scattered on the chessboard, surrounding several black chess pieces. During this process, Newfin's eyes were always looking at the insect swarm in the distance, as if he was playing blind chess. Uncle Mudd. Newfin is in a high position, but his words are full of respect for the elderly and love for the young. As you said, a swarm of this size is rare. The purpose of our trip to the ship of civilization is nothing more than to further improve my combat level and train our 3rd expeditionary fleet. In the universe, the Zerg is huge and even a bit rampant, and encounters with the Zerg seem to be inevitable for the expeditionary force. This is a good opportunity for observation. Such a diverse Zerg, such a large-scale migration, in my mind, is a perfect Zerg textbook. It is our luck to encounter them. Of course, you can rest assured to drink a glass of blue wine. I will not act rashly. The goal I set for myself is that before arriving at the distant ship of civilization, no warships of the 3rd Expeditionary Fleet are missing. Behind the Zerg, 300,000 kilometers away. The Star Crown-class Supergiant Tactical Command Ship Mother, with a total length of nearly 500 kilometers, is quietly floating. The warship is covered with the Stardust civilization's unique hidden star camouflage system. The system is divided into 3 main levels. Microlight optical invisibility ultra-nano level prism coating covers the hull, refracting the surrounding starlight in real time, achieving a 99.9997% invisibility rate in the visible light band. Static energy suppression turn off non-essential energy output, adjust the shipboard equipment to a pseudodormant state, and reduce thermal signals and electromagnetic radiation to the level of cosmic background noise. Blind vision energy fields simultaneously interfere with enemy radar, optics, gravitational waves, and other multiple detection dimensions. At this time, the Mother is like a phantom with a transparency of nearly 100%, which is very difficult to detect. The cosmic Zerg itself has low intelligence. Although there are some special Zergs with detection capabilities, their goal at this time is not here, so they did not find the Mother behind them at all. In fact, behind the Mother, there is a more vast and magnificent phantom. They are like lying tigers, staring at them. That is the third expeditionary fleet of Stardust civilization. A total of 23 million space combat starships. Interesting. Newfin raised his head slightly and narrowed his wise eyes. The target of hundreds of millions of Zerg is actually a starship. About 20 kilometers long, with backward technology and even some damaged ones. As he spoke, Newfin raised his hand, and dozens of black chess pieces appeared on the 10,000 army's chessboard, forming a pattern similar to an arrow, piercing towards the previous hook encirclement. Uncle Mud. Newfin tilted his head. A rescue plan suddenly emerged in my mind. The tactical chief of staff beside him suddenly changed his expression. What do you mean? The risk is a bit too great. Newfin said slowly. Dash into the encirclement formed by 200 million Zergs, use the sharp and defensive Lamos tactics, and rescue the dilapidated starship without damaging any starship. Uncle Mud, our fleet lacks such training. You should still remember the Battle of Shungbao. If my tactics at that time were more extreme, Uncle Lude could be rescued, and he would not have died for the country. As for the dilapidated starship, I don't plan to have any intersection with it. Newfin's eyes flickered slightly. After rescuing it, I will destroy it as soon as possible. The reason for this scene is probably because they stole the eggs of a certain king insect. They are just a group of villains. Chapter 596. Alma. Billions of Zergs, a dead-end encirclement. It must be said that the scene before his eyes can be described as shocking. Moreover, Chung-Chi caught a glimpse of the scene at the back in the gaps between countless Zergs. Under the dark starry sky, hundreds of thousands of black worms with swollen huge abdomens, their abdomens connected with something similar to silk, were suspending an elliptical giant pupa, slowly approaching. The giant pupa wrapped with red lines, at least 100,000 kilometers high, emitting some strange red light, and its tail was still twisting slightly, giving people a feeling of nausea and tingling scalp. That should be the king worm Liaoyuan Queen mentioned in the V library ring. It is not a worm. It is comparable to a small celestial body. Chung-Chi asked himself. Why are there so many giants in the universe? The moment he had this question, he suddenly realized that he was in a cognitive trap. The so-called big and small are judged from the perspective of human beings. Because of their own weakness, humans can only live on the surface of a planet with a limited area. It is like the mouth of a bowl is so big, so the beans in it are not that big. And those so-called Zergs, their living space is the entire universe. Under this scale, the size of the king worm, with an astonishing size, is reasonable. The universe is so vast that even if you exhaust your life to travel, you may not be able to get rid of the novice period. The unknown phenomena and mysterious species here are no less than the stars, who can master them all. Chung-Chi thought for a moment. Fighting with 200 million Zergs is definitely not the best option, not to mention that he does not understand the characteristics of those Zergs. Therefore, Chung-Chi called Alma and prepared to order it to dig a wormhole to avoid the sharp edge and save unnecessary consumption. Sigh. Gu. Lord. I am coming. Alma walked out of the hatch in the distance. Falling with every step can describe the embarrassing state of humans, but Alma at this time can be described as falling apart with every step. Every time it took a step, its whole body collapsed into a pile of millipedes, leaving a pile of feces yellow mucus, and then it tried to condense into a human shape, but this could only last for a moment. After the next step, it would collapse again. Chung-Chi was stunned. Alma, what's wrong with you? Sigh. Gu. Lord. I felt the oppression of my own race. That was a king, an extremely tyrannical and supreme king. I pulled my pants pocket. It's okay, you take a good rest first. Chung-Chi pursed his lips and looked at Alma's condition. It was already a great courage for him to come out, and digging a hole was probably out of the question. It looks like there's no way to escape. If I can't solve this crisis, I can't go anywhere. Chung-Chi frowned. His sharp eyes penetrated the observation window, looking at the Zerg surging like black fog. I don't fight to preserve my strength, but it doesn't mean that I don't have the strength to fight. Chung-Chi turned around and walked towards the warehouse. The Solaris mechanical cube hanging on his chest reflected a restrained luster, like a sharp dagger in the dim night. Solaris mechanical cube plus volume effect series macro and micro converter equals god-level civilization carrier platform plus 120 million substar ships, traveling in the universe for a long time. Chung-Chi had never commanded a large-scale space battle in the true sense, so he couldn't help but feel excited. 3,000 kilometers away from the Lingshire starship, hundreds of insects that looked like spiders, but had hundreds of hairy tentacles suddenly stopped in midair, and then their tentacles began to swing quickly and flexibly, like spiders weaving webs, and also like humans knitting sweaters. In just a moment, These space spiders wove a series of blue-glowing, extremely complex spider webs in front of them. At the same time, hundreds of spider webs suddenly flashed. Chang-Chi, who was in the Lingshire starship, was about to touch the volume effect series macro and micro converter in the last second, and was suddenly teleported to space in the next second. Chang-Chi was startled. What's going on? At the same moment, a giant insect that looked like a crocodile opened a huge mouth that was 100 meters long, and with a click, it was like a huge mousetrap closing, and directly swallowed Chang-Chi into its mouth. Then a highly corrosive solution, like a sea wave, surged out of its mouth, filling its mouth in an instant. The next second, the crocodile worm wailed, causing the space to tremble. Its narrow upper jaw suddenly burst open, and the alloy-like bone shattered and splashed. Chang-Chi, who was 100% siliconized, stood up from the wound, his eyes slightly opened, and in his pupils full of crystals, he reflected the endless Zerg swarming in. It was eye-opening. The Zerg, which belonged to living things, could actually achieve fixed-point transmission. It was also true that although Amma was Lakudu at this time, he was also a god of space concepts. The universe is so big that there are all kinds of wonders. Chang-Chi looked back and took a look at the spiritual starship that looked like a faint fluorescent light 3,000 kilometers away. Without the converter, his fleet could not appear. Pioneer gravitational weapon system was activated, and groups of ice blue force fields burst out under his feet, forming leverage points for stepping on. His own super speed and super power of silent killing complemented each other. Chang-Chi exploded like a supernova, instantly turning into a blue light, and instantly completed an ice blue arc spanning hundreds of kilometers. On the way, the already scarce special Zerg space spider first had crisscrossing cut marks on its body, and inside the wound, a number of glittering crystals were revealed. The next second, these crystals exploded like energy bombs. Secondary silicon-based creature Prism Walker Special Combat Method Crystal Cone Disintegration. Each tiny crystal contains the amazing radiation and heat absorbed by the silicon-based creature in the planetary furnace ceremony. Black blood spread in the universe like smoke, and hundreds of space spiders turned into pieces of broken limbs. You insisted on teleporting me. My function value is not for show. The major worry was gone. Chang-Chi looked at the spiritual starship in the distance, and his body turned into an ice blue light again. In the deep space, the resistance is much smaller than on the ground, and Chang-Chi exerted his speed to the extreme. But in the process of advancing, countless huge beetles in the distance suddenly sprayed mucus like snot from their mouthparts, and a ball fell down like a small lake. Chang-Chi turned quickly while moving and avoided a ball of mucus. According to visual observation, that kind of mucus can have the effect of glue, which should be the means used by the Zerg to prey on flexible species. If Chang-Chi accidentally falls into it, he will most likely lose the chance to escape. Fortunately, Chang-Chi has undergone special training from Bai Xian, and has been at ease in the Pillar of Creation. It is not difficult for him to avoid such an obvious attack. But the next second, something strange happened. After leaving the mouth of the Zerg, the green mucus seemed to expand amazingly after entering the vacuum due to the different pressure. The volume changed from a lake to an ocean. And the number of beetles that can spit out mucus is amazing, at least hundreds of thousands, and the distance of spitting is extremely far. The huge mucus fell from the sky, like rain, and continued to expand, blocking Chang-Chi's way back to the city. A bit tricky. At the same moment, a blazing golden light suddenly lit up in the direction of the Lingshire starship, like a dazzling star rising slowly. The Level 8 Civilization light wheel flying saucer driven by Mukin broke away from the starship cabin, dragging a long golden tail flame in an instant, and arrived at a very fast speed. The golden light released by the light wheel flying saucer carried an unknown level of energy fluctuations. The golden light that arrived first had a certain evaporation effect, and the green mucus, like an ocean, disappeared in an instant. Chang-Chi's road ahead was instantly open and unobstructed. He looked up at the light wheel flying saucer passing by his head, smiled knowingly, and then turned into a blue streamer again. Zerg? Mukin stood in the cockpit of the flying saucer. His whole body was wrapped in golden light, and the pure energy operation interface appeared in front of him. His eyes were gloomy, and he gritted his teeth. Just come to test the strongest attack method of this flying saucer. Mu Chen raised his hands to the sky, and the fire control level interface appeared instantly. He didn't fully understand the operating logic of this flying saucer, but he didn't hesitate to adjust all the indicators of the suspected firepower level to max. Fire! With Mu Chen's roar, the system immediately popped up a prompt. The driver's emotional energy is insufficient, and the strongest firepower value cannot be used. Novice operation tips. Although the mother civilization of the light wheel flying saucer is good at making powerful weapons, it yearns for light and positive energy in its heart. When the driver's emotional ability is insufficient, such as sadness, frustration, lack of confidence, etc., it will not be able to exert the maximum firepower value of this aircraft. What the hell? Mu Chen was stunned. Because of Lu Lian's death, he did have a hint of darkness in his heart that could not be dispelled, but he didn't expect that this would actually affect his driving of the light wheel flying saucer. Mu Chen's eyes were filled with tears because of the violent ups and downs of his emotions. I'm really devastated now. The driver's mood is detected to be even more depressed, and the engine power is reduced by 25%. Mu Chen's eyes almost popped out. There is nothing happy. The driver's mood is detected to be even more depressed, and the engine power is reduced by 25% again. In front of the 200 million Zerg, the 8th level civilization creation light wheel flying saucer actually began to shake, and the golden light flickered, and there was a vague illusion that the candle was about to be blown out. Mu Chen, don't be sad. I promise, everything will be fine. Zheng Qi's voice came slowly from the communicator. Mu Chen's tearful pupils trembled slightly, and he turned around slowly. As the driver's perspective shifted, the cockpit became translucent. But he saw in the starry sky behind him a huge Rubik's Cube with no visible edges, like bronze, and a faint silver light flashing in the seams, descended out of thin air in a posture that covered the sky and the sun. Zheng Qi stood at the front of the Rubik's Cube, stepping on the ice blue force field. He slowly raised his hand and pointed at the tsunami-like insect tide. The surface armor of the Solaris mechanical Rubik's Cube opened in a staggered manner, and billions of modules rotated at high speed, and silver smoke suddenly filled the starry sky. Zheng Qi's starship army, which was no less than any expeditionary force, all appeared. Chapter 597. Uncle Mud. The stars on Nufin's forehead were brighter than those of all his kind. He slowly tilted his head, with a slight scrutiny in his tone. You don't believe me? Tactical Chief of Staff Mud shuddered slightly. Of course, I don't mean that. It's just that I think we should call the captains together for a detailed tactical discussion before the action. Nufin's wise eyes narrowed slightly, staring at the ever-changing battlefield. How long will it take? Tactical Chief of Staff Mud straightened his body slightly, trying his best to control the tremor in the corners of his eyes. If we add a time limit to this tactical discussion, I hope it is 10,000 years, because Nufin is actually a complete fool. I didn't expect such absurd things that would make people laugh out loud would happen in our civilization. Nufin, the eldest son of Emperor Rofi III of Stardust Civilization, the future heir to the throne, he is a complete waste. When he was 3 years old, the royal physician had already assessed his IQ. The little guy who looked white and quirky, the activity of the star neurons in his brain was less than 19%, and the theoretical IQ was lower than 94.96% of his peers. He was the legendary hidden idiot. Emperor Rofi III was a henpecked husband, and Queen Corfina was a fierce woman who doted on her son infinitely. Nufin was a doted-on mama's boy since childhood. This is why the Star Crown-class supergiant tactical command ship under his feet was named Mother by Nufin. Because if he lost his mother, he would be nothing, he would not be able to get food from wild dogs, and he would not be able to eat hot shit. Because of his distinguished status as the first eldest son of the Empire, Nufin graduated from the Royal War Academy and successfully received the Golden Eagle Medal, which represents the highest achievement in 100 years. The truth behind it is that his mother, Queen Kofina, invited all 89 members of the Royal War Academy's principal's family to a distant and unknown desolate planet, under the pretext of letting them experience the antiquity and desolation of the universe for free. Because it was graduation season, the principal at work was grateful. The queen sympathized with the people and patted her chest to guarantee that before the principal completed his work excellently, his 89 relatives would never disturb his work, and would not even appear in civilized society. After that, Nufin successfully entered the 3rd Expeditionary Force, and became an intern commander. Queen Kofina encouraged all the superiors to help and support the younger generation. After all, the superiors also had young and cute younger generations who could suffer accidents at any time. From then on, whenever someone in the 3rd Expeditionary Army received military merit, his report would clearly state that without Nufin's assistance, I would never have been able to complete such a difficult task, and I might even have died for my country. So this honor must belong to both Nufin and me. If Nufin cannot receive the medal, then I will refuse to accept the award. Over the years, Nufin's honors and military exploits have piled up like a mountain, and the 3rd Expeditionary Army even built an honor exhibition hall for him. Queen Corfina felt that the time was almost up, so she invited several military experts, including several senior generals who had retired at an advanced age and had long faded out of the public eye, and locked them up in a small dark room to study and write innovative starship battle formations such as Spear of Encirclement and Thorn Raid. After these theories were completed, all of them were written with Newfin's name and published in the form of papers, which immediately caused a huge sensation. Finally, on the day of Newfin's 20th birthday, the Queen coerced and bribed Emperor Rofi III, whipped him with whips and wax, and served him a lot. The Emperor, in a dizzy state, overcame all objections, and pushed Newfin to the position of Commander-in-Chief of the 3rd Expeditionary Fleet of Stardust Civilization, the youngest Commander-in-Chief of a superscale fleet in history. Of course, all of the above was only known to the core members of the royal family and some senior military officials. In the eyes of the vast majority of soldiers and ordinary people, Newfin was brilliant and was the most outstanding tactical genius in the Stardust civilization in the past 200 years, without a doubt. The tactical chief of staff Mud was called Uncle Mud by Newfin because he was really Newfin's uncle, and Mud, a truly outstanding general, his mission was to play house with children. Mud was extremely reluctant, but there was no other way. There must be a reliable adjutant beside this idiot Newfin. Who knows what stupid things Newfin would do? Looking at the unfathomable Newfin, he still casually raised his hand, like a genius who could do two things at once, fiddling with his 10,000 armies chess. Mud slowly closed his eyes, trying to adjust his breathing and control his arrhythmic heart. He had been secretly observing 10,000 armies chess for a long time with his staff. As rumored, only Newfin himself knew the meaning of 132,000 chess pieces and the chessboard. That was the problem. The seemingly unfathomable 10,000 armies chess was actually pure nonsense. Newfin was making random moves, and even he didn't know what he was doing. Mud remembered clearly that Newfin once said that the color of the chessboard was different in depth, and the diameter of each chess piece was different. The chess piece with the smallest diameter could not cross the chessboard with the darkest color. Mud almost believed it at that time. Suddenly one day, Mud discovered that Newfin had stacked two chess pieces together, and then circled outside the chessboard, falling directly into the enemy's hinterland, killing the command hub on the spot. Newfin said that this was called the back-to-back tactic. The chess piece with a large diameter carried the chess piece with a small diameter on its back, forming a perfect combination, directly crossing dimensions and ignoring the geographical structure. This was a new tactic he had just developed and was preparing to write a paper on. Newfin. If it weren't for your mother and father. Mud's tightly closed eyes trembled, and he swallowed the bitterness and tears in his stomach. In fact, he and several senior generals privately called Newfin cow dung. Fortunately, with his secret interference, Newfin had no danger along the way. He only needed to accompany him to the ship of civilization for a circle and complete a gilding, and his mission would be completed. But in this process, Mud was exhausted both physically and mentally. Every day, it's like driving a carriage pulled by a crazy horse. You have to use all your strength to ensure that you don't overturn. Master Newfin. Mud slowly opened his eyes and adjusted his thoughts. At least, we should activate the Lotus Star White Curtain device to scan those Zerd biological detectors to confirm whether they can see through our star hidden system. Oh! Mud paused and said, the so-called Lotus Star White Curtain is an iterative version of the 10.4 E-Star technology dust, which can detect Zerd compound eyes. Okay, my Uncle Mud. Newfin frowned slightly, with some anger in his words. I know the Lotus Yahoo technology you are talking about very well. It is very advanced, but I think there is no need to waste this time. Then, Newfin activated the virtual interface and directly opened his highest level of command authority, warriors of the 3rd Expeditionary Fleet of Stardust Civilization. I am Commander-in-Chief Newfin. Listen carefully. I now order you to start all engines, target the center of the Zerg encirclement, and sprint with all your strength. Newfin's blood was boiling, and then he shouted, I will name this Battle Death Spike Rescue Operation. The light of the stars shines on me. Long live Stardust Civilization. Tactical Chief of Staff Mud's face turned pale in an instant. His heart stopped suddenly, and he almost died. No. Master Newfin, wait. Don't. Chapter 598. Layers of insect swarms are like black fog rolling in the universe. The entire battlefield spans nearly 100 million kilometers. Chung-Chi stood in front of the huge Solaris mechanical cube. The surrounding star fields are filled with densely packed combat substar ships. They are all painted silver gray, shaped like horizontal spears, of different sizes and functions. These starships come from the universe of the superiors. In that universe as small as dust, there is only one kind of creature, the superiors, and one civilization controls 100% of the universe's resources. So the prodigal son behavior of the king of all was born. All 120 million starships came from the garbage dump of the king of all. They were originally creations of about level 2 civilization. After being captured by the cube, they obtained the remaining god-level civilization technology 83398 Star God Spray. Although this technology, due to the fall of the god-level civilization that created the Rubik's Cube, has become 183,398 of its former strength, it still strengthens the starships of the Omni King several times. Although the number of 120 million starships is less than that of the Zerg, these starships contain a vast amount of wisdom crystallization and countless iterations and optimizations, which relatively have multidimensional advantages. Chung-Chi narrowed his eyes slightly. Full force, open fire. There is no sound in the vacuum, and there is no color in the deep space until the light suddenly exploded in the dark depths. The defense force field of countless sub-star ships unfolded under the giant curtain of the universe, like endless bubbles that suddenly expanded, reflecting the faint light of stars billions of light years away. Without any signs, the curtain of the universe was suddenly torn open. The main guns of billions of sub-star ships fired in unison, with Chung-Chi as the center, like a dazzling laser light ball in a dance hall, silent, and like a grand pantomime in the universe. Billions of rough beams suddenly tore through the darkness, piercing precisely into the rolling sea of flesh and blood. Silent explosions broke out in the depths of the swarm, and the huge insect bodies were instantly torn apart by the extreme heat and energy, evaporating, and thick blood-colored smoke spread silently. This battle is destined not to be completed in an instant. The insect tide not only has an advantage in numbers, but also has a mother nest that constantly hatches new insects behind the large army. Stepping on the crushed corpses of their own kind, subsequent cosmic insects surge from all directions, filling the gap of death like a dark cloud. They are neither birds nor beasts, but the embodiment of pure destructive will, squeezing, rubbing, and stacking each other, forming a wave of higher and higher, squirming tsunamis of flesh and blood, and silently charging towards the steel array. They pounced on the cold armor of the outermost frigate, biting frantically with their mouthparts, and roaring silently. Chung-Chi looked sideways, and found that 83398 Star God Spray did give the sub-starship a strong defensive ability, a bit like spraying a layer of explosion-proof armor on the fragile ship. The sub-starship at the front of the array was clambering over by the bustling Zerg, and could only use the close combat cleaning system to release short-range beams, one circle after another, to cut the Zerg outside. Chung-Chi silently counted the time, and it was about 1 minute and 10 seconds before the outer defense of the sub-starship was bitten by the Zerg, and then the interior was damaged, and an explosion and crash occurred. And within this time, dozens of times, the Zerg would be blasted into meat paste. Chung-Chi exhaled slowly. Born as a scavenger, it was inevitable that he was a little stingy, which was a mentality formed as he grew up. Whenever he saw a sub-starship crash, a sphere flashing with fire falling into the depths of the universe, he always felt a little pain. Any fully functional starship is the dream of scavengers. Calm, grand, and pattern. Chung-Chi comforted himself that this was a cosmic-level Legion war, and losses were inevitable. Chung-Chi sorted out his thoughts. The insect tide was protected by countless Zergs behind him, completely blocked, but the huge pupa in the distance, that is, King Insect Liao Yuan Queen, could be easily locked. And at this moment, there were cracks on the huge pupa that seemed to contain magma. King Insect Liao Yuan Queen was not a complete body, but was about to hatch. Chung-Chi narrowed his eyes slightly. Sorry, I need to take the initiative. Chung-Chi has always carried a super heavy weapon on his body, but now it is too small, and no one cares about such a weapon, like an embroidery needle pinned on clothes. Omega World Destroyer Judge Particle Star Destroyer Cannon. Synthetic Raw Materials Advanced Human Universe Alpha Level Grade Particle Star Destroyer Cannon sponsored by the All King family. The volume effect converter behind him suddenly flickered slightly. Chung-Chi flicked his finger, and an embroidery needle flew into deep space. It was thrown out in an arc, and a little starlight was reflected slightly, so small that it was not noticeable. Then, the light of science and technology suddenly became bright. The star-destroying cannon, like an amazing white bridge, was across the deep space of the universe, as if the entire universe had become its base. It was quietly on standby, but it exuded a chilling momentum, as if only one shot could make thousands of stars disappear into ashes, and decide everything in the world. The crosshairs composed of complex geometric figures wandered in the deep space, like the signal of a giant technological snake. It only took a few tenths of a second to lock onto the giant king insect pupa in the distance. If you don't let me go, Then I could only clear the way ahead. Chung-Chi was full of vigor and said, "Fire." Uncle Mud. You still seem a little anxious, remember? The goal I set for myself is that before reaching the distant ship of civilization, the 3rd Expeditionary Fleet will not lose a single warship. Newfin squinted his wise eyes, and his right hand was still playing blind chess. The 3rd Expeditionary Fleet of Stardust Civilization relied on Star Hidden to shuttle through the insect tide. There were constantly huge Zerg corpses hitting the wide curved observation window, and dark red juice spread, disgusting and weird, and the Star Crown-class supergiant tactical command ship was shaking violently. But, Tactical Chief of Staff Mud's pupils trembled. Outside our formation, G13 to G16 areas are constantly colliding with the Hard Beetle tribe. So far, 73,000 starships have crashed. And this number is still growing wildly. Uncle Mud, I think you are making up excuses. Nufin's eyes were restrained, and the style of a general was fully revealed. Those are just drones, specially used for sacrifice. You are making up excuses. Your whole family is making up excuses. Mud's heart was twitching, and his face was flushed. That was an unmanned starship used for rapid assault, often used in lightning decapitation tactics, and was a very precious strategic resource, not to be used as cannon fodder. On one side of the bridge, a huge holographic projection was displayed. That was the Star Perspective radar. On the huge coverage surface, it clearly showed hundreds of millions of densely packed red dots, and the location of the 3rd Expeditionary Fleet. The fleet formed a triangular array, running through the vortexes, and was close to the center of the Zerg. A hint of surprise flashed in Nufin's wise eyes. Tactical Chief of Staff Mud could already see the situation in front of him through the observation window with his naked eyes. He suddenly froze as if struck by lightning. They could already see the equally huge Chung-Chi's starship army in the fierce Zerg tide. What is that? We clearly didn't detect the existence of this fleet before. They have the same paint and uniform style. Their number. Unexpectedly, it's close to 120 million. This number formed a huge impact in Mud's heart. This astronomical number was already close to the total number of active warships of Stardust Civilization. Almost instantly, Mud made a judgment in his heart that this was not a simple encounter, nor was it a conventional Zerg war. The scale in front of him was far beyond the order of magnitude that his own fleet could get involved in. Master Newfin. This is a war between advanced civilization and the Overlord. Mulder trembled with fear. We have no other choice, we must. Get out of here. Now! Advanced civilization? The surprise in Nufin's eyes flashed, and then he said in a comprehensive tone, I don't think so. It's just that the number of starships is a little more. Where do you get your confidence from? You can die if you don't pretend, right? Mulder's heart collapsed a little. It was also at this moment. In the distant starry sky, a huge white light column, like God's eyes, distorted the space of thousands of kilometers around, tearing an extremely dazzling hole in the dark universe. This white light crossed the battlefield, and the terrible energy contained in it instantly tore the millions of Zerg on the road into twisted black lines, and evaporated in an instant. The bridge of the Mother was suddenly as bright as day. Mud's eyes widened to the extreme, revealing a large area of white in his eyes. The giant beam of light obviously had a clear target, and instantly hit the hatching giant pupa of the king insect a million kilometers away. The giant pupa was also instantly wrapped by a huge white ball of light, dazzling like a pulsar explosion. When the energy intensity reaches a certain level, the universe can also produce sounds, which are vibrations from space. Mud only felt that his soul was taken away in an instant. His fleet was safe and sound, but if by chance, the fleet's route happened to be within the attack trajectory of the white light, then his 3rd Expeditionary Fleet might be wiped out in an instant. Mud quickly turned on the portable medical system, and turned on the heart pacemaker mode. He was walking wildly on the edge of death, and his old heart could not bear it, but at this moment, Nufin's eyes suddenly locked on an ice blue light spot in the distance. Is there a victim who was thrown out of the cabin? He seems to be alive. Nufin's eyes flashed. The rescue operation Death Spike is still valid. The target is the victim scattered in space. Mother, listen to the order. Full speed. Hit it. Mud's body trembled violently. Master Newfin, the situation is obviously not what you think. Stop it. Don't. Chapter 599. The full force of the Star Destroyer cannon. A huge ball of light appeared in the distant sky, and billions of Zergs were in turmoil and boiling. Chung-Chi narrowed his eyes, and a sense of inexplicable uneasiness appeared in his heart. In the extremely dazzling light ball, the outline of the king bug giant pupa gradually emerged. It was like a giant upright date pit. Looking vaguely, its shell had a large area of cracks, and there were many broken edges. But the red lines on the surface of the giant pupa were flickering more and more, like a demon's lines, releasing a strange light like blood mist. It was wrapped in white light containing destructive power, but it showed a more oppressive momentum. After the Omega World Destroyer Jet Particle Star Destroyer cannon hit the target, the destructive power had just begun. In the next short period of time, its destructive energy would increase exponentially, forming an ultra-high temperature and ultra-high pressure furnace, and then continue to spread until a star was destroyed. Chang-Chi frowned slightly. The scene in the distance was like a demon bathing in fire. The effect of the giant cannon had not yet been fully exerted, and he had to concentrate to ensure that nothing unexpected would happen. It was also at this moment. A gorgeous stream of light flashed on Chang-Chi's left. A huge starship, like a small city, suddenly appeared a few kilometers away on the left. It first emerged with a blue light-like outline, and then the transparency gradually increased. This process was as gorgeous as a crystal sculpture. Then, blue meteors began to streak across the surface of the crystal starship. That should be it exiting a certain invisible state. It was impossible to intuitively judge its technological level, but no matter who saw the scene, they could exclaim in admiration from the heart. Their defensive force field is like starlight. Their stealth system is like a meteor. It is magnificent and beautiful. The true face of this starship emerged. It is a giant spindle-shaped starship with sky blue paint and streamlined design. It obviously does not belong to the Zerg Legion, and it has not launched an attack on Chang-Chi in secret before. It should have no malicious intent. But the commander of this starship obviously made some operational errors. The warship was flying too fast and could not stop at this time. In the blink of an eye, it crossed a distance of several kilometers, floated over Chang-Chi's head, and directly hit the Solaris mechanical Rubik's Cube behind Chang-Chi. The huge Solaris Rubik's Cube is like a copper wall and iron wall. Although the unknown starship is large in size, it is like a mosquito hitting the windshield of a car at high speed in front of the magic cube. The front of the unknown starship was wrinkled and dented, and the entire ship was shaking violently. The internal lighting system flickered, and the entire cabin was in chaos. Chang-Chi looked up and looked at the unexpected scene, his eyes twitching slightly. Who is this? They even rubbed off the paint on my Rubik's Cube. Fortunately, this level of collision can only be regarded as a minor accident, not enough to cause the mother to crash. Nufin was overwhelmed with blood, turned around in the chaos, his eyes wise. Come on, give me a single soldier space suit. I will go out and rescue the victim myself. Remember, this is my tactic. Mud had fallen to the ground due to the violent shaking. Master, don't. Chang-Chi was still confused. Suddenly, he saw that silly starship opened a small landing hatch, and a figure in a blue exoskeleton suit jumped out of the hatch, and the propulsion device behind him started immediately, rushing towards him. Shashasha, Chang-Chi's communicator was filled with noises generated by the public channel connection. Then a voice translated by Transformer Star Wars came into his ears. It was a crisp voice of a young man. My friend, the victim, don't panic, I'm here to save you. Let me introduce myself. I am the best tactical genius in the history of Stardust civilization in the past 100 years. My name is... The second half of the sentence suddenly twisted, because when Nufin jumped out of the cabin, he forgot to unlock the safety lock, and was strangled by the rope at this moment, and the whole person bounced back. Chang-Chi's eyes trembled. My name is Nufin. But the tactical genius had an unyielding will and flew over again. Chang-Chi also saw an elderly officer inside the cabin door, trying to catch the guy who called himself Nufin, but he was a step too late. His face collapsed, and as the hull vibrated, he accidentally fell and rolled to the back. I am coming. Nufin in the void quickly approached Chang-Chi and stretched out a finger as much as he could, trying to touch Chang-Chi. The shape of this scene was like a mural that Chang-Chi had seen in the ruins of a church on the garbage earth. He vaguely remembered that the painting was called Genesis. God descended from the sky and stretched out his finger to Adam. Adam also stretched out his hand in response. The two fingers were about to touch. The picture captured the moment before the collision of the sacred spark. It was a very shocking scene. Chang-Chi did not stretch out his finger. He just looked at this abstract guy with a strange look. At this moment, Chang-Chi saw a young face similar to that of a human through the other party's translucent exoskeleton helmet. There were fine blue fluorescent dots flashing on his forehead. There was a profound feeling, like stars. The fingertips that the other party extended forward suddenly burst out a curved blue light like an arc, and the arc twisted forward and was about to touch Chang-Chi's shoulder. Chang-Chi frowned slightly, and his right hand extended a sharp silicon-based blade. If the guy made any threatening moves, Chang-Chi was ready to cut him off with a knife and send him to heaven. The arc had not yet touched Chung-Chi's body. Chung-Chi suddenly had a strange feeling, as if his soul had left his body, and the whole person was floating straight into the sky. At the same time, his vision was blocked by countless clean white clouds. In just a moment, these white clouds suddenly dispersed. Chung-Chi was a little stunned and found that he had left the battlefield with the Zerg and appeared in a city of unknown civilization. The buildings here are all pure blue, with different heights, all made of a blue alloy, and almost all of the buildings are in the shape of stars, either pentagrams or hexagrams. In fact, the stars in the universe have no edges and corners. The sharp corners are just the imagination of creatures. The city in front of us is like the imaginary stars scattered all over the earth, and they have been transformed into houses by people and lived in them. Chung-Chi looked up and saw that in the dark blue sky here, in addition to countless twinkling stars, there were a large number of meteors passing every second, dreamy and beautiful, like a fairy tale. Friend, don't be nervous. I have a special ability that only 0.00002% of my people can awaken, which allows you to share my memories in person. The ability has a beautiful name, Star Dream. The speed of time here is different from the outside world. No matter how long you stay here, it is only a moment for the outside world. I have introduced it before. I come from Stardust Civilization. And what you are seeing now is our imperial capital, Star City. Chapter 600. Friends. In fact, compared to those of the same race, who have various conflicts of interest and contradictions. Like you and me, we come from different civilizations, have no interest in each other, and are just strangers who meet by chance. We are more trustworthy. Beside Chung-Chi, a young man wearing a blue technology tights suddenly appeared. He had fair skin, blue light spots like stardust flashing on his forehead, and a gentle smile. It was the inexplicable Nufin before. Chung-Chi tilted his head and looked at the stranger beside him. Can you bring others into hallucinations? Nufin's face was very sincere. It's not a hallucination. These are all my past experiences, or things I know. Generally speaking, it's very much like a dream. Dream? Yes, it's a bit like it in form. Chung-Chi narrowed his eyes slightly. He had encountered some ugly dream baby civilization creatures at Mo's wedding, and he was also a person who had experienced dream travel. But this time, the feeling was very strange. In addition to being able to see the realistic world, he could actually vaguely feel the heart of the young man next to him. Nufin's heart was very peaceful and sincere, without any hostility, and at the same time very relaxed. He stood side by side with Chung-Chi, looking at the dreamy Star City. Although the technological level of my civilization is about to break through level 3, it still maintains a monarchy. The Emperor has absolute and supreme power and controls the legislative, administrative, judicial, and other powers of the civilization. The prince usually inherits the throne and inherits the ruling power according to the hereditary rules. And me, the eldest son of Emperor Rofid III of Stardust Civilization. Rofid Nufin. He will become the Emperor here in the near future. All this seems to be an established fact in the eyes of all the people, something that is bound to happen. One day in the future, they will witness my ascension to the throne in a grand ceremony attended by all civilizations, and shout the name Nufin at the top of their lungs. The young man, with a miniature star on his forehead, shook his head slightly. But this road is not so easy, but full of thorns. It was as if the stars had moved. The scene in front of him suddenly changed, and the magnificent and dreamy Star City disappeared. Chung-Chi did not move his feet, but appeared in a luxurious bedroom. The bedroom was blue, and many blue gems in the shape of hexagrams were suspended from the ceiling. On the bed, there was a very beautiful and hot young woman, with sweat on her forehead and a little pale lips. She was half naked and hugged her newborn son. That's my mother, and me who was just born. Nufin said slowly. The excited bearded man next to him is my father. He is drafting an edict to announce to the whole civilization that I am his eldest son and the future heir to the throne. Chung-Chi could still feel Nufin's emotions. At this moment, his heart was flowing with a touch of warmth like a spring, and a hint of resistance that was not obvious. The scene changed again. It was still the luxurious bedroom, and the white-lipped, beautiful and sexy young woman was holding her second son, who had just been born, and the bearded man was still accompanying her, with an excited look on his face. That's my younger brother, Rofid Leon. The scene changed again. Luxurious bedroom, weak beautiful sexy young woman, excited bearded man, third newborn baby. My first brother, his name is Rofid Erwin. The scene changed again. Luxurious bedroom, weak beautiful sexy young woman, excited bearded man, fourth newborn baby. Brother, Rofid Kuko. The scene changed again. Luxurious bedroom. Beautiful sexy young woman, bearded man, fifth newborn baby. Brother, Rafid is. The scene changed again. Luxurious bedroom, young woman, man, twins? That's Rafid Xavier and Feed Lucas. Nufin's expression has become complicated. Don't change the scene. Chung-Chi looked at Nufin and pursed his lips. Your parents have a deep relationship. They are indeed happy. Nufin raised his head, and suddenly many pictures appeared in front of him at the same time, like a picture in a picture arranged together. It could be a dark corner or an uninhabited wilderness, as well as many luxurious mansions and some rooms that looked like a palace. The killer with his face covered stepped on the blood of the target, leaving a series of footprints. Then a very professional team cleaned up the traces of the corpse. The pictures were all similar scenes. There should be many unknown assassinations, and different forces were surging in the dark. Under the beautiful and dreamy blue starry sky, the throne of the Rafid dynasty is forever soaked in blood. The ambition of every prince is a sharp sword that cuts through the night, and there are countless dead pools willing to sacrifice their lives for them. Everything will become a sacrifice for power. Even the history books have recorded that there is nothing new under the throne, only coagulated blood, writing about the unquenchable desire. Nufin glanced at Chung-Chi. As the crown prince, I am the priority target of all my brothers to eliminate. All this has been foreshadowed. Even my father was able to sit on the throne, because he killed his 4 brothers in a 30-year secret struggle. Friend, can you understand? Although I am a prince, I have to worry every moment whether I can see the sun tomorrow. And it is your brothers who want to kill you. The stars on Nufin's forehead and his pure eyes suddenly flashed. So, in the past few years, I have been pretending to be stupid, literally. Pretending to be stupid, and it started when I was 3 years old. The scene in front suddenly changed. The royal doctor is assessing the IQ of 3-year-old Nufin, and the way of assessment is to detect the activity of the star neurons unique to the residents of star civilization. But no one knows that Nufin's star neuron has reached a certain extreme, and can even deceive detection and falsify data. When the activity of the star neuron is less than 19%, the theoretical IQ is lower than 94.96% of the peers. The legendary hidden idiocy is revealed. The beautiful and sexy queen can't hide her disappointment. And in the crowd, many royal nobles showed a gloating smile. The scene changed again. 15-year-old Nufin stood on the stage of the Royal War Academy, holding the glittering Golden Eagle medal. Many of the royal family core members in the audience even showed a sarcastic smile. Everyone knew that he was an idiot, and might not even be able to read the tactical exam paper for the graduation season. But Nufin just opened his eyes wide and smiled quietly. No one knew that he had a photographic memory, and had answered all the graduation tactical exam papers of the Royal Academy in the past 140 years in his mind. After checking the answers, he got full marks, and the time to answer the questions was only 1/5 of the previous champions. The scene changed again. The adult Nufin read the tactical papers such as Spear of Encirclement and Thorn Raid written for him by a group of experts and scholars late at night. In each paper, he could pick out at least 3 loopholes and formulate more than 3 targeted tactics. Chung-Chi seemed to be traveling through Nufin's memory. He saw Nufin again after he joined the 3rd Expeditionary Force. Everyone admired him, respected him, and praised him as a genius. Nufin also cooperated and acted wisely. The core members of the royal family and the military leaders, who knew the truth, regarded him as a clown. But in fact, Nufin's heart was wiser than his appearance. My mother was too partial to me and too protective of me because she wanted me to be successful. I just took advantage of my mother's packaging to complete the real cover. Nufin's face was very calm. In this way, my brothers and the supporting forces behind them will feel that I am no threat, so no one will pay attention to me in the short term. I am like a dummy, standing here, representing the false stability of the imperial family. If one day they have everything ready, then I, the dummy, can be overthrown at any time. Speaking of which, Nufin suddenly smiled faintly. My second brother is not doing well. My eldest brother is an idiot, so the most prestigious second brother has become the target of public criticism, resisting all the undercurrents and bloody storms for me. Chapter 601. So, Chung-Chi looked at the young man beside him. With a distant and calm gaze, you are very righteous and want to stop the bloodshed under the throne from your generation. That's not the case. Nufin stared at the magnificent star city, the stars on his forehead flickering slightly. I want to kill everyone and become king. Chung-Chi looked at Nufin, nodded, and took a slight breath. He originally thought he had met a positive young man. Friend, think about it the other way around. Nufin explained slowly. Isn't this also a kind of survival of the fittest? The princes secretly competed with each other, and finally selected the most capable heir to the throne. With such an emperor in power, Stardust civilization will go more steadily, and have a stronger ability to resist risks. This is the real celebration of the world. Chang-Chi nodded. Survival of the fittest is a core law in the universe. Even the nest of ants under your feet is likely to survive after a racial fight. Not to mention humans, before you are born, you must win a marathon of about 15 centimeters. Friend, do you remember what I said? In fact, compared with those of the same race, who have various conflicts of interest and contradictions. Like you and me, from different civilizations, with no interest ties, just strangers who met by chance, are more trustworthy. Newfin said slowly, over the years, I have been secretly accumulating my own power, and most of these forces come from other civilizations, some like-minded friends. Chang-Chi's eyes flashed, and he understood the intention of this guy. Are you here to win me over? Newfin shook his head. I'm not that snobbish, and I don't do things that way. My behavior is to help others as much as possible, regardless of their status. When I make friends with others, the first thing I do is to show my sincerity and give unilaterally. As for the friends on the other side, they are willing to be grateful. That's my luck. They accept it as a matter of course and don't give anything in return. Then I don't have any opinions. I will watch them leave with blessings in my heart. Newfin looked at Chang-Chi. His heart was very balanced. I went to great lengths to get close to you. The purpose is to help you kill the Zerg, and you, my friend, I will not ask you for anything, nor will I create any doubts or troubles for you. Oh! Chang-Chi narrowed his eyes. Assuming he can do what he says, then this guy's thinking is indeed of a certain level. This is like giving roses to others, and the fragrance will linger on your hands, and casting a wide net will catch more fish. Although he doesn't ask for anything in return, the so-called unceasing thoughts will surely have a response. In the long run, he will definitely make many friends. Most of these friends are from other civilizations. If Newfin needs help one day, they can call for help. Then these friends will be a surprise attack. Friends. Newfin smiled calmly. You don't have to think too much. I can really help you for free. I can even leave after the matter is over. You can hide your name and identity from me, and refuse to leave your contact information. It's okay. I am absolutely sincere in making friends. Otherwise, I would not be here today. Chang-Chi nodded silently. You want to order your starship to help me attack the Zerg? No. Newfin shrugged, because my adjutant, my Uncle Mud, is a traitor. He is my second brother's man. He has committed too many crimes and cannot turn back. He can only push my second brother to the throne. Chang-Chi nodded sternly. I see you are also in trouble. Why don't we go our separate ways? My friend, the Zerg army you are facing is obviously controlled. The Zerg are strong, but their fatal weakness is their pheromones. Mastering their pheromones is equivalent to mastering the Zerg, but the Zerg's pheromones is an extremely complex chemical formula that not everyone can crack. According to the order of magnitude, only those who are good at calculation god-level civilization can analyze the most basic logic of Zerg pheromones. So, Newfin narrowed his eyes slightly, and the miniature stars on his forehead flickered faintly. As early as the edge of the battlefield, I discovered the essence of this war. Your opponent is actually a god-level civilization. And you, my friend. Newfin looked at Chang-Chi, and there was a trace of admiration in his eyes. As a target that the god-level civilization wants to destroy, please accept my respect. As for your fighting capital, the god-level civilization is good at calculation. He mobilized such a huge Zerg army, which must be supported by data logic. Therefore, you have far more than just a damaged starship. Newfin smiled faintly. He had seen Chang-Chi's billions of sub-star ships, and the huge Solaris mechanical Rubik's Cube before, but he was not very surprised. Chang-Chi was awe-inspiring. This guy's IQ is really extraordinary. How do you know so much about the Zerg? Chang-Chi immediately asked the question in his mind. Newfin's judgment was correct, but if he didn't understand the characteristics of the Zerg, no matter how smart his brain was, he couldn't come up with an accurate conclusion, just like a good cook can't cook without rice. At this moment, Chang-Chi revealed the answer himself. He found that Newfin also had a V-Vault ring on his finger, but it was different from his own. His ring was wrapped with circles of golden lines. Chang-Chi got the information about the Zerg pheromone from the V-Vault ring, which can be understood as a basic cosmic encyclopedia. Now that Newfin has the same ring, the root of all this has been found. Newfin raised his palm and showed the ring. It's the same equipment. I paid a huge price to get it. I begged and took away my mother's dowry. I traded 130 million tons of star energy stones from a merchant. Our rings seemed to look different. Chang-Chi nodded. He certainly couldn't mention his own ring. It was synthesized by several ordinary scanning devices. What is your ID in the V library? Nufin was silent for a moment, and finally decided to tell the truth. Mr. Shocking. Chang-Chi's pupils trembled slightly. Mr. Shocking. Number 1 in the V library user rankings. When Chang-Chi first opened the ring, he studied the list. Mr. Shocking topped the list with 130,000 shared messages, and the second-ranked sister's waste is not a waste. It can turn into a deadly demon is a guy who shares porn. At that time, Chang-Chi also sighed that Mr. Shocking must be an extraordinary and knowledgeable person. I wonder if there will be a chance to meet and chat in the future. Unexpectedly, he is the prince with a star on his forehead. Friend, what is your ID? Nufin asked, but then took back his words. I will do what I say and don't ask you to give any feedback. Soon. Nufin looked up and looked at the gorgeous blue sky in the dream. The sky full of blue stars suddenly fluctuated like a mirror flower and water moon, opening a window to the outside world. In the dark and deep universe, countless hideous and terrifying zergs are all over the sky, and there is no end in sight. But these zergs are in a static state at this time, like a realistic 3D painting. Nufin does not have the ability to stop time, but he and Chang-Chi are in a state of consciousness sharing. Consciousness is like lightning, and it is not wrong to say that it exceeds the speed of light, so the above part of Chang-Chi and Nufin's communication seems to be a conversation, but it actually happens in a flash. Let me tell you what I can do for you. Nufin stared at the thousands of zergs. With your current attack method, you will never be able to wipe out the zergs. Instead, you will be completely wiped out by them. Chapter 602. Your unmanned starship will destroy hundreds of thousands of zergs every second. But it is slower than the reproduction rate of the zerg mother nest. And the queen egg. It participates in the war in the form of a pupa, which is actually the strategy of the zerg. Each queen needs to consume a lot of energy before hatching, and this energy cannot be met by worker insects. But the shell of the pupa is a magical product evolved from the universe. It can convert most of the energy types in the outside world, such as the attack beam released by your Star Destroyer. In the Zerg system, the queen does not actually need to participate in the battle, but there is a rumor that it is said that the kingworm often takes the initiative to attack large fleets. In fact, it is a kingworm that is about to hatch. It deliberately shows up to attract the firepower of the fleet, and convert the firepower of the fleet into energy for itself to break out of the shell through the pupa shell. Of course, the moment the kingworm hatches, it is also extremely irritable, and the fleet becomes its first meal. Nufin stared at the giant kingworm egg in the distance. Look carefully, the pupa is now full of cracks. With your attack just now, a new kingworm is about to be born. If nothing unexpected happens, your fleet plus my fleet will not be enough to fill its teeth. Chang-Chi's pupils trembled. So that's it. No wonder the kingworm pupa was more powerful after the attack just now. I have no experience in facing the Zerg, let alone the weird characteristics of the kingworm, and the intelligent body of Solaris Cube seems to have lost the Zerg-related data because of being downgraded. Friend, I noticed before that your unmanned starship technology level is not very high, but at the same time, you have a number that ordinary civilizations cannot match. You must have had other adventures or a powerful backer. Don't mind, I have no doubts about this, but I envy you very much. Nufin looked at Chang-Chi and took a deep breath. If you are willing to believe me, I can use your existing capital to turn this encounter that is impossible to win. Chang-Chi turned his head and looked at Nufin. This consciousness sharing seemed to be two-way, and Chang-Chi could always feel Nufin's sincerity. He suddenly said, "What are you going to do?" Tactics. Nufin's eyes flickered. I have introduced before that I am the best tactical genius in the history of Stardust civilization in the past 100 years. That is not a lie, and what you lack is tactics. Chang-Chi took a deep breath. Yes, there is nothing to be ashamed of. I am just a scavenger from the garbage earth. I have not received any training or systematic education. Space wars and starship tactics are completely beyond the horizon and cannot be touched by me. Be optimistic more. There are many villains in the universe, but not everyone is a villain. This time, I will cooperate with this prince named Nufin, a tactical genius, and the number 1 V library user. As he said, strangers who come from different civilizations and have no interest in each other, but just meet by chance are more trustworthy. The beautiful blue dream slowly faded away. The dark and strange starry sky reappeared in the perspective. It was indeed almost static during that period just now, and it was only at this moment that it was fully recovered. Nufin was still half a meter ahead, maintaining a forward posture, with one finger stretched out hard, trying to touch Chang-Chi's shoulder. This scene really gave people a sacred feeling of coming to rescue from afar. Oh my god! Nuffin's body suddenly bounced back, because he changed to a longer safety lock this time, but it was still not long enough. After being pulled to the extreme, he was dragged by the rebound force and rolled backwards. "I hit you." Nuffin's curse was translated into strange words. Although Changqi knew that he had entered a state of pretending to be stupid, he couldn't help but twitch his eyes slightly. At this moment, Changqi looked at the starry sky in front of him. Endless, ferocious, and hideous, silently roaring Zerg, like black waves, rolling layer by layer. And at the end, the momentum was getting more and more impressive, and the strange red light illuminated half of the sky. Don't worry about the Overlord yet. This involves a strict order of annihilation. Deal with the Zerg hive first. Perhaps because of the previous connection, Nuffin, who was nearby at this time, could form a voice in Changqi's mind through some kind of consciousness transmission. The reason why you can't see the hive is that in the current state, the hive is the key protection object of all Zerg. The formation of the Zerg army seems to be chaotic, but it actually maintains a standard topological structure. Due to habit, the location of the hive is always backward from the front of the camp, on the mechanism ring between 15,500 and 15800. Ordinary starships can't reach that position. I see that there are nearly 29 million heavy bomber starships in your fleet. Their hulls and defense fields are all enhanced. I will give you the coordinates, so that they can form an average formation and rush to the mother nest. There is no need to attack during the charge, just maintain the shield with all your strength. After reaching the mother nest, it will not be a conventional attack, but a 100% self-destruction. Nuffin shouted very quickly. Self-destruction? Yes, I have calculated the power of the explosion. Even if 40% of the damage is deducted, the power is enough to destroy the mother nest. Changqi pursed his lips. It's not about the power of the explosion, but the pain. 29 million heavy bomber starships with a length of nearly 200 kilometers and a shape like lead blocks flew out from the back of the sub-starship, with the power of the thruster system activated to 120%. Like fearless warriors, they plunged into the dense and surging Zerg army. The thrilling moment began. Every second after that seemed to become abnormally slow. Can the bombing fleet successfully find the Zerg mother nest and detonate it successfully? Is Nuffin's plan reliable? At this moment, Changqi's pupils suddenly shrank. He saw that hundreds of thousands of kilometers away, in a dense swarm of Zerg, thousands of Zerg suddenly became agitated, and then a dazzling yellow light slowly lit up, eventually covering the area with a diameter of tens of thousands of kilometers nearby. And in the increasingly dazzling yellow light, indicating that the energy was violently out of control, a disgusting mother nest similar to a rotten heart was torn into pieces by the terrifying high temperature and rampant energy, exploded into rotten meat, and then burned into charcoal. A mother nest was destroyed. Changqi's eyes lit up, and then in the dim starry sky in the distance, clusters of yellow light lit up one after another, just like fireworks blooming in the night, grand and brilliant, constantly feeding back one victory after another. The suicide attack tactics of bombing starships succeeded. Countless mother nests were torn apart one after another. Within the range of sight, nearly 10 million mother nests were destroyed. Although most of the Zerg were not harmed, they were panicked at this time and realized that they had lost their support. Perhaps there were some failed suicide attacks, and there were still scattered Zerg mother nests hidden in a corner, but their reproduction rate was far behind the death rate in the war, and the entire Zerg army had inevitably moved towards negative growth. At this moment, a red wave that seemed to be substantial suddenly passed from the distant sky. It was like ripples on the red water surface, but it was not because a naughty child threw a stone, and the scale was not a small pond, but a vast star field. Although there was no substantial damage, when this wave plundered Changqi's body, Changqi suddenly heard a huge cry like a combination of a ghost and an ancient phoenix, which made his scalp numb. He turned his head to look at the extremely conspicuous giant pupa in the distance, which was shining red. The two sides of the giant pupa suddenly burst open. The shell of the pupa was comparable to the crust of a small star, wide and thick, but it had completely lost its luster at this time, like a weathered rock, splashing countless fragments and gushing into the starry sky on both sides. The next moment, the broken part of the giant pupa expanded into two huge wings at an astonishing speed. It was more like a sharp black branch with dense branches, winding and intertwined, and it was also like a complex elk horn, flashing red light. The width of the wings was too amazing, perhaps reaching 1,000,000 kilometers. It was hard to imagine that it was just a living organism. Because the wings were spread out at an extremely fast speed, and the tip was extremely sharp, the millions of cosmic insects that had been coiled around the giant pupa had no time to dodge, and were pierced through their bodies in an instant, hanging in the air. From this perspective, the spread black bone wings looked like two cone-shaped spider webs, hanging the corpses of countless flying insects. Friend, King Insect Liao Yuan Queen has hatched. Not far away, Nufin's body was rolling in a funny way, but the voice transmitted to Changqi's mind was extremely serious. Remember, we only have one chance to destroy it. Chapter 603. In the distance, a terrifying scene appeared. The pupa of the king insect completely shattered, and the fragments of astonishing thickness flew in all directions, like the crust of the earth that had lost its color. The body of the king of the universe insect race was finally exposed. It looked like a moth, with a huge abdomen as its entire body, but it was not soft, but composed of thousands of segments visible to the naked eye. The surface of those segments was a gray skin similar to armor. On the front of the abdomen, a vertical row of black dots looked like eyes, but that was not its visual organ, but a camouflage pattern. The huge black bone wings that were millions of kilometers long spread out, exuding an amazing sense of oppression. Since the moment it appeared, a grand red light began to bloom around its body. Even though it was far away, Changqi could feel waves of heat rolling in. King Insect Liao Yuan Queen was glowing and emitting heat like a star. Perhaps it was close to the temperature of the sun. The strong radiation released will ionize nearby interstellar gases such as hydrogen and helium, forming an ionized hydrogen zone similar to that around stars, emitting red hydrogen as spectrum lines, forming eye-catching luminous clouds in the universe. At the same time, the light pressure it creates will push away the surrounding dust and gas, forming a radiation tail similar to the tail of a comet. The light it releases is getting stronger and stronger, and it has turned into a dark red sphere. The flames on the edge are like the tentacles of a demon, twisting hideously. The surface of its body is covered with defensive skin, which functions similarly to the previous pupa. Nufin's voice came, "If you attack it now, it will only replenish new energy for it." Changqi narrowed his eyes. It should be brewing some kind of powerful attack. If we can't stop it in time, what awaits us is likely to be annihilation. Keep calm. We must wait for the moment when its weakness is exposed. Nufin's voice was full of desperation. It has just hatched and cannot open its eyes, but it needs full vision to judge the information on the battlefield, so there is a kind of eye worm in the Zerg army. They communicate with the king worm through pheromones, and act as the eyes of the king worm. You can also understand it as a guide dog. Kill the eye worm. Force the king worm to open its eyes. Eyes are the only weakness of the king worm. You will need to use your star destroyer to attack the king worm's eyes with all your strength. This is the only chance to defeat the king worm. Nufin's current image is still an idiot who can't even control a spacewalk. He used his body to roll to block the 10,000 army's chess that he had just retrieved, and the object he was guarding against was the pairs of eyes on the mother. Nufin waved his hand lightly, and tens of thousands of chess pieces fell on the holographic chessboard. His eyes flickered, and he multitasked, adjusting thousands of chess pieces at the same time. Each one was like a precise and efficient automatic array, moving at high speed, dazzling. Just a few seconds later, he turned his head to look at Changqi. And in Changqi's mind, a huge blue chessboard suddenly appeared, with countless fine grids, dividing the vast battlefield in front into square areas of 1 square kilometer each. 1 square kilometer is a large area, and it can already build multiple houses, but in the space of the universe, such a unit module is a very precise existence. Changqi narrowed his eyes. What is this? This is the embodiment of my thoughts in my mind. Based on the habits of 10,333 Zerg species on the battlefield, as well as the race mechanism, status mechanism, and responsibility mechanism of the entire Zerg, I have estimated the approximate location of 130,000 eyeworms. This chessboard and chess pieces can bring in the characteristics of multiple races in the universe, as well as the tactical habits of multiple technological civilizations, but they must be combined with the knowledge in my mind. No one can understand it except me. It is worth mentioning that V-Library is really a good learning platform. Friends you need? What you need to do is to command your fleet to focus fire on the marked position flashing red on the chessboard, and kill the eyeworm there within 40 seconds. Nufin's voice was a little cautious. I know this operation is difficult. 130,000 plus positions, hundreds of millions of unmanned starships, allocation, calling, identification, collaboration, aiming. This requires the commander's amazing brainpower and multi-threaded operations. It is a very challenging task, but we must do it. You believe me, and I believe you too. Come on, my friend, you can do it. Changqi pursed his lips slightly. Solaris. Master, I'm here. Destroy the marked points on the chessboard within 30 seconds. Yes, it's easy. The silicon-based crystals in Changqi's eyeballs flickered slightly. Based on the characteristics of silicon, the chessboard in his mind can be instantly shared with Solaris. Although Solaris, the intelligent management program, has been downgraded, it does not have the Zerg database. But as the saying goes, a lean camel is bigger than a horse. Newfane doesn't know all this, and doesn't understand it. Nearly 120 million substar ships, almost in an instant, completed the adjustment of the ship's posture and the division of targets, and the main guns on the ships all began to brew a pale silver glow. My respected second prince, I wish you good health. Yes, I am with a guy named Cao Deng. Newfane. Mother Tactical Chief of Staff Mud entered the secret communication room and established a long-distance communication connection. Yes, no surprise, that guy is still as idiotic as ever. We encountered a war between advanced civilizations and Zerg. He self-righteously analyzed the situation on the battlefield. Then he actually formulated a rescue operation called Death Spike beyond his capabilities. Yes, although I also accompanied him into danger. But my loyalty to you, the second prince, can make me overcome all fears. You must be the future emperor, and I will always follow your majesty. Sorry, my second prince, I can't suppress my admiration and trust in you for a while, so I used your majesty. 2 words. Tactical Chief of Staff Mud was a little excited. I have good news for you. At this exciting moment when you are ready to wipe out the other princes, we seem to have a golden opportunity. In front of me, a king worm was activated. And Newfane walked out of the starship alone and tried to rescue others. Yes, haha, he is so stupid. Considering that his average intelligence level is lower than 94% of people, I understand. In my opinion, that advanced civilization cannot defeat the king worm. Newfane and those guys will be buried here together. This is absolutely an impeccable accidental death. All crew members witnessed it. I tried my best to dissuade them at the time. Newfane, but he is stubborn. Yes, in this way, the eldest prince will fall naturally, and you will not be suspected at all. Are you concerned about me? I am really honored. I am warming up the Fleet Star Shift short-distance transmission system. At a very critical time, I will mourn for Prince Newfane, shed a tear scattered in the endless starry sky, and retreat unscathed, haha. The result is certain. If Newfane cannot be dealt with reasonably this time, you can even hold me accountable. Yes, my respected majesty, you wait for my good news. Oh sorry, I used the wrong name again, but it is only a matter of time. Chapter 604. A silent tremor was heard in the fleet. Billions of silver powerful attack beams pierced through the black nebula, like thorns that suddenly burst out, and also like a space-level beam hedgehog. Newfane was a little surprised. His operation level is so amazing? The next moment, in the insect tide in the distant sky, 130,000 violent bursts of light appeared. In the strong light and destructive energy, the broken limbs of the Zerg everywhere splashed and destroyed, turning into dust. From Chang-Chi's perspective, 130,000 marking points on the chessboard grid continued to go out. It was impossible to tell whether the eyeworm was dead, and even what the eyeworm looked like was never seen. This is a space war, where destruction and survival are only a moment, and they have never even met. In the distance, the mutation of King Worm Liaoyuan Queen indicated the success of this attack. It does not have a mouthpart as defined in the conventional sense, but it can use the vibration of space to emit a hissing and wailing sound that spreads over millions of kilometers, mixed with waves of terrifying heat waves. Its huge body showed obvious signs of uneasiness and twisting. It lost its eyes. It seemed unable to accept this dark and uneasy world that had lost all information, and showed a strong panic as if it had just gone blind. It was also at this time that the body segments with black spots on its abdomen began to shrink one by one, like a kind of metal armor, and began to release the defense state. Then, the real eyes of the King Insect Liaoyuan Queen body were exposed. It was a huge sphere like a scarlet gem, densely stuck together, piled up in its abdomen, and there was a tiny black dot in the center of each eyeball, which was twisting chaotically at this time, frantically collecting information from the surroundings. Mud's eyes widened slightly on the mother. I have never seen the king worm in this state. It is angry. God help me. Cao Deng must die. Now! Newfane's voice resounded in his mind. But in fact, Chang-Chi had already made preparations. Almost overlapping with Newfane's voice, a thick white beam like an interstellar wormhole instantly cut through the void, instantly evaporating thousands of Zergs on the road, and directly hit the abdomen of the king worm Liaoyuan Queen with a domineering and unstoppable momentum. The disgusting red eyeballs in the abdomen of the king worm began to burst and evaporate in a state visible to the naked eye, like a bunch of grapes roasted by high temperature. Then, The soft abdomen of the king worm began to burst inch by inch, splashing out intestines like rubber pipes, as if the whole universe was resounding with the king worm's brutal and shrill cry. The next moment, the body of the king bug was directly penetrated by the Omega World Destroyer particle star destroyer cannon. Its wailing caused the space to vibrate, and its body kept falling backwards. It really couldn't have expected that its fatal weakness was mastered by someone the moment it was hatched, and a precise targeted tactic was formulated. It just took a peek at this vast universe and died. An unexpected change. The powerful king bug, at the moment of its death, used its remaining functions to launch the last attack of its life. It was like the self-explosion of the god of fire. Its huge body released a temperature and radiation comparable to that of the sun, with a temperature of 5,500 K and a radiation power of up to 10 to the 26th power watts. Everything around it was instantly vaporized, including billions of cosmic zergs and nearly 50 million sub-star ships of Chang'e. They were all wiped out in an instant. The terrifying aftermath surged. The huge Solaris cube trembled slightly, and the 20 million combat starships of the 3rd Expeditionary Fleet of Star Civilization instantly exited the invisible state, and the defense field was open to the extreme. This starry sky can be said to be grand and brilliant, but also embarrassing and chaotic. Chang'e stood in the aftermath, as if he was an immovable mountain, and his silicon-based body showed a red state, with faint white smoke. In the body, the gold content of the energy-sensitive clan gene left by the energy master is still increasing. Under such circumstances, it can still absorb the energy in the aftermath of the king bug, transform it into itself, store it in the silicon-based body, serve as food, prolong life, and at critical moments, it can also release energy as an attack weapon. That is why Nufin, who hid behind Chang'e, survived. He looked at his unknown friend in front of him in a daze, and then he realized that he was a legendary life, an extreme existence. There was once a AV library user named Qi Deming, by who shared a little finger of this creature, and rewarded points. Who is he? From what civilization? He has such a large unmanned fleet, and his own functional value is off the charts. Facing the dying blow of the king insect, he was so calm, and his face did not change. My starship. Half of my belongings. Because his whole body was siliconized and his body was immersed in light, Chang'e's expression was not obvious, but in fact his eyes were twitching and his heart was bleeding. Optimistic children do not cry, but they run with tears. Woo woo woo. The red light in the distance gradually faded, and the king bug fell completely. The remaining cosmic zerg fell into extreme chaos, and their numbers were not enough to be feared. Chang'e turned his head and looked at Nufin behind him. This guy did not deceive me, and he is definitely a talent. Just by observing the situation on the battlefield, he can formulate tactics that can win thousands of miles away. Because of other reasons, he could not mobilize his fleet and went there alone, but he was able to adapt to local conditions and bring Chang'e's fleet to its full potential. If it weren't for this guy, it would be a hard battle between him and the Zerg. With the Spirit starship damaged and Amma in shock, he would most likely not be able to retreat unscathed. Thank you, my friend. Chang'e looked at Nufin and suddenly spoke. I said before that I don't have any purpose. Nufin controlled his body and slowly floated up. This is my principle of making friends. Your words are enough. Chang'e nodded. I recognize you as my friend. Nufin said again, in this vast universe, where are you going? Ship of civilization. Looking for fertile land to improve the level of technology. Chang'e looked up at the deep universe, his eyes flashing. As you said, I am targeted by the god-level civilization. For unknown reasons, they are not convenient to take direct action, but I don't have much time left. Nufin nodded and suddenly said the key information, your opponent is a god-level civilization hiding in the dark and good at calculation. I have a piece of advice. Whether it is a simulator or a high-level program, for calculation, the data acquisition device is their eyes, and the calculation result is their truth. Friend. Nufin looked at the scattered Zergs in the distance. The core purpose of this encounter may not be to kill you, but it may also be a data collection using the Zerg as a detector. They are collecting all your information, such as resources, combat power, and decision-making models. In other words, you need to hide some things as much as possible in your future journey. A data collection. Chang'e's eyes flickered again. This is a new cognitive perspective. His eyes on the black giant suddenly became much clearer. Thank you for your advice, my friend. Nufin smiled indifferently. In addition, my destination happens to be the ship of civilization. It is inevitable that we have too strong a purpose when we make an appointment to go together. Besides, the plans for interstellar navigation between you and me should also be different. As a friend, I will still provide you with some help. Nufin said slowly. Ship of civilization is a vast territory, so vast that it is vague, and it is difficult to find a clear target point. Changqi nodded. The information we learned before shows that the ship of civilization spans multiple galaxies. This is indeed too vast. How tiny are the creatures in the universe? 99% of the creatures have exhausted all the energy of civilization, but they cannot leave the galaxy where they were born and raised. I give you a precise coordinate. The stars on Nufin's forehead flickered. That is the outpost of the ship of civilization, and it is also the entrance in the traditional sense. A long string of numbers appeared in Changqi's mind. That is the universal interstellar longitude and latitude. Changqi also smiled. In the future, if you encounter trouble, I will provide as much help as possible. Nufin waved his hand. It seems that my motives are not pure. In fact, I really like making friends. As for my own affairs, I tell you frankly, I think I can handle everything by myself. Master Nufin. Oh my god, your situation just now is too dangerous. At this time, Tactical Chief of Staff Mud, wearing a heavy protective exoskeleton, stumbled from the landing port of the Mother, and he almost cried, "You are not injured, otherwise how should I explain to the Queen? The fate of a person seems to be made up of countless accidents." In the distance, Changqi's sub-starship was cleaning out the remaining races. A huge Zerg body exploded, and its sickle-like tentacles flew over and passed by Mud without bias. In the communicator, a pig-killing scream sounded. My arm. Ah! Tactical Chief of Staff Mud was instantly cut off by the Zerg's tentacles, and blood with a slight blue glow floated in the universe. His exoskeleton quickly closed and sealed the wound. Mud hugged his empty arm, rolled in the air, and trembled all over. Uncle Mud. Nufin approached anxiously, checked the situation, and choked up. You lost your arm to help me. I express my deepest condolences. My heartbroken tears will be scattered in the endless starry sky. You? Ah, my arm. Mud endured the severe pain. Unable to speak, he struggled to look at Changqi. But I haven't paid tribute to that friend from the advanced civilization. He is a powerful existence. He can actually defeat the king insect by his own strength. Friend? Changqi's eyes scrutinized. Just now it was this idiot who tried to interfere with my tactics, and now there is another idiot. You are also worthy of being called my friends? Mud's originally pale face, then his expression was stern, looking at Nufin and said, Did you offend him? Nufin was stunned. I was just executing the Death Spike rescue. But Changqi frowned. Before I get angry, get out. At the same time, Changqi said in his mind, Nufin, my friend, we see each other again. Nufin also slowly turned his head, and smiled from an angle that Mud couldn't see. Uncle Mud, I declare that the rescue plan of Death Spike has completely failed. We must get out of here quickly. I heard that the corpse of the Kingworm is also a very scary existence. Nufin supported Mud and stumbled back to the Mother. At the same time, Nufin's voice came again in Changqi's mind. According to reliable information, there is a high probability that there are precious treasures in the corpse of the Kingworm. This opportunity is rare, don't waste it. My friend, we see each other again. Chapter 605. On the triangular head, there is a row of blood-red eyes. This is a vicious cosmic insect. Its mouth is wide open, mucus is dragged out between its sharp teeth, and it hisses silently. The next moment, a silver beam of light broke through the air and pierced its skull, and the triangular head exploded instantly. The resistance in the universe is very small, and the broken shell and green brain matter splashed dozens of kilometers away, like a stroke of green paint thrown on a black canvas. This is a corner of the battlefield. Without the king insect, the ordinary insects in a messy formation are like remnants of defeated soldiers. Changqi's sub-starship can easily clean them up. Stepping on the ice blue force field, Changqi walked in the void and approached the corpse of the king insect. There were constant battles around him, but he seemed to be strolling in the garden, and the rest of the things were left to Solaris. Nufin said that there was a high probability that treasures would be bred in the body of the king insect. The kingworm is a powerful organism. What will it breed? Thinking of the characteristics of the kingworm, it can transform external energy with the shell of its body. According to this, there must be a lot of energy gathered in its body. Could it be that there is some kind of high-purity energy in its body? Changqi raised his wrist. STC merged with Shafeng, which is to replenish the fragment calculator's wish. In daily state, STC consumption is very small. Once it obtains new fragments, it will enter an astonishing energy consumption level. Previously, STC had about 16% of energy remaining. Now the fusion completion of calculator's wish is 36%, but the total energy remaining of STC has dropped to 10%. Chang-Chi's eyes flickered. Originally, he planned to find a way to replenish energy for STC after arriving at the ship of civilization. Now it seems that he may be able to realize his wish ahead of time. My requirements are not high. As long as it can replenish energy for STC. I'm not greedy. As long as it can replenish 50%, it's fine. If it doesn't work, 30% is also fine. Chang-Chi muttered in his heart. The current scene is just like the days of being a scavenger in the garbage earth. At that time, whenever he went to a freshly baked garbage mountain, Chang-Chi would pray in advance, my requirements are not high. A few kilograms of rare alloys, or a few usable P7 level circuit boards, or a complete fuel cell will do. Now, the child has made progress. Who dared to think that he could already scavenge from the corpse of King Insect Liao Yuan Queen? It doesn't seem quite right to say that it is amazing growth. In the final analysis, it is still picking up rags. But if it is said to be unchanged, it is absolutely wrong. While walking, Chang-Chi subconsciously turned his head, looking through the battlefield where the attack beams flashed frequently, and looked into the depths of the universe. His hometown, the Milky Way, was already far, far away. The essence of sight is light. Now, even if it is light, it will take a long, long time to return home. Unconsciously, I have walked a long way and experienced many things. I still haven't figured out the truth about Serious Criminal. I haven't fulfilled my promise to revive the STC Mother Civilization. I haven't seen enough of the universe. In the sight, the Solaris mechanical cube is unusually conspicuous. The Spirit-style starship emitting a milky white halo is also in the field of vision, and the light wheel flying saucer driven by Mu Qin is also moving slowly. I have indeed grown up. And I will continue to grow until I fulfill all my wishes and see all the scenery. Maybe this road is difficult and full of dangers, but the most beautiful scenery is always on the road. Also, no matter what you encounter, remember to stay optimistic. Unconsciously, Chang-Chi smiled. Time has passed, and the road is long, but he seems to have never changed. But 0.001 seconds later, Chang-Chi's smile was slightly stiff, and he couldn't laugh anymore. The deformed star armor on his body was like asphalt that was shaken, and began to tremble violently, as if it was afraid of something. This armor was originally a strange living planet. Because of the retransformation, it was controlled by Chang-Chi and the fraud artist Quasar in half at the weakest period. The biggest help this armor currently gives Chang-Chi is the magical consciousness translation function, which allows Chang-Chi to understand the language of all alien civilizations without obstacles. And the personality of this armor is different from that of the previous Jialu. Jialu loves whoever he wants, and he will fight if he doesn't obey. His name is just like his character. And this set of Transformer Star armor can be said to be low-key and quiet, belonging to the old shady type. When it hijacked DKEG Land's mother civilization, it also operated in a similar way, hiding in the dark and manipulating everything insidiously. Chang-Chi looked up in shock. The body of King Worm Liao Yuan Queen was just 10 kilometers away from him, as huge as an island. Could it be that the King Worm is not dead yet, and Transformer Star armor feels fear? After all, they are all beasts, with different levels of suppression and unique induction. I need to eat. A thought came to Chang-Chi's mind, from the shape-shifting star armor. Oh! I see. Chang-Chi opened his eyes, and could sense the emotions of the shape-shifting star armor. He guessed correctly that it was indeed afraid of the King Worm. It was not because the King Worm was resurrected. This feeling was like a fox seeing a tiger's skin. Even if the tiger had been skinned and its tendons were pulled out, the fear was like instinct, and could not be suppressed. The King Worm was already dead, but the shape-shifting star armor still did not dare to eat it. Then what do you want to eat? Chang-Chi conveyed a thought that he could move to the armor, and then his body twisted like asphalt, and then gathered into a dark and shiny date pit in the starry sky behind Chang-Chi. The outside of the date pit suddenly churned violently, and countless black tentacles extended out and began to grab the ordinary Zerg corpses that could be seen everywhere in the deep sky. Even if they are all corpses, they still bully the weak and fear the strong. The king insect dares not move, but dares to eat the small insects. Chang-Chi shook his head and smiled, watching the shape-shifting star wrapping the insect corpse with countless arms, and couldn't help but think of the partner who was inseparable and worked together on Earth. Zelu followed its pink goddess. And thousands of its fellows, with the help of the huge body of light centipede, went to the depths of the universe and parted with Chang-Chi. The universe is very large and vast, with many different directions, and everyone has their own direction they want to go. Separation seems inevitable. For example, Mo stayed in the Milky Way to accompany his newlywed wife. For example, Zayla chose to protect his own people, and for example, the friend Nufin who just met also took a different path, and Lu Lian. He stayed in Lu Lian's star. Chang-Chi exhaled slowly, feeling a little emotional. The way the shape-shifting star eats is different from that of the shape-shifting star. The shape-shifting star basically swallows the food whole, while the shape-shifting star wraps the food tightly with its tentacles, like a millstone, crushing the food, and then secreting something similar to corrosive liquid to melt the food into juice, and then absorb it. In a blink of an eye, the corpses of several Zergs were digested completely. In Chang-Chi's mind, a low roar of the shape-shifting star sounded. I saw that the Black Date core suddenly expanded a circle. Chang-Chi nodded secretly. There was also a clear difference between the effects of eating by the shape-shifting star and the shape-shifting star. After eating, the shape-shifting star would have an effect similar to upgrading and gradually become stronger. And because the shape-shifting star had just completed its metamorphosis and was in the newborn stage, it was like reincarnation. After eating, the effect was to gradually restore its strength. After all, the shape-shifting star was once a star, and there was even civilization living on the surface. Suddenly, the surface of the Black Date pit was surging violently. One side of it looked like melted asphalt, and then a hideous triangular head struggled under the asphalt, as if it was about to break free from hell. Then, a roar of the Zerg came from Chang-Chi's mind. On the Black Date pit, a cosmic Zerg with a triangular head and a row of blood-red eyes was born, like a giant black mantis. Chang-Chi could clearly sense that it was not a real Zerg, but a simulation of the shape-shifting star, but its physiological characteristics and combat power were a one-to-one replica of the real Zerg. Shape-shifting star. Chang-Chi opened his eyes slightly, changing in 1,000 ways, devouring civilization, and simulating civilization. A roar of the Zerg came from his mind again. On the Black Date core, the second Zerg was bred again, followed by the third and the fourth. It can simulate as many Zergs as it swallows. In addition, in this process, its body is also growing, and the hatching space is also gradually getting larger. The number of black tentacles responsible for predation is also increasing, extending to the surrounding space, constantly devouring the Zerg corpses, obviously not wanting to miss any. Catch! 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 5 minutes ago, it was still hot. Chang-Chi was a little stunned, looking up and scanning the wide space around him. The dying blow of the Star Destroyer and the King Insect vaporized about half of the Zerg. And in the space in front of him, there were about 100 million Zerg corpses floating around. Grow up. Eat more. Eat them all. Chang-Chi blinked his eyes, feeling a surprise from heaven. I will soon have a Zerg army. Chapter 606. The shape-shifting star is feasting. Chang-Chi's heart was boiling with blood, as if he had made a profit, but there was still a corpse of the king worm to be explored. In his great joy, he had to remain rational. Chang-Chi looked cautious and slowly stepped on the corpse of the king worm. The saying "I don't know the true face of Mount Lu, because I am in this mountain" was concretely displayed at this moment. If it weren't for witnessing the whole process, who would know that this was a corpse? As far as the eye could see, it was completely a rugged continent. This place was shaped like a huge valley, covered with light ice crystals. The absolute low temperature of the universe had frozen the internal organs of the king worm, and it was very solid to step on. Chang-Chi was at the king worm's exploded abdomen. The surroundings were terribly quiet. Chang-Chi frowned slightly, always feeling that there were countless eyes staring at him in the dark. Swish! A black light suddenly shot out from one side, like a javelin, and pierced Chang-Chi's chest directly. In a flash, Chang-Chi's super speed burst out and grasped the black javelin in front of him. Looking closely, it turned out to be a creature, like an oversized iron wire worm, with a straight body and a mouthparts full of sharp teeth on its head, biting through the air. If Chang-Chi hadn't caught it in time, this thing would probably drill into the chest and eat the internal organs. There are also parasites on the king worm. Chang-Chi narrowed his eyes slightly. It's true that when a whale falls, all things come to life. The parasites have also become active. Before Chang-Chi made any move, numerous giant iron wire worms suddenly emerged from the frozen internal organs around. In just a moment, Chang-Chi was entangled into a human-shaped dumpling. Boom! The twisted air waves spread out. Chang-Chi, who was 100% siliconized, used the energy-sensitive gene and silicon-based characteristics to release part of the heat and radiation in his body, forming an effect similar to that of a super-small sun. Most of the iron wireworms were burned into black charcoal, fell from Chang-Chi's body, and curled up and solidified. Coincidentally, this was similar to the power of the king worm, but it was reduced countless times. The iron wireworms could not withstand this effect, and at the same time felt the suppression of the race, so they turned back and drilled into the depths of their internal organs frantically. Chang-Chi moved his arms, raised his head slightly, and his eyes full of silicon-based crystals flickered slightly. He took a step and continued to move forward. After arriving at a flat ground, Chang-Chi confirmed that the surroundings were safe, took out a golden little man from his pocket, bent down, and placed it on the ground with light movements. Odysseus. The little golden god was a treasure-hunting robot. It was originally sleeping with its eyes closed. Chang-Chi helplessly flicked its butt with his fingers, forcing it to stagger forward a few steps. Odysseus. The golden god was furious. It felt blasphemous. The golden light was shining brightly. It used the golden sword to poke Chang-Chi's toes frantically. This guy always thought that he was a real god. Hurry up and work. If I find the treasure this time, I will give you a share. Chang-Chi raised 3 fingers, I swear. Odysseus. The little golden man was very angry. Chang-Chi always took advantage of him for free. He was an ancient god, but now he was completely reduced to a beast of burden, and for free. Odysseus. The little golden man was motionless, holding the hilt of the sword with both hands and constantly poking the ground, completely running it. Okay. I tear you apart and make you into a figurine when I get back. Chang-Chi wrinkled his nose, straightened up, and looked at the surrounding environment. This place was huge. He had observed it on the road before. Everything was frozen corpses of king insects, which were similar to frozen pork. Dogs. Shapeshifters wouldn't eat them. It seemed that there were no valuable items. Could it be that Nuffin's information was wrong at this moment? A gray light appeared on the ground where the little golden man kept poking. A crack appeared in the thin ice crystal layer, and something was shining inside. Chang-Chi realized that the little golden man had some intelligence, but not much. The place where he stood was exactly the location of the treasure. Just now, he was still in a state of ruin, obviously doing it for Chang-Chi to see. At this moment, he poked the ground while wiping his saliva, with an expression on his face that said, "It's mine, it's all mine, ha ha ha. Go." Chang-Chi flicked his finger, and sent the little man flying 7 or 8 meters away. Then he squatted on the ground and checked what was in the gap. The heat released from his palm melted the ice. Chang-Chi saw a pile of great balls under the ground. He picked up one at random. It was only the size of a coin, and had a slightly bouncy surface, like a plastic elastic ball. What is this? Chang-Chi had never heard of it or seen it before. Odysseus. The little golden man rushed over fiercely with a sword in his hand. He was tripped by a stone on the road and stood up tenaciously. He was sworn enemies with Chang-Chi. Its pronunciation system only had 4 words, Odysseus, but it could be translated into any forward swear word at this time. Looking at the treasure-hunting robot's excited look, Chang-Chi was sure that the great ball in his hand was definitely not an ordinary thing. Ignoring the crazy poking of the golden god, Chang-Chi turned on the scanning function of the V-Vault ring, hoping to get an answer. According to the characteristics of the item, and the properties of magnetic fluctuations, it should be a super pure source material. The so-called source material is an uncommon material with unknown functions. But in the V-Library platform, a force suspected to be a high-level civilization is purchasing source materials at all costs, and according to the material properties it gives, the purity of the source material in your hand is far higher than their expectations, at least 10 to 30 times higher source material. In the belly of the king insect, high-purity source material is bred? Source material. I seem to have heard of this name somewhere. Chang-Chi frowned, trying to grasp the information in his mind, and suddenly his eyes opened. In the game 10,000 Races Survival Battlefield, the final prize I won was an O32 real material printer, and the raw material required for that machine is source material. That printer has very strange and powerful capabilities. It even blurs the boundary between virtual games and reality. As long as there are enough raw materials, you can print out a powerful Iron Sentinel 10 total domination robot and a large carrier starship in an instant. It is exactly like the existence of blue light flashes. Newton turns his face in the video game. The most perverted thing is that this thing has been brought into reality. Chang-Chi once nicknamed this printer in his mind, the bug printer. Is this the raw material for the bug printer? Since the purity has been improved, can we print out stronger creations? But Chang-Chi glanced at the hundreds of small balls under his feet. The number is too small, and it can't change anything. At this moment, Chang-Chi narrowed his eyes slightly, and found that the golden man had run away, sticking out his tongue like a dog, chiseling the ground here and there, with an expression on his face that said, "It's mine, it's all mine, Ha ha ha. Chang-Chi seemed to realize something. He lowered his head slightly, and a flash of red light suddenly appeared in his siliconized eyes, and then violently churned. With a flash, he grabbed the golden man and stuffed him into his arms. Then super high heat and violent radiation broke out in his body, as if the ground fire was burning and sweeping the earth. The ice layer vaporized instantly. The endless gray balls under his feet were revealed. And below the ball, there are countless high-purity source materials that are also light gray, as if they have formed the crust here, like a giant mineral vein, showing an inexhaustible momentum. It's rich. Chang-Chi opened his eyes slightly, and at the same time felt heartbroken. It turned out that the little golden man was really heartbroken in his chest. Don't make a fuss, I'm not a stingy person. Chang-Chi handed the first ball in his hand to the golden god. Here, this is yours. The corpse of King Worm Liao Yuan Queen is huge like an asteroid. It is undoubtedly a huge project to collect the high-purity source materials here. But Chang-Chi is not anxious at all. He has a magic weapon in his hand, which can be said to be a professional counterpart. The gorgeous crystal Dyson sphere slowly drove out of the Solaris mechanical cube. Its codename is 2 to 5332. It is the second-generation Dyson sphere of volunteer civilization. It was originally the property of the handsome man named Luo in 10,000 Races survival battlefield. The technological creation of Dyson sphere is a product created to fully exploit interstellar energy. The corpse of King Worm is not huge for this Dyson sphere from level 4 civilization. The crystal Dyson sphere drove to the sky above the corpse of King Worm. Those gorgeous crystal pipes began to flip, like huge tentacles, reaching out to the surface of the corpse of King Worm. Resource scanning, engineering planning and other pre-steps were completed in an instant. Then, efficient and orderly mining work began. Digging, cutting, transporting, and storing are completely streamlined operations without any redundant movements. It looks both pleasing to the eye and shocking. Chang-Chi stood not far away. The diameter of the deformed star has reached about 100 kilometers. On its surface, there are densely packed zergs. It has a big appetite, and seems to never be full. It is still devouring the zerg corpses. It seems that it will continue to eat for hundreds of hours. The mining of high-purity source materials does not seem to be a short-term project, and needs to continue for a period of time. But Chang-Chi is not irritable or bored at all. He can see the end of the world and wait until the sea dries up and the rocks crumble. This kind of continuous harvest and growing inventory makes people feel comfortable physically and mentally. The income seems to replace the turbid air in the heart. Every pore seems to be open, and every cell is calling for a word. Is it cool? A crisp voice suddenly came to Chang-Chi's ears, which was very abrupt. Chang-Chi was stunned and slowly turned his head. He found that beside him, there was a little girl standing without clothes, about 4 or 5 years old, with 2 fleshy tentacles like snails on her head. Chang-Chi looked at the endless starry sky around him, and there was no trace of any alien starship. His eyes then fixed on the little girl. Who are you? Oh, me. I am the King Insect Liao Yuan Queen. What you killed was my companion insect. According to your definition, it can also be understood as my wet nurse. Chapter 607. This is a scene of harvest. The deformed star is devouring the corpses of the zerg, constantly growing itself, and its growth is equal to Chang-Chi's growth. The crystal Dyson sphere efficiently mines high-purity source materials, which are of extraordinary value and extremely valuable for in-depth research. They are about to become Chang-Chi's property. Crack! Crack! The slight sound of crystal collision resounded in Chang-Chi's body. He kept confirming his status to ensure that he was still indestructible siliconization. At the same time, he used his tongue to confirm the super runaway potion hidden in his mouth that had not been used yet. Looking at the little girl with chubby tentacles in front of him, Chang-Chi only felt displaced and ill-fated. Life is really full of surprises. He was still flying in the sky in the last second, and fell directly into the abyss in the next second. The legendary zero-frame start probably means this. King Worm was not dead, and appeared 0.8 meters in front of him without any signs. Companion insect. Nurse. Chang-Chi thought of a picture in his mind. The huge moth before was just a servant, and the Real King was a small, harmless little guy curled up under its wings. Is it really harmless? It must not be. The cosmic Zerg is fierce and cruel. Since it can be the king, how can it be harmless? The Zerg, as a large number of uncivilized creatures in the universe that cannot be ignored, has evolved for billions of years and has lasted for a long time. And their king insect, that is, the king of the Zerg, no one knows what kind of terrifying ability it has. Now the feud has definitely been formed, and it is a titanium alloy feud. Chung-Chi killed billions of people of the king worm, and also killed its nurse, and was collecting the treasure in the nurse's belly. The deformation star in the distance was still devouring the corpses of other people's people, eating them happily. Killing people is not enough. Now Chung-Chi can be said to have killed people and dug up corpses, basically making his family extinct. It's okay. The little girl said in a clear voice, usually, after I hatch, I will also eat my nurse. If I am still hungry, I will also eat my own people. If I have a good appetite, I may eat several tribes at once. Chung-Chi was stunned, thinking of the moment when the giant pupa broke. The huge black bone wings also pierced hundreds of thousands of Zergs to death in an instant. They are different from other intelligent creatures. They don't take their own people seriously. Maybe eating each other is the habit of Zerg. But? The little girl pouted. Her pink face looked like two cotton candies. I can kill them, but others can't. Chung-Chi was startled, and after a lot of twists and turns, the spearhead was still pointed at himself. My little bugs are controlled by someone, and someone has cracked our pheromones. The little girl clenched her pink fist again. I want to kill the guy, pull off its limbs, and stuff them in its mouth. If it has tribesmen, then I will pull off the limbs of all its tribesmen and stuff them in its mouth. That guy hijacked my bugs to kill you. The little girl looked at Chung-Chi. So you are just one of the victims. I won't blame you for what happened. Chung-Chi's eyes lit up. As expected of a king, you are very reasonable. The little girl nodded, very pleased. That saying is right. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. So I decided to appoint you as my new wet nurse. Don't worry, I won't eat you, because my name is Bella. Chung-Chi was stunned. His mind didn't turn around for a moment. What does the enemy of my enemy have to do with a wet nurse? What does your not eating me have to do with your name Bella? The little girl said again. I just hatched, and I still need to sleep a lot. In this process, I will become stronger and stronger. Since we have the same enemy, then I will follow you, and then you try hard to search for that guy. When the final battle comes, I will fight with you. Also, I just searched your memory, and found that you humans have a very cute pet. I hope you can give me a puppy. Chung-Chi was stunned again. This? Okay, Chung-Chi, I think I have done a good job. If you have other opinions, you can talk to the stars in the sky, because I am sleepy. The little girl said, and took a few steps forward, hugged Chung-Chi's thighs like a koala, and the two tentacles drooped like willow branches, and then fell asleep. Chung-Chi was stunned in place, stretched out a finger, and scratched his cheek. What happened just now is a bit difficult to judge. No! Where did you get an alien child? Chung-Chi returned to the Lingshire starship, and met Mu Chen, who had just returned. Mu Chen's eyes were as big as light bulbs, and he was shocked. Is this reliable? Shoo! Chung-Chi raised a finger, and put it in front of his mouth, then glanced at Bella on his legs, and subconsciously reduced the amplitude of his movements. Chung-Chi found an unused bedroom on the starship, and had no choice but to wake Bella up. Bella's eyes were very large, occupying 30% of her face. She looked at the comfortable and quiet bedroom with sleepy eyes, then climbed onto the bed, rolled up the quilt into a pupa, stuffed herself in, and then fell asleep. Where did this child come from? Mu Chen stood outside the door, staring. He's naked. I have a friend who accidentally killed someone's nanny, and then accidentally wiped out the entire family. Chung-Chi closed the bedroom door, and looked at Mu Chen. If it were you, would you feel a little guilty? The most important thing is that people are reasonable, and don't blame you. You killed someone's nanny? Mu Chen's tone rose a few points, his eyes widened. When did you do it? You're quite perverted. Chung-Chi pursed his lips. Strictly speaking, you are also involved in this matter. This serious criminal, brother, you failed to escape the crime. Are you mentally twisted? Mu Chen looked disgusted. Don't even think about dragging me down with you. Chung-Chi shook his head helplessly. Mu Chen, the little lowly you just saw is the real King Worm Liao Yuan Queen. Didn't you also drive a flying saucer, and want to wipe out her people before? What? Mu Chen looked horrified and took 3 steps back. You kidnapped the King Worm? Chung-Chi was also a little confused. Maybe I'm too charming. The little King Worm must follow me. Chapter 608. Spirit-style starship, bridge. The pressure here is still chaotic, lacking oxygen, and the temperature is always around -270 degrees. Because of that small hole, the once extremely comfortable and cozy space has become an extreme environment. Although Mu Chen was wearing a thick protective suit, his face still turned a little blue due to the low temperature. Every move was very slow, because the internal pressurization of the space suit would bring a very uncomfortable tight feeling. Chung-Chi stood on the other side. The two of them stared at the huge metal round cake O32 reality material printer with a diameter of about 5 meters on the floor. Because of the scarcity of printing materials, Chang-Chi did not easily start this device. At this time, Chang-Chi brought back some high-purity source material and prepared to test this magical technological creation. Mu-Chen naturally knew this machine. First of all, Mu-Chen was present when Chang-Chi obtained this machine. Secondly, the appearance of this machine is exactly the same as the core of the primary base in the game 10,000 Races Survival Battlefield. Both are big discus, and I still remember them clearly. In the game, a click, a blue light flashes, and a robot comes out with a swish, which seems very reasonable. Because it is all a virtual world, no one cares about the logic. Mu-Chen's voice came through the communicator muffled, with a slight rustling sound, but if you say that in reality, a click, a blue light flashes, and then a robot comes out, others will definitely say that you are fanciful, or even mentally ill. Hundreds of high-purity source materials have been put into the raw material warehouse of the machine. Chang-Chi pondered. This thing can print multiple materials, so what exactly does this so-called multiple materials include? Chang-Chi thought of Bella's words just now, I hope you will give me a puppy. Chang-Chi began to recall the cute puppy he saw during the garbage earth period, and then passed the pattern he recalled to the O32 reality material printer through silicon-based resonance. The inside of the big round cake began to flash blue light. Facing Chang-Chi's position, the cover on the surface of the machine suddenly unfolded slowly, revealing a transparent space similar to a sterile warehouse, and then a series of blue lasers began to wander in the transparent space, drawing an outline. At the same time, the raw material warehouse of the machine suddenly flipped, just like a gas-upon machine, and several high-purity source materials suddenly fell into the machine and became consumables. Mu-Chen and Chang-Chi's eyes widened at the same time, staring at the objects that were being formed inch by inch in the transparent warehouse. About 30 seconds later, all the lasers went out at the same time, and the transparent warehouse slowly opened, and a burst of white mist evaporated and spread. Chang-Chi took a step forward and looked at the final product. He was a little disappointed, but more surprised and amazed. It was a fluffy white puppy, with big black eyes reflecting the light, vivid and cute. But unfortunately, it was a puppy doll. It seems that it can't print living things. Chang-Chi's eyes flashed, a little regretful, but after seeing the function of this creation with his own eyes, he still felt that his horizons were broadened. There was a sound from the starship operating table, and Chang-Chi turned his head to look. I found the little golden god sitting on the edge of the operating table, looking lonely. He was too excited when he was chiseling ice before, and accidentally broke the golden sword into 2 sections. In fact, it was just a decoration and very fragile. He held the 2 sections of the sword at this time, lowered his head, and said in a very sad tone, Odysseus. Chang-Chi tilted his head. The mini sword should be made of a material similar to gold, which is a precious metal on the earth, and people are flocking to it. I wonder if it can be printed? 1 minute later. A golden light flashed through the eyes of the golden god, and he was refreshed. I found that Chang-Chi came close, bent over, stretched out 2 fingers, and on his fingers was a mini golden sword with a scabbard, which was domineering and majestic. Odysseus? The golden man immediately stood up, grabbed the sword, and with a clang, the sword came out of the sheath. He raised the brand new sword high to the sky and shouted excitedly, Odysseus! Odysseus! Finally, the golden man turned around, faced Chang-Chi, placed his arms across his chest, tapped his chest gently, and showed a salute. Odysseus. You're welcome. Chang-Chi smiled and tapped his chest with his hand. O32 reality material printer should have a function similar to molecular recombination. Plush toys, golden swords. These days, other things can be reshaped. The substance of source material is also very magical. The same material can be changed in 1,000 ways. Chang-Chi returned to the printer, but his eyes were fixed on the unrepairable gap in the cabin. Let me see where your limit is, whether you can print the white metal exclusive to the Spirit Starship. Blue lasers were released from the O32 reality material printer. The high-purity source material in the raw material warehouse was rapidly decreasing, and there was even a sign of shortage. Chang-Chi immediately walked out of the cabin, and went to the source material collection mine at the fastest speed to bring back a large amount of source material. The blue laser continuously scanned the damaged part of the Lingshire starship, first tracing the edges, and then filling in the missing parts, like drawing a grid. About a minute later, Chang-Chi and Mu-Chen widened their eyes at the same time. Chang-Chi came to the gap, and slowly touched the brand new wall. It was milky white without any impurities, smooth and delicate, just like new, and there was no sign that there had been any damage here. Then, Chung-Chi and Mu-Chen came to the other side of the starship and used the O-32 reality material printer to repair another damage to the Lingshire starship. It was previously penetrated by the beam of the Corrector Alliance, so the gap was symmetrical. This moment, the alarm of the Spirit starship, which had never stopped, finally stopped gradually, and the various flashing fault lights on the operating table also went out in patches. The world was quiet all of a sudden. Anxiety and uneasiness, like the receding tide, finally faded away. The system showed that the pressure in the cabin was gradually stabilizing, the temperature was gradually rising, and the oxygen content was also rising. The huge blue skull came to Chung-Chi, and his voice was a little excited. "Dear Creator, the starship shell has been initially repaired. Although the strength of the patch is insufficient, it is already very close to white metal. In a short period of time, it can support the starship to re-enter the fourth wall navigation, or complete the wormhole shuttle mission." Mu-Chen couldn't care so much anymore. He quickly opened the pressure relief valve on his body, unlocked the safety locks one by one, took off the protective helmet, and took off the heavy protective clothing. He took a breath of the still somewhat cold air. The recent series of bad news made him extremely depressed, and even tearful. Finally, there is a good thing. Chung-Chi also took a deep breath. There was also a feeling of the haze dissipating. Newfin left him the precise coordinates of the Ark of Civilization, and the Spirit starship could continue to sail. He turned his head and faced the observation window. The deep space and the stars were reflected in his pupils. "Everyone, take a break. After the Zerg resources are collected, we will set off immediately. Next stop, Ark of Civilization." Chapter 609. The universe is deep and dotted with stars. Each celestial body is gradually formed after millions of years. However, in this starry sky, a celestial body was born in a very short time. It is pure black, with a diameter of 12,000 kilometers, comparable to the Earth. Its surface is like a black ocean, like asphalt, reflecting black light. Countless cosmic Zergs stand on the surface, bustling, rising and falling with the black waves, roaring silently. After 300 hours, the deformation star swallowed all the Zerg corpses, and has grown into a planet-level behemoth. The high-purity source material on the Nani has also been mined, and the amount has reached an astonishing 90 million tons. Chung-Chi stood in space, staring at the deformation star. It is still completely submissive to himself. Chung-Chi stretched out his arm, and a ribbon-like asphalt condensed on the surface of the deformation star, winding through the void and wrapping around Chung-Chi's arm. The black asphalt moved on Chung-Chi's body, gradually solidified, and turned into a pitch-black deformation star armor. In this process, the material of the armor was extremely compressed. Chung-Chi estimated in his mind that there were probably nearly 100 cubic meters of deformation stars concentrated on his body, but he could not feel the burden at all, only a kind of increasingly powerful auxiliary force. Chung-Chi had measured that with this set of armor on his body, his functional value was at least increased by about 30%. At this moment, the armor of the universe Zerg appeared on the surface of the armor, with strange bones and rugged, terrifying and hideous, and also perfectly reproduced the defense of the Zerg. Then the Zerg's attack weapons appeared on the surface of the armor, such as a huge sickle, or perhaps a thick and powerful claw. Chung-Chi tilted his head. Many asphalt tentacles extended from both sides of the armor, and on both sides of his body, 30 vicious and terrifying space Zergs about 8 meters tall condensed. These Zergs seemed to have merged into the demons of the dark universe. There was no color on their bodies, and no distractions in their minds. They were all at Chung-Chi's disposal. Chung-Chi's eyes flickered. The advantage of the shape-shifting star lies in swallowing and simulation. The food swallowed is limited to organisms, and the more it swallows, the larger its body will be, and the more things it can simulate. It itself is also a species that has survived in the universe for hundreds of millions of years. Perhaps it has no so-called swallowing limit. Slowly raised his head. The Zerg brothers behind him turned into asphalt and retracted into the armor, and the appearance of the armor also began to change according to Chung-Chi's will. The dark and hideous armor gradually became Chung-Chi's iconic clothing, a relatively outdated set of radiation-proof clothing similar to a slim leather jacket, and a ragged blue cloak was also unfolded behind him, automatically without wind. Chung-Chi slowly turned his head. Previously, the weak metamorph star did not dare to approach the body of the nurse, but now that it has grown stronger and overcome racial oppression, it has approached the huge nurse's body little by little, swallowed the body into the dark planet, and prepared to digest it slowly. The level of the nurse is obviously higher than that of other Zerg. After the metamorph star digests it, its strength will inevitably increase again. Now that the metamorph star is huge, Chang-Chi can no longer carry it completely on his body. The set of armor on his body is only 1/1000th of the metamorph star. Like a nesting doll, the more vast Solaris mechanical cube includes the metamorph star. Then, the Solaris mechanical cube flashed a strange light again, and turned into a small pendant on Chang-Chi's chest. The surrounding universe became empty again. No one could tell that there had been a war between hundreds of millions of Zerg and hundreds of millions of starships here. This place has returned to its most primitive state, just like the uninhabited corners that can be seen everywhere in the universe. The stories hidden in it have been taken away by people who travel far away. Respected Sigu, when I learned that the terrifying King Worm was destroyed by you, I stood up completely. Look, I can trot and I can jump. Amma walked out of the cabin and greeted Chang-Chi, who had just returned to the starship with funny movements. Chang-Chi looked at the guy who had opened the door for no reason and smiled silently. That sentence is good, the ignorant are fearless. When you don't know your true situation, it is beneficial to your physical and mental health. Isn't this a kind of passive optimism? But if Amma knew that the King Worm was not only alive, but was still sleeping in the cabin, what would he think? Amma. Chang-Chi smiled and said, "Don't worry, the big pupa is not only dead, but also swallowed by my armor. It will never affect you again. You are very safe now." Chang-Chi didn't lie. He said the big pupa, but not the King Worm. "Thank you, Siga, for your comfort." Amma's millipede rolled his eyes. "Hey, I don't know why. I feel my legs are a little lame. It may be the sequelae of being frightened. It will be fine after a while." Chang-Chi smiled naturally. "Where is Yang Di?" "Hello, Mr. Chung, I'm here." These days, Yang Di had been locking himself in his bedroom. He guessed that Chang-Chi could use him, so he cheered up and walked out. But this guy looked pitiful. His hair was messy and greasy, and there were dark circles around his eyes. It was obvious that he was in a state of mental depression due to the constant inner torment. Chang-Chi looked at Yang Di. He knew what was in his heart. At the Peace Tavern, Yang Di was found to have committed great sins, and then through Miss Hong's special cocktail, he seemed to recall those sins. From that moment on, Yang Di seemed to have changed into a different person. "Yang Di, if you have any worries, you can tell me," Chang-Chi said softly. "We are comrades, partners, and friends." Yang Di smiled bitterly. "Mr. Chung, my mission is to provide you with emotional value. The reason why I lock myself in the room is that I don't want to affect you. If I do that, not only will I not do my job well, but I will also hold you back. I will never allow myself to do such a thing." Chang-Chi frowned slightly, a little worried. "It's okay, I can adjust myself." Yang Di's slightly pale face due to malnutrition showed a very hard smile. "Mr. Chung, are you going to a new place?" "In my eyes, there is no such thing as something you can't accomplish. The so-called different places and different challenges are just another space to show your ability. Mr. Chung, you are invincible. You are the strongest. No one." Yang Di raised his hands above his head, like a passionate young man, and made a cheering gesture, and then shouted, "Mr. Amma, it's time for the two of us to cooperate again. Amma, have fun. Amma, the best method." Coordinates, civilization ship entrance. Dense millipedes flew out of the Spirit-style starship like a swarm of locusts. A circular space in front was eaten by countless millipedes' tiny mouth parts, and a wormhole flashing with colorful light slowly took shape. Chang-Chi stood in the center of the bridge. Yang Di, Mu Chen, and Ling stood beside him, and above Chang-Chi's head, the green lotus was floating silently. Everyone looked forward with hope. The colorful light released by the wormhole illuminated Chang-Chi's face. There were still too many missions to be accomplished, and too many puzzles to be solved. In the heart of the boy, he was also looking forward to the excitement of the next stop. Let's go! Chapter 610. Wormhole Navigation. Time and space in the outside world are chaotic. But for the members themselves, this is a long and unchanging journey. The accumulated effects of countless genetic drugs have brought revolutionary optimization to Chang-Chi's body. The strong physiological function can support his continuous work, but mentally, he longs for sleep, and can even feel obvious fatigue. Original plan. Chang-Chi is going to take a short nap, and then observe his Chi civilization. Unexpectedly, he fell headfirst on the comfortable big bed, and slept soundly. Chang-Chi. Chang-Chi. Wake up! We have arrived at our destination. There was a knock on the door, and Mu Chen shout. Huh? Chang-Chi opened his eyes in a daze. On the right side of the captain's lounge was a huge holographic simulation window. The appearance was the same as a window, and the holographic picture inside could project the external scene in real time. This is a comfort configuration. Assuming that the starship stops at some beautiful location, such as facing the sea, such as the setting sun, then this holographic simulation window can transmit the most beautiful scenery of the outside world in real time. The vastness of the sea and the sunset can make the owner of the room feel comfortable and have a good dream. Have I slept? Chung-Chi rubbed his eyes, lifted the quilt that was as soft and warm as air, and looked at the holographic window with sleepy eyes. At this moment, Chung-Chi opened his eyes slightly, and the magnificent scene outside was shocking. The Great Wall. These two words jumped out of Chung-Chi's mind at the first time. On the Earth, endless garbage covers everything, but the majestic and long-lasting existence still stands on the surface. Once, Chung-Chi came to the foot of the building by chance. Looking up at the tall and thick city wall, and the beacon tower that stretches to the distance, a heavy feeling comes to the face. Its majestic momentum can still be daunting even after thousands of years. At this moment, Chung-Chi's pupils trembled even more. He saw an energy great wall. It is also a structure similar to a city wall, but it is a pure energy body, and it is also like a giant dragon in the dark universe that cannot be seen from head to tail. It seems to be closed, but no one knows how huge a territory is inside its body. Is this the ship of civilization? But he is not a ship, but a giant city, standing in the universe out of thin air. The ship of civilization encompasses multiple galaxies. So does this wall also surround multiple galaxies? What kind of civilization can create such a vast project? What level should its energy reserves and its generation devices be? Chung-Chi's heart was full of awe, and he subconsciously got up and got out of bed. But he found that his right leg felt like it was filled with lead. He looked down and found a naked little girl, who was sleeping soundly, hugging her thighs like a sloth. Chung-Chi was stunned. How did you get in? I remember locking the door. Bella opened her huge, crystal clear, but sleepy eyes. For the king insect, many things in the universe can be broken through the flesh, such as the barrier of space and the long history. So thank you for giving me the puppy. Ah? Chung-Chi was stunned. This child's words were mostly half-finished, and always ended in a strange way. Bella was holding a cute ragdoll puppy in her arms. That was the experimental puppy made by Chung-Chi when he tested the reality material printer. Before returning to the bedroom, Chung-Chi placed the puppy next to Bella's bed. Although it was understandable, Chung-Chi always felt a little guilty for killing someone's nanny. It was just a doll, and Chung-Chi regarded it as an insignificant compensation. Chung-Chi raised his arm, pressed the corner of his right eye, and smiled. I'm glad you like it. We are partners in the United Front, and there will be more cooperation in the future. You can completely let go of your guard, because I'm sleepy. As she said, Bella climbed onto Chung-Chi's bed, rolled the quilt into the shape of a pupa, and then stuffed herself in. Her tentacles became soft, and then she fell asleep. Okay. Chung-Chi pursed his lips. Although Bella was a child, she was a little girl after all. Chung-Chi decided to give her his captain's lounge in the future. Chung-Chi came to the bridge. He found Mu-Chin and Yang-Di were both there. Mu-Chin was in high spirits because he remembered what Chung-Chi said. Perhaps, in the ship of civilization, he could find a way to revive Lu Lien. Yang-Di was still in an extremely haggard state. The moment he saw Chung-Chi appear, he forced himself to cheer up and showed a strong smile. Dear guests from afar. Hello. In the public communication channel of the starship, a strong bass voice came. I am the commander of the ship of civilization Q-2322 outpost. You can call me Fufu. Through the observation window of the starship, Chung-Chi clearly saw that in the center of the city wall in front, there stood a huge sentry tower, just like the beacon tower in the Great Wall, but the width was thousands of kilometers. A blue energy field, like a hemisphere buckled on a plane, slowly flew out of the beacon tower. It should be an advanced aircraft, or some kind of light manned platform. In the center of the platform, stood a strange alien creature. It looked like an octopus with long tentacles, one riding on another, forming a human stick together, and also like a heavy octopus skewer. At the top, there was a smooth blue head, two huge oval black eyes, showing an 8 shape on the face. Civilization ship was created by my master, a great god-level civilization. Fufu said loudly, this is a sea that embraces all rivers and encompasses everything. For every species with a breakthrough spirit, this is a high-quality fertile soil. Chung-Chi's pupil shrank slightly when he heard this. It was a god-level civilization that created this place. That is to say, the boundless energy wall came from the technology of the god-level civilization. Thinking of the previous Corrector Alliance, they were like wooden stakes in front of their future selves, and even their movements were extremely difficult. At that time, Chang-Chi couldn't help but look down on the god-level civilization. Now thinking about it, I have lost some of my reverence for the god-level civilization, which is a kind of arrogance full of danger. For some reasons that are inconvenient to disclose, I need to conduct some audits on you. Fufu's eyes were unfocused, and I, with my responsibility, can only allow friends who meet the audit standards to enter the civilization boat. Chang-Chi, Mukun and Yang Di looked at each other. This is like the exit and entry administration. Any country will establish a set of audit standards for visitors, but I don't know what the audit standards of the civilization boat are. At present, you all meet my first review standard. That is, you can understand my language, which means that you all have a relatively advanced translation system. I believe that the second standard is also very easy for you to meet. Fufu raised his head. I need all the guests to show me your directional stargate technology. Everyone, since you can appear in front of me, then this technology should be a must, right? Fufu's dozens of tentacles were all behind his back, and his tone and demeanor were a bit like the dean of teaching. This is simply an open book exam. Yes, it is indeed an open book exam. Mu Chen nodded, then looked at Chang-Chi, constantly pouting. Chang-Chi, quickly take out a stargate from your warehouse that is like a treasure pot, show it to that string of takoyaki, and then we can go in. Hiss. Chang-Chi was stunned. He was stunned. Don't tell me, I do have a lot of equipment, but I don't have a directional stargate. You know, my interstellar travel depends on Amma. Ah? Mu Chen was also stunned. Aren't you a ragpicker? Your whole family are ragpickers. Chang-Chi glared at Mukun. Which ragpicker can find a directional stargate? I have only seen that thing in the Milky Way. It is government property. Can you just pick it up? But you, Mukun, aren't you an inventor? Chang-Chi thought. Stargates can be seen everywhere in the Milky Way. You should be familiar with them. I will use the real material printer to assist you. Can you make a stargate on the spot? Mu Chen shook his head. Directional stargate is a technology strictly controlled by the Milky Way Alliance. For folk inventors like us, trying to spy on stargate technology? That's really too much. Chang-Chi frowned slightly. The situation was a bit unsolvable. Behind the ship of civilization is a god-level civilization. Breaking in or sneaking in by force is not a wise decision. Mu Chen continued to mutter. In fact, I have never understood why the Galactic Alliance blocked the directional stargate technology. If it is completely open to the public, mankind may have a greater breakthrough. Behind the two, Yang Di, who had been silent all the time, lowered his head slightly, with a complicated expression, and clenched his fists tightly.